Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you should still take notes, cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill. Really? If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, board life. Whoa. Then you dug this, cause I'm all about...
Cut the fucking music. We ain't got time for this shit. We got things to do, things to discuss. Gary is getting fucking antsy in the back, so we're just gonna fucking cut that shit out. What's up, everybody? How you doing, meatbags? I am the often imitated, never duplicated, lip smacking, cash stacking, no face having, but who the fuck cares? TonyTGD. Joined once again by Gary, quite contrary, my man OCG. What's up, everybody?
What's going on, man? Ooh, that was I wasn't expecting that.
I know. I felt like it was right. Like it was just the right thing to do. I seen we had like 11 people waiting. I was like, fuck it, let's just jump right into it. So how's your week been, Gary? Let me put the little banner. Let's bring back the banners because we haven't been doing. What about
the banner?
There you go. We got
there we go. Okay, cool. Week's been good. Just trying to work on my costume. I got a little weird thing going. The kids are going to be Ghostbusters, and I'm trying to be a ghost. So I got this weird, crazy thing I'm making. So I'll probably share it on Twitter when I'm done. But it's coming along pretty good. So I've been, just taking care of the kids and working on my costume.
Sounds good. My week has been, as always, very, very interesting, very filled with lots of just wild comments from people. We heard today that if you don't show your face, you're not allowed to express any criticism, at least in regards to the Amico. No face, no service, I guess. GenXGamer, we got that little bet going, so still got that to talk about. He said if he's available, he'll come by and swing by and hop on in and chat with us. That was a nice little chat we had last time. In the middle of the show at some point at about 8:45-ish, I'm going to take off and leave Gary in charge. He's going to handle everything. If someone wants to come in, let me know beforehand so I could pop you in with Gary. And two of you guys could carry the show while I go. Got some business.
Yeah, that'd be much appreciated.
Carl is in the witness protection program. The Amico Samurais were after him. He had to lay low. But
hopefully the Yakuza didn't take him out.
Yeah. On this show, we're going to do things a little bit different from the usual. If you weren't here at the beginning, you might not know how things go. But originally, the show was supposed to have like an intro. We were going to talk about different topics, not just the Amico the whole 5 hours. Somehow we've devolved into just one topic for the entire show. But we're going back old school. We're going to talk about the new He-Man cartoons. We're going to talk about the new Switch online pricing. We're going to talk about positivity on YouTube. We will talk a little bit about the Amico. And if Gary's brought everything, we'll talk about some of that. But before we get to all that, I want you to make sure you drop a like, smash the fucking bell, slam the subscribe button, backdrop the fucking dislike if you want. I don't give a shit. Just do something. Give us some comments. Give us some interactions. We got to pump up them numbers. We only got like 282 subscribers. Come on, guys. We could do better than that. The show's getting way better numbers than that. We know you guys got it. Tell your friends to subscribe. Tell your grandma. Tell the old lady down the street. I don't give a fuck. Just get somebody in here. We got to hit that 1,000. We got to show these guys that we don't need a face to have a voice.
Yeah, we need some fresh blood.
With that said, let's say hi to the chat. Let's see who's here. We got a full house. We got 15 going. We got MIDI Music Forever. He was here right at the fucking bat. He was causing trouble. We got Luke. Luke Skywalker's back. He's said Ray is being a little bossy. Of course, Ray is here supporting everybody in the Amico community. probably because Max is taking a vacation or something. So, Go
Hey, what's up,
13, haven't
guys?
seen him in a minute. What's up? Mike Garcia is here. Of course, we got 56K Warning and Chappie McChapster, who both have no faces. This is the faceless crowd right here. We got KP in the house, Bomberny TV. Like I said, if you guys want to jump in at any point, let me know before I leave so I can add you. If not, I think we should just go ahead and jump into the first topic. Is MIDI Music asked us to jump into because he's overseas. He is in I think England or Europe or some weird strange country like Lithuania or some shit. I don't know, but he's over there. So he said if we could just jump into the Amico right away. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Hey, nobody's
Let's do it.
Yeah, this is the crowd of the faceless trolls.
Yeah, I show my face from time to time.
Sean Bernard's here with a face. Actually, everybody in the chat is just my alts. I got like 16 computers. It's fucking fired up. A bunch of phones. None of you guys are real. Fucking Gary's not even real.
I've been programmed.
Yeah, Gary's an AI. I could have saved the world, but I instead chose to create an AI that would just assist me on Gabbing with Geeks.
You got Sidekick Max being quiet in the background, helping you with all that.
No, actually, Sidekick Max is at homecoming, which is why I have to take off in the middle of the show to pick him up.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So
Cool stuff.
Hopefully, I was threatening that I would take my phone out and stream live Gabbing with Geeks from the homecoming dance, but we'll see how that goes.
To be a kid again.
Oh, yeah. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get into the Intellivision Amico discussion. Like I said, we have brought back the little ticker at the bottom, so it'll help you guys when I'm too lazy to actually do timestamps. But Gary, have you seen that the Intellivision Amico is doing so well with their box editions that they're almost sold out? Did you hear about that?
I heard a little bit about that, but I would like to know more.
A lot of people would, because a lot of people were talking about it. The word actually got over to Atari Age, where there was quite a bit of grumbling, quite a bit of doubt being expressed as to whether or not they actually were selling out. And so, of course, Tommy Tallarico, the man himself, decided to address it, and we're going to take a look at what he said. Sound good to you, Gary?
Oh, that sounds amazing.
So let's just pop this bad boy right here. Hopefully you guys could read this. I'll make it full screen. Maybe that'll be a little better.
Oh, there we go.
All right. It says Tommy Tallarico posted it 9 hours ago. It says, hi. For the folks feeling the need to come into this particular thread to taunt people and or call people liars, I think at CMART, among others, has kindly and respectfully pointed out on a number of occasions to please feel free to create other threads in the Amigo area if you'd like. Okay, first off, people have created other threads that got locked because they were saying things that Tommy didn't like. He actually had 2 independent Amigo threads shut down that were created by Mr. Beefy to just discuss the Amico without all the fanboy fanaticism that Tommy decided to invade and get shut down. So that's facetious and just bullshit right off the bat. Goes on to say, there probably isn't a good reason to continue coming in here when you are fully aware of the topic and goal here now. The goal is to have fun now. It's no longer to ask questions. It's just to have fun Amico conversations. Being critical or holding Tommy accountable for the words he says just isn't fun, Gary.
Well, that's debatable because, in fact, a good debate is pretty fun for me. So
fun for me too. Watching him squirm is very enjoyable. It says this particular thread is to enjoy Amico and other topics. No, it says Tommy Tallarico fun Amico conversations. It doesn't say Tommy Tallarico fun conversations plus Amico. So he's lying about what the topic is about. It says to enjoy. Go ahead.
I was going to say he just doesn't like criticism. That's for sure.
No, he doesn't. This particular thread is to enjoy Amico and other topics in a fun and positive way. I don't think it is asking too much for people to have one place to go in here, away from conspiracy theories, negativity, and drama. So what conspiracy theory are we discussing today? Well, let's continue reading. Let's take this journey with Tommy. I think we would all appreciate it if you could respect everyone's simple wishes. Well, not everybody does it wants to discuss fun Amico conversations, because if you're having to say this to people repeatedly, that this is the fun Amico conversation thread only, then apparently not everyone wants the kind of discussion you want, Tommy. So again, it seems like you're backseat modding. You're trying to control the moderation of the forum that you don't own or have a financial stake in it, apparently. But no mods are going to tell you anything, which is very, very suspicious. So it says, in regards to the newest hot topic controversy, you put that in quotes, today, I'm going to simply point to these two responses and say they are accurate. So Mr. Me, who he quoted first, says, right now they are only selling bundles. So for example, if they only manufactured 2,000 Brain Duel RFID cards, they would sell out of the bundles after 2,000 while still having thousands of missile commands in the warehouse. Nowhere did they say that the bundles were limited based on the individual games within the bundles. At no point on the website, at no point in Tommy's reveal video did they say, hey guys, these bundles, pack 1 or pack 2 are going to have less because we made less of this particular item. No, they were selling. They were willing to sell you a whole 2,500 of any one, pack 8, pack 4, 4-pack volume 1 or 4-pack volume 2. There was no clear distinction that any of them were different. In fact, if you were selling them in bundles only, it would make sense that this particular limited collector's edition would have an equal amount of all of them. Maybe retail is going to have different amounts because in retail, it's going to be what the consumer wants and not the collector, which this is aimed at the collector and not the consumer from retail. What do you think, Gary? You think this is a legitimate?
No, I'm calling BS on this. I'm not buying it one bit. Just something doesn't smell right. And like I said before the show, it's just, it's more of the same stuff. I mean, I sound like a broken record here. Yeah.
Oh, we got Turbo Joe security here. I'm sorry, Turbo Joe. We are giving Tommy some shit. Mike says AA is a joke for hosting Amico BS. It is. AA is shit. You are quite correct, Bomberny. At least in this particular instance. A few pages back, someone was throwing shots at Tony. They always do. They always throw shots at me. They try not to name me anymore because then I'll get on their ass for it. But
well, Tony's an easy target, so they're going to try to, throw everything at him, put the kitchen sink, and hope it sticks.
Yeah. So the second one that he quoted was some guy named Stoke. He says, that makes sense. Plus, they are selling 2 different bundles of 4. If one bundle is selling faster than the others, then at some point they would no longer be able to produce an 8-pack bundle, even though they are technically not sold out. Again, this is bullshit because when you make an 8-pack bundle and a 4-pack bundle, you separate them. You say these particular boxes are for the 8-packs only. These particular boxes are for the 4-packs. I worked in retail. I worked in distribution. I worked in warehouses where we had to separate bundles and make packages for different retailers and stuff. So this is not true unless there's such an amateur operation that they're just basically slap them together as they're being sold. Nothing was set apart. Nothing was differentiated for what was going to be an 8-pack bundle, which boxes were set aside for the 4-pack bundles. Again, Gary, how do you feel about this?
I've said multiple times that I've given them credit, but then again, they've made some amateurish moves, haven't they? So it's totally not out of the realm of them to do that. But it just doesn't smell right. Something's up. I mean, obviously we were covering it pretty closely. Having Amico Day channel was covering it pretty closely. The two of you guys together. I mean, it was shedding some light on what was being sold day in and day out. And then obviously, that first day is going to be your big day, and then those numbers are going to drop, right? I mean, Gen X said something about, maybe the old man cringe community got their paychecks on Wednesday, but I don't see it. It was obviously, he put a tourniquet on and tried to stop the bleeding, right? He didn't want the investors to see this. At least that's how I take it. So,
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, we were following it. There was no problem with the numbers on the first day, right? But suddenly the numbers became suspect on day 2, 3, and 4, right? He wasn't like, hey, all the numbers that they said were wrong. No, it was just all of a sudden the numbers became wrong. Because he could have, the first day when I made the first video saying, hey, look, they sold 10,000, Tommy wasn't around to say that I was full of shit. Tommy wasn't saying, hey guys, those numbers are wrong. We've sold more or we sold less. Because those were pretty decent looking numbers. People thought that was good. Gen X was excited, said, hey, 10,000 in one day, guys. They're flying off the fucking shelf. And like Chappie says, I mean, if they were selling great numbers, TT would just tell us those numbers, right? He would be like, here you go. Here's the amount of orders we had. See, they're lying. I got a little paper that says, we sold 30,000, 40,000, whatever it is. Yeah, MIDI music forever. If they were selling great, Tommy would brag like mad about it.
Yeah, I agree. I think so. And I gave them the credit too. I said, hey, look, I talked to a couple guys. I said they knocked it. They hit a home run. They knocked us out of the park with the media. I know a lot of guys didn't like it, but I think for the most part, it wasn't bad. You didn't have Tommy talking about himself in the video. I thought they did rather well, but the sales numbers just didn't reflect that. So it is what it is. I'll take an L on that one.
It was the first day rush. I didn't even suspect that the second day was going to drop off 94%. I thought it was going to be like, maybe a 20% drop and then another 20% and a slow to the end of the week that they sold out. But hey, the numbers didn't bear out.
And I really think this points out to the demographic, like I've been saying this whole time, right? I think this really is geared towards guys with the nostalgia of the Intellivision. And mind you, I'm one of those guys. Granted, I'm not, in my 40s and 50s, but I really think that's the crowd that bought these up. So, and we all know the real marketing hasn't started yet. So, soccer moms and little Timmy next door they haven't bought their copies yet because they don't know about it. So we'll see going forward.
Now, 56K Warning says Tommy is proactive when it comes to faceless YouTubers, but drags his feet when it comes to updating his investors. Yeah, this is a good point because there's no update as far as I know on the investor page saying that they're doing so great. A page which would hold him legally responsible for saying such things. I mean, he could say whatever the fuck he wants on Atari Age, and no one's probably going to pay it to mind, and he'll just point to that previous post he made where he says everything he says here is just conversational and he can't be held responsible as the CEO for it. But if he puts that shit on the Republic page, you better believe that those investors are going to hold him to that it's selling out.
Yeah, but it's just not looking good.
But it gets worse, Gary, because it always gets worse.
Ugh.
So he says, but here's something else that I feel folks may not have thought of. Why would people assume that we haven't dedicated a certain number of limited collector's edition to retailers or something else we might be planning on or working on? Our marketing department specifically used the term allocated. Anyway, just wanted to hopefully help clear that up. Hope everyone has a great weekend. So if they allocated a certain numbers to retailers, basically Tommy's admitting that the numbers that we were saying were accurate, and it's not that he's close to selling out the 50,000, but they just didn't have the 50,000 to begin with. That 20,000 or 30,000 were set aside for retailers. So 10,000 being sold is nearly all of them. If they only were going to sell 15,000 on the website. Now, nowhere in the video on the website or any communication from Intellivision hinted at the fact that they were only going to sell 15,000 of the 50,000 through the Shopify links on the website.
I mean, wouldn't you just plain out say, "Hey, look, folks, we only have 10,000 copies available"? If it was such a low number and you were expecting such a high turnout, wouldn't you tell your fan base, "Hey, look, we got a very low amount. You know, the number that you might have heard is right around 50,000, but only 10,000, 20,000 of those are going to be available. So make sure you get your pre-orders in."
Yeah, the highest numbers of units that were going to be sold were sold in the first 2 days, no more than 3. They just don't want us to know that they're not selling. Exactly. Again, even if you allocated them, to retailers, that basically means that you're admitting that the numbers that we reported on were accurate. The only thing that you're disputing is whether or not that means you've actually sold out from the website or not. 2, this is a limited collector's edition that why would you want to share any of those profits with retailers? I mean, what retailers are going to carry items for a console that you can't use these items on with no release date for the console?
Well, I mean, I definitely see him being able to, finagle his way into a Walmart or something. I don't think they'd have a problem with selling it, depending on how those talks are going with them. But
as of right now, they're not available on any retailer website.
Right.
NinjaKitty says, "I just joined, but it's laughable that Tommy suggests that they are reserving copies for retail stores." Yeah. There's no reason if they were selling good, if these the numbers that we said were wrong, if they were selling like hotcakes, there's no reason that they would send any to retailers or have something planned with their marketing department, unless their plan is to just start giving away boxes. Unless their plan is that they're going to put them in a warehouse somewhere and light them on fire because they want to create artificial scarcity.
And one of the things is, wouldn't you want to wait until your console's out to go to retail? I mean, wouldn't it be more cost efficient to have that shelf space all ready for your systems and your boxes?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they send them to retailers, either it's going to be online and no one's going to know they exist because apparently you've already email blasted your people to buy them directly from you, and that's not working. Right? So why would I go and say, you know what? Let me go buy them off of Amazon or Target.com or Walmart.
Well, and if you went through Walmart, I mean, so if anybody who uses like Walmart online and some of these other places, it's a nightmare to even look through something like Walmart because you have other sellers that they have posted up there. So unless they were actually being shipped out and physically in the store, I don't see it helping much. Yeah. So my question is, why not just keep them on the website? Or what you're saying is just a bunch of BS. So yeah, that's why I'm not buying it.
NinjaKitty says retail stores require minimum amounts of stock, as if Best Buy would waste time placing 5 copies of Moon Patrol at each location. Exactly. Yep. GameStop is your number one retailer. That was your big partner, and it's not available there. Wouldn't you say right off the bat, hey, we're selling them on the website, or you could buy them at GameStop and you get a bonus gift card for the console when it comes out, or whatever the quote-unquote deal is supposed to be, because it makes no sense. You wouldn't sell limited collector's editions and then 6 months later those same limited collector's edition are now being sold at Walmart and Target or whatever. Makes no fucking sense. They're not on sale now. They're not going to be on sale in 6 months at some other fucking place. But I'm the fucking asshole. I'm the one who doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Makes me mad, Gary. Makes me mad.
Yeah, it's frustrating, and I can totally see why. I mean, you catch a tiger by the toe, it just doesn't do you any good, right? It just bites your head off. So it is what it is. We got to take these. We got to take these wins.
Well, it's not even a win. It's just facts. Just come out and be like, you know what? We thought we were going to sell a lot more than we were too ambitious with the amount that we made. We're not selling them. We're going to hold them back and maybe re-release them closer to the console, and maybe we'll be able to sell the rest of the stock. That would make sense. I would be like, okay.
Right, but it always has to be this one step forward, three steps back with them. That's the problem, you know. I gave them their credit where the credit was due. I think they did a swell job of marketing or at least doing the video for the physical media, physical product, whatever you want to call it. Obviously, the sales numbers weren't there. You just let it be, but you have to create this drama of, you know, backpedaling, going on doing more talking, which obviously we've said time and time again that he just needs to shut up, let the product sell themselves, and obviously they're not doing that. So you know, I understand the decision maybe to do it, and if you were any other company you might get a pass, but because we're scrutinizing you so much that probably wasn't in your best interest to do that. Just let people, you know, figure out the sales numbers and you know, talk about what they'll talk about.
Yeah, Mike Garcia brings up a good point. When Tommy talks, he just creates more questions and haters. 2 to 3 years later, he still thinks that's great. Sam Retro finally got his email. I got an email today saying they're almost sold out. Yeah.
Almost
sold out. But, you know, like I said, it's all about Tommy not wanting to take that L. Tommy don't want to give the haters an inch. You know, he doesn't want to admit that, you know, what we're doing is true. Because if he says, hey, you know, what Tony reported on, those numbers, they're accurate, and we're having trouble selling all of them, then he feels that now he's given me, you know, he gave me an inch, and then everyone's going to
that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. He's so deep into this like ego trip lie thing. He's like, if I give Tony a nod at all, it's like, wow, how many things have I been wrong about? And it's just like, dude, get over it. It's like, I see it in most people who are into the, you know, the gaming scene, the retro scene. We could all see it, especially if you have anything to do with this community. You know what's going on. You should know, either you do or you're lying to yourself, kind of thing. But it's not a good look. And it's every time I want to give him credit, he does some stuff like this, or Intellivision does some stuff like this, and they just backpedal. And when I see the backpedaling, I think to myself, something doesn't look good. It's not right. So what's really going on behind the scenes? And, you know, it's more of the same. We'll be talking about the next blunder here in like a month or two. So,
so there is another hot little thing to talk about in Amico land. Have you heard of the website Eurogamer?
I have heard of Eurogamer.
Eurogamer has 406,000 followers on Twitter.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Have you heard of Eurogamer DE?
DE? What could that be?
That would be Eurogamer Deutschland, which is, you know, the proper name of Germany. For some reason, America decided that we didn't like the word Deutschland, the German word for Germany. So we said, fuck you. You're called Germany now. So Eurogamer.de has 7,109 followers. So it's a slight difference between the two sites.
Like 96% or so, like less.
It's a little drop. So if you go to Reddit, because I know everybody loves Reddit, and you go to the unofficial Amico subreddit, Tommy made a nice little post saying that there's a hands-on review from Eurogamer. Sounds great. I mean, Eurogamer is a huge website. I just told you it has like 400. What did I say?
400,000 some.
400,000 followers on Twitter alone. So, man, I mean,
it's sizable. It's a big win for Tommy.
It's a huge win. And I went to Eurogamer.com and I looked, but I couldn't find it. I couldn't find this article. You know why that is, Gary? Why I couldn't find this article on Eurogamer?
Sorry about that. I was blowing my nose. No, I don't.
Well, I couldn't find it because it's not on Eurogamer.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
You see, it's on Eurogamer.de, which is again the German, sub-site, affiliate site, however you want to call it. The smaller, lesser known, lesser trafficked, lesser visited baby sister of Eurogamer.
I wonder why Eurogamer didn't pick it up though. The big brother.
I wonder why Tommy's saying that Eurogamer is the place where the review was done.
Yeah, it's a little bit misleading.
It's a little. It kind of reminds me of the time when IGN Middle East reviewed it, and Tommy was very proud of IGN reviewing the game.
Could you wonder what would happen to us if we were misleading?
Yeah, I mean, so here it is. Here is the post. You can see it on the screen from Reddit. Hands-on review from Eurogamer, one of the biggest gaming websites in Europe, providing the Google Translate link from German to English. Why would you have to translate from German to English? It's Eurogamer. So, but of course, like I said, it is Eurogamer.de. And this isn't the first time he's been just a little misleading in his excitement for coverage, trying to get people thinking that Eurogamer, the big website, was covering it, but it wasn't.
Kind of like that IGN thing, huh?
Yeah. But we will take a look at the article because it's not the glowing review that Tommy thinks it is. I don't know if Tommy doesn't read these things or. So this is the Google Translate version. So, I mean, there could be some not quite perfect translation errors. And you will note that it was updated on October 15th. There is no link to the original version. So if something has changed, like the IGN Middle East article, we won't know. But Melanie Weidman, she wrote the article. She is a news editor for Eurogamer.de. She said her and Judith, who I don't know who Judith is, there's no link to who Judith is. They had the privilege to be among the first in Germany to try out the Intellivision Amico in a 3-hour game session. 3 hours, guys. They had 3 hours with the Amico. So they didn't have enough time to test whether or not the batteries lasted, how long they lasted. Obviously didn't have enough time to go deep in any of the games. Didn't have enough time to try a bunch of games. So, Tommy's calling this a review. They don't even label it as a review here. They say it's their first impression. So already, a lot of misleading by Tommy. MIDI Music Forever says 3 hours is long enough to not get bored. Yeah, it's that nice, 3-hour mark. You can play a couple of games. You get bored of one, jump over to another. 3 hours is better than 30 minutes. Depends on what you're playing. Depends on what you're doing.
So I'm gonna speculate a little and say that, judging by the picture, which I would assume is her little profile icon, that maybe Judith's her daughter.
I don't know. Honestly, I can't say. It could be. Art Bell says Mad Max did the how do we get the confidence back? New hardware is my answer. Get a magic 25 times the 2D power of Xbox One chip, as promised by TT years ago. Sack Tommy and his controller. Art Bell always bringing the heat. Luke says 3 hours. I didn't think Star Fox 64. Moon Patrol was that long of a game. As I understood it, it was 2 video game journalists. Yeah, that's as I understood it. But we know Tommy's a little loosey-goosey when it comes to the truth and reality. Chappie says, is this a translation issue? It also works if the game is still welded. Yeah, that's probably. I'm going to say it's a translation issue. But we'll go. Apparently, they unpacked it themselves. Says, while unpacking, our eyes first fell on the cheek game covers. They're simple and pretty in a pretty cyan hue. So apparently, they got to play the games or look at the games. In the covers, we find a nice collector's coin and RFID card with the game on it. You just have to hold it to the console, and the title can be installed. Incidentally, it also works if the game is still welded, which should help. I'm guessing that means boxed. It's still boxed because there's no shielding on the boxes, so the RFID can go through.
So wait, they were given this, all of this to play around with.
If you remember, Hans posted a picture about with all of this. So I'm assuming he was packing it up to send it to his friends at Eurogamer.de because as anybody knows, Hans Ippisch, the European president of Intellivision, was at one point the president of Computech, one of the largest games journalists, corporations. They would buy up other companies. They had now Eurogamer.de is part of Eurogamer, which is part of another network which Computech bought or something like that, like 8 years ago. Either way, what I'm trying to say is Hans Ippisch knows the people who run the website on a personal level. Says innovative control with touchscreen. Everything is kept very functional and practical. The console and the rectangular controllers feel less valuable than those of the big competition. Wow. So they're saying that the controllers feel cheap compared to like an Xbox or a PlayStation controller. The controllers have some features that make even the DualSense look stupid. Overall, you can imagine the Amico controller more like a well-fed smartphone, only that the small touchscreen shares space with a round control pad. I have no idea what features would make the DualSense look stupid. I mean, a DualSense controller has a touchpad, which is the same thing as the touchscreen. It has motion control, it has rumble, gyroscope.
Yeah, all the standard stuff. I'm not too sure what they mean right there.
It lights up. A PlayStation controller lights up. So, I don't know. This control circuit has a light ring that shows the player's color, so everyone knows who is currently on the move and which operating kit belongs to which player. Again, PlayStation controllers light up different colors for each player. It's not something innovative. Do people not? I mean, this is a games journalist, so when someone on YouTube says that stupid shit, it's like, maybe they never bought a PlayStation or never played one, or they're an Xbox fan or Switch fan. But this is someone that's supposed to know.
Well, maybe this is why they have 7,000 followers.
Could be possible. We come to the touchscreen. I thought it was pretty cool to use a controller with such a control element, even if it wasn't used sensibly in every game. What I mean by that is not that it is completely useless, but that a thumbstick or other steering element would have done the screen's job just as well. Exactly what we've been saying, that the screen is basically useless. It was only when the white ball was aligned in the pool that the true strength of the touchscreen became apparent. Its flexible use. I guess. So you could use the touchscreen to line up your shot.
I will say that I do like this little Space Striker screen. I think it's probably one of the better things that we've seen on the screen. It's not super generic. It's at least like some nice art there. But other than that, yeah, I mean, the screen hasn't been used for much. We haven't really seen much use out of it. So other than that, I don't have much else to say.
And it says, similar to the Jackbox party games with Amico, there's often the situation that something is not only happening on the large shared screen. Each player has to type around on the small screen for himself. For example, to select a character. Sometimes the sensor is a bit too sensitive in the game, and the crosshairs and missile command didn't just slip once in the heat of the moment. So again, what they're experiencing, what they think is that the controller being too sensitive could possibly, once again, just be controller lag, and they're just understanding what's going on. They might think that the controls were slipping in missile command, but rather they might have been lagging, and by the time it unlagged, their finger had moved, so it looked like, to them, for people who don't know what the fuck's going on. Fortunately, it was just a virtual city that is being destroyed because of this. I'm guessing this was supposed to be oopsie. Now, here's where we get into the bullshit. A controller that opens the world to many new possibilities. I don't give a shit about the possibilities or the future implementation. I care about what's going on now, what they have now implemented, what it can do at this moment, not on some foreign, far moment in the future. It says Intellivision has also reinvented the wheel for the control pad, quite literally, because this is a control pad with 4 directions and a rotating wheel at the same time. In some games, you use turning for fine adjustments. In others, you click up, down, left, and right to move. So an analog stick. They've made an analog stick. They just got rid of the stick part. So it's an analog stick without the stick. So they took the top of the analog stick and just put it onto the part where the stick part would stick onto, and then that's how it works. In some game, it says, after we Shark had played in which you move through the water by turning the wheel, it was initially very confusing that I hardly moved in Astro Smash and only destroyed a few asteroids. So this is supposed to be simple. Remember, simple, pick up and play. Anyone can understand. And a games journalist who, okay, I'll admit, games journalists aren't the greatest at video games, but this particular one was confused by the control scheme in the Amico, that she hardly moved in Astro Smash. She didn't realize how to move around in Astro Smash.
Left to right.
But I'm guessing she wasn't clicking the thing hard enough to move the ship, because apparently, remember, you have to click down. It's not just rotate or move your finger around it.
Right, like should function like a D-pad.
Let's see. Lord Raycon says, good evening, player 2. Yeah, it knows time. The controller knows exactly when it is. Is this a games journalist, or is this a fake magazine? Maybe Han started it. No, it's a real journalist. Luke says, have these idiots ever touched a PS4 controller? No, they've never. Holy shit, the comment about the touchscreen. We've always said that. Yeah. Hey, there's another thing to go in the box. It's not completely useless. Yeah, could be a box quote.
Me? Give you a box quote?
Yeah. What would your box quote for Amico be?
What was the one from Tommy Boy? I could take a shit in the box and mark it guaranteed, but
it says MIDI Music Forever says they felt cheap, but how they were deceived. $80 controllers. Yeah, Lord Raycon. I'm pretty sure if they're not friends of Hans, they're friends. They're employees of Friends of Hans. Yeah, Chappie says I still like the artwork though. Just being honest, I like all the artwork except for the Finnegan Fox. The other artwork looks 70s-ish, and then the Finnegan Fox just looks too modern.
Out of place.
They both look too modern in contrast.
I mean, I don't like it as art stands. It looks good, but it's detracting from the other boxes, like you said, Tony. It just doesn't fit well.
Yeah. Mini Music Forever says, got to give Tommy that. Hans was a smart pickup. Hans was a great pickup to dominate Europe. Another thing to note, Tommy was bragging about this Eurogamer article, right? And how and people were saying that people were like, well, they need to give it to a regular, American US gaming website, right? And so people on Atari were saying that compared to the U.S., that Europe as a whole has a bigger market share for video games. You know, when you add all the countries together, they buy more, spend more on video games, buy more, right?
Right.
And someone proposed, well, if that was the case, if Europe is the bigger market, why did they allocate 40,000 box editions for the U.S. and only 10,000 for Europe?
Ah, now you're thinking outside the box.
Right? Because, I mean, if that's the bigger market, they should have gotten the bigger. But of course,
I totally
no
agree.
answer was given to that. MIDI Music says most of Europe doesn't speak German also. Well, they tried to. Germany was really intent on making all of Europe speak German, but they weren't successful in that endeavor. Fought 2 wars over it.
Where's Carl when you need him?
Yeah, that was Carl's perfect opportunity. Just jump right in. And,
Sorry, guys.
it says, only when I was already well behind with the dots did it finally click. I don't have to turn, but press. Each title uses the controller a little differently. Says, in addition, the Amico controller has motion control, a third tool with which the already numerous applications possibilities can be expanded. This was used in our test session at Evel Knievel. There we could adjust the angle at which the missiles were fired by simply tilting the controller to the left or right. So you have a bit of a Wii feeling in the living room. I mean, once again, the PlayStation controllers have motion control. The Switch controllers have motion control. I don't know. Do the Xbox controllers have motion control? I don't have an Xbox. Gary, do you know? Anybody in the chat know? Don't mention the war.
Sorry, I went MIA on you again. What was the question?
Do the Xbox controllers have motion controls?
I'm not sure about newer Xbox controllers. I'm not too sure if they have like a gyroscope or anything like that in there. I would assume that the new like what's the new Xbox called? I don't even keep track of it anymore. I think the the Series X might, and those Pro controllers, those $100, $150 controllers might possibly have that in there. I wouldn't put it past them for putting that in there for the price, but I'm not too sure. And we know PlayStation does, right? PlayStation 4 has motion stuff. Okay.
Chappie says, why send it to Eurogamer and not a journal stateside? Again, they didn't send it to Eurogamer. They sent it to Eurogamer.de, the smaller baby German sister of Eurogamer.
I mean, obviously they're looking for coverage, but they're not looking for grand scale coverage. This is done on purpose.
A smaller sub-site will be easier to manipulate, easier to slide your bullshit past, whereas a bigger site who has more people watching it, right. Eurogamer puts out the same article and the comments will be flooded. I think they got like 3 comments on this article right now. You've seen what happened when Kotaku covered it, and they got a fucking shit ton of comments, and all of them negative towards the Amico and Tommy.
Right. It was just more master manipulating going on. So
Luke says Kinect was their only attempt at motion controls. Well, no motion controls. Let's see. To go on, it says website. 2 small buttons on each of the 4 rounded corners are reminiscent of the classic console controllers and also have the same function. What classic console controllers have 2 shoulder buttons?
Well, they're trying to say, I think, that the original Intellivision, it's inspired by those, the 2 and the 4, the 2 on the side on each side. So I think that's what she was trying to point out.
I guess. Yeah, I'll give them that. If you are left-handed or if you just like it different, you can also turn the controller upside down and swap the position of the touchpad and rotary wheel. The screen rotates as soon as you press the tiny home button. So again, it doesn't automatically rotate. My phone will automatically rotate when I turn it. I don't have to press a button to let the phone know that I've turned it upside down. But the Amico controller needs you to press that button to let it know that you've reorientated it. For us, controllers and games were easy to understand overall. Did she not remember earlier when she said she didn't know how to fucking play Astro Smash?
Yeah, I guess not.
Am I going crazy?
Nope. Remember, you're in imagination land.
The console is quick to set up and should be accessible and intuitive to use by players of all generations. But here it is. It is also important because the Amico is not necessarily intended for an extended gaming evening alone on the bed, but rather to use it spontaneously. Gary, you're giving me feedback there. You're giving me some echo.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me drop out and drop back in. I had to check a couple text messages.
Oh, we lost Gary. It's all right. He will be missed. All right. It says, but do you have dogs who just lick everything that comes in front of them, or children whom gross motor skills are the order of the day? Not an issue. The controllers are waterproof and can fall off from time to time. I'm guessing that they mean you can drop them. Did you hear that, Gary? Your dog can lick an Amico controller, no problem.
Oh my God.
They say they're waterproof. I would like to test that because waterproof and water resistant are two different things. And I know there's a hole on the Amico controller where it connects to the, the power supply. So I'd be curious.
You got me up in the thing, Tony?
Yeah, you're up there.
Okay, because it's just not showing on my screen. Okay, there we go.
What I did was I made the article.
I just didn't know if you guys could hear me. But yeah, water resistant and waterproof are two different things.
MIDI says if it really are waterproof, then that would explain the price tag. Yeah, you could play in the bathtub, play inside the swimming pool. The family reunion or the wild flat share evening will not fall into the water because of curious children or a hunk of alcohol. So if you get drunk and you're dropping your White Claw all over this bad boy, no issues, baby. It says if you don't want to buy 8 controllers for the whole game, your smartphone will do the same. You can use your daily companion on the console via the app.
What sadistic bastard's gonna buy 8 controllers at? What were they? $80 pop?
Well, you only need 6 because 2 come with the machine.
Well, even 6. It's like, there was that talk that this was gonna be so affordable, so family friendly, and it's between the price of 8 special limited collector's edition games and the console being almost $250-$300 and those control. Man, this is getting up well over the price of 2 Switch OLED models.
Yeah, I wanted to make a video actually because there was always people saying how the Switch is so much more expensive compared to the Amico. And I was going to do a video, but I'm lazy. And basically the video was going to be for a Switch, you need a Switch, which is $250, an extra controller, which is $60. And so for $310, you can play 2-player Switch anywhere because the screen is the console. Whereas for an Amico, you need a $250 $100 Amico. You get 2 controllers, 6 games, so you don't got to worry about that. But you do need a house because you got to plug it in to an electrical socket. So a house is going to run you about $100,000. You're going to need a TV. It's going to be about $500. And of course, you're going to need a couch. Couches are like another $1,000. And your friends are going to come over. They're going to want pizza. So that's going to run you another $80. Pizza and drinks. So for like $120,000, you can play an Amico. If you have nothing right now and you just want the Amico to play, you need like $120,000.
So you mean to tell me if I gift the local guy that sits on our street down the road from me here, a bum, if you will, you mean if I give him an Amico, he just can't, Amico and a TV, somehow to play it, he can't play it. He needs a home. He needs internet.
You need a home, an internet, and you're going to probably need, like I said, a couch, friends.
Well, damn, come Christmas time, I think I'll just have to give him a Switch.
There's like ladies that are outside in the evening. They charge about $500 to be your friend. So you can get one of those to play the Amico with you.
I think she'll give me my 500 back.
Were you looking at houses at dead price? Well, it's going cheap. I mean, there's houses in the ghetto that are $100,000. I mean, it depends where you live. I'm sure $100,000 in New York City is not going to get you maybe a fucking little outhouse somewhere.
I'm south of Detroit. Come to my neck of the woods.
Yeah, you could buy all of Detroit for $100,000. Rhea says, do the controllers charge via mini USB? I think there's a little nub on the console that it docks into, and I think there was going to be a USB. And I know there's one on the back. I think you could use that to.
I mean, I would sure hope so. I mean, obviously these are going to not they're wirelessly. I hate saying that because it's not really the case. But most people, when those controllers start dying and you're not ready to get off the console, that's going to be a major downfall if you can't hook. Have it at least tethered somehow. So.
Yeah. Gogo13 says, I had 100,000 in normal neighborhood in Illinois, but probably much higher now because of COVID prices.
Yeah.
I'm not in the market for a house, so I don't know what they cost. I was just, numbers out my ass. I was doing the Tommy method, just pulling numbers out my ass. Says, our first impression, a solid alternative to the classic board game collection. So instead of playing board games like Monopoly or Clue, which cost about $5 each, pay $250 to play some Shark Shark.
It sounds about right.
The Intellivision Amico is an interesting device with controllers between smartphone and gamepad. They're not between smartphone. They're like nowhere near a smartphone. I mean, you can't do shit on the screen from the leaked dev portal. You can't do nothing on the screen other than touch it. It's not playing any music, any video. There's nothing. It says it offers a lot of crazy possibilities. It doesn't. They have not yet been available on any other system. What? Flashing lights? What? This is a fucking journalist, right? I'm not crazy.
It's debatable.
Did this lady just start? Is this her fucking first job?
I mean, she's kind of all over the place, contradicting herself back and forth.
This could mean many more innovative experiments in the future of this console. However, this wild mix also makes for a few small compromises. The controller feels a bit clunky, and the elements are sometimes not that easy to use with small hands. For example, I can't get my thumb to the opposite end of the touchscreen. So the controller is too big for this lady's hands. I remember we were saying that might be an issue for kids and stuff, people with small hands. So the Amico, friend in Italian, that I knew that was going to come in somewhere. And it's always got to appear in an article. Is always available for cooperative or competitive game sessions in small or large groups with up to 8 people. That's not true. It's not true. I mean, not all games are 8 people. Some games are only up to 4.
Yeah, I think we only have a hand.
It's not available now. Can't get it now.
Right.
It says whether you have fun with the console depends very much on your expectations. if you expect good games, you're not going to have fun. Small retro doodle games, educational games, and other family-friendly and social titles together with the versatile controller do not form a crass gamer setup, but rather a digital extension of your board game collection. There's not a single board game on the Amico right now. Not even Candyland or Monopoly or fucking Sorry or Clue. Clue would be good if the screen actually did something. So I hate when they make this comparison. It's like when they make the comparison to smartphones. They're like, well, it's just like a smartphone, but you don't have smartphone games. You don't have any games that are similar to the smartphone games. So it's not like a smartphone. You don't
Or
have
no apps.
Yeah.
Can it play YouTube?
But I'm saying a smartphone, like the smartphone games, are like the Match 3 games. They don't have. Any
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
They don't have a Match 3 game. They don't have any of the hidden clue games that are on mobile. They have none of the fucking MOBAs. There's no Clash of Clans. There's no fucking.
And correct me. What did they say they played? Shark and what else? Astro Smash
and Shark. That's the only two they mentioned.
And that's a solid alternative to the classic board game collection. That's puzzling in itself.
Yeah, Bomini TV, the board game market is huge at the moment, and they do not want when you see the board game market, right? And I think this is again when people are out of touch, because even Pat and Ian, or Pat more so than Ian, was out of touch with what kind of board games people are playing. And I think Tommy's the same way. Board game sales are through the roof, and the whole board game market is, it's getting up there. It's not quite at the video game levels, but it's getting up there.
Are we talking about like just standard, like what's at retail board games? Or are we talking about the board games that are like not at retail?
That's exactly it. You see, they don't differentiate that. When you pull the sales figures for board games, or when they talk about board game sales, like you see a headline, Kotaku will be like, board game sales hit an all-time high, right?
Right.
Tommy just sees that because he doesn't have the mental fortitude to read the whole article. He just sees the headline and probably thinks, fucking, they sold a shit ton of Candyland, so I'm going to jump in on the board game train. It's actually these like fucking specialty board games with all these rules and this fucking, big thing. This isn't fucking Risk, and fucking even Settlers of Catan is probably too simple for what most people are playing on board games now.
Right.
Luke says, I don't have any amigos to play Amico with. What can I do? Maybe some low-level YouTubers will come hang with me. I have White Claw in the fridge. Dope. Where you at, Luke? We're going to come hang out. People spend hundreds on board games, yeah. But actual, like, good board games. A board game costs more than $5, though. No, Mitty. I can go down to fucking Target and get Candyland or fucking Clue or one of those bullshit board games, or like fucking Guess Who for $5, all right?
Life.
Yeah. No, I think Life might be on a little more expensive. It might be like $10.
Yeah, that's like a $15, $20 game.
But they go on sale all the time. All the fucking time.
Oh, yeah. Every year, just before Christmas, they hit like half off, don't they?
Yeah. Hi-Ho, Cheerio, all those simple like kids board games. Like I said, like
Shoots and Ladders.
Yeah. Tommy misread it as board games and thought I was a jackpot. Yeah, Pictionary's cheap. I mean, what really comes in a Pictionary thing? Fucking
nothing but a sheet of paper.
Yeah.
Well, there's a game board, right? There's a game board.
Sometimes depends on which version you're playing. I know the original was just basically two whiteboards.
Yeah, you don't even need that. You just need a whiteboard, a pen and a paper, and a timer. That's it. And you play Pictionary all you want.
Yeah, and they had cards, so you would pull a card, and that would be what you would draw.
Yeah, there you go.
Same thing with like Hangman. I mean, you don't really need that much to play Hangman. Though I don't think that's family friendly anymore.
Hey, yeah.
All right, where are we at? We're almost done here. But that's a good thing because we already have consoles from Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft for the big 60-hour AAA games. I mean, they also have small 5-hour. I just played 2 shooters on Sony. They cost me.
Why is this a common talking point though? Why do we always have to point out that? But it's different, but that's a good thing. We don't need something that's the same. No, I'm not asking for something that's the same. I'm just asking for something that's like good.
Yeah. It's like, you know what? You can go to McDonald's and get all those different items on their menu, or you can come to my store and all I have is fries. They're not as good as the McDonald's fries, but I still have fries. That's all I have. It says, there's currently no fresh alternative to the Wii or the traditional board game box that brings friends together on the sofa to compete or unites the entire family in front of the TV. Bullshit. I mean, PlayStation tried with the PlayLink, which was a bunch of games made specifically to use your cell phones to play them on multiplayer on your PlayStation for family fun, for game night and stuff like that. And they were like new board games basically made for the PlayStation. And that thing flopped. No one fucking barely knows about it. And this is from Sony.
Yeah, the Wii happened and the Wii is done. And anybody looking to get that experience again that doesn't have a Wii is probably going out and buying a Wii again, secondhand market, and experiencing it, because there is only one console that did motion controls, halfway decent, and that was the Wii. Okay. So,
but they haven't even demonstrated any motion controls. There's no cornhole demonstration. They didn't play cornhole. They didn't play anything. They used the tilt for fucking Evel Knievel to shoot a rocket. You could tilt on all the controllers.
Right. So this is a very disjointed journalist in their ideas here. That's why I said they're kind of all over the place. You really didn't give any examples. You played a few games, and then all of a sudden the motion controls are amazing. This is like playing board games. It's just baffling.
And again, like always, they act like they don't know. Like, it would be fine for them to say, you know what, this console has small games that are cheap, that are available on other consoles, but here it is dedicated to just that. You don't have to wade through the $60 games to get to the $10 ones, right? Because they're all $10. That I'd be like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. But to act like they don't exist, like I said, I got 2 shooters on PlayStation this weekend, $10 each. I think one of them was like $5 because it was on sale.
I mean, the amount of games, I actually went on the Switch store last night because I wanted to see what's on sale. There's constantly a sale going on. I don't know if that's the same on Xbox or PlayStation, but there are constantly games. And granted, there are a lot of things you have to, sift through and make a good judgment call whether this game's for you. But there are plenty of games that are on sale for under, around the $2 mark, $1 mark. And, quality games that go on sale for like 75% off. If you want to say, well, that's unfair, those games are on sale, there are plenty of games that sit around the $6 mark, $7 mark. And these are quality games. These are games that can give you the exact same kind of experience as like what the Amico is trying to offer, just simple pick up and play, spend 5-10 minutes playing it on the bus, put it down. Or you can get quality games. I've picked up quite a few games that, offered a 2, 3, 4, 5 hour experience for the, $5.99 price tag. So yeah, it's a terrible argument to come to the big boys table with. It's terrible.
Yeah. Luke Skywalker says they're practically giving away board games on Black Friday. Yeah. I stand by my $5 board games. NinjaKitty says, how does the Amico not have a trivia game for launch? PS3 had the Buzz trivia games, and those were super fun games that my friends and I played over a few drinks. Yeah, exactly. They don't have any trivia games. There's no there's not even any romance games or like
I think the emoji charades is probably they thought that was good enough,
Yeah, that's true. But we don't even know if that's a launch title or within the launch window.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know much about the game, so.
What up, 1-inch biceps?
Hey.
Says, who'd make the trivia, Tommy? Question, how does the Intellivision Amico cost? Hey, $150. quality free-to-play games too. Yeah, there's a ton of free-to-play shit on all the major consoles. Yeah, 56K warning. YouTube channels pump out weekly Switch game release roundups. The amount of eShop games coming out for Switch is tiring at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's an argument you can make. You can say, you know what? There's an overwhelming number of games. You know, you can't focus on what you want to play. I have that problem myself. I have so much that sometimes I'm like, what do I want to play? Fuck, I can't decide, and then I end up not playing anything. So you can say, you know what? By having limited options, you know, you can focus on the games. But the games are so short that it's like that's not a benefit. Like if I had just Final Fantasy games, you know, RPGs are long. There's only 6 of them. Like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I can play this game for 60 hours. You know, in 60 hours, I'll be done with all the fucking Amico games and have nothing left to play. Now, the best part of this article, Gary, if you can believe it or not, is the comment section.
3 comments.
3 comments.
Jump. It's more like a slow-paced walk here.
But there's a comment from somebody. I'm pretty sure it's somebody we know.
Uh-oh. Do I get 3 guesses and the first 2 don't count?
Yeah, go ahead. You can guess.
Could it be the legendary Tommy T? No?
No.
Or is it the... Oh, okay. Who would be my top 3 people that comment? It would either be Tommy, Relic Gamer, or I don't know, Hans. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I needed more than 3 guesses.
You're wrong. All right. So the first comment is from Nuchtmeister 2009. I only say Anbernick 351. Huge selection of games and cost half. I guess that's some German thing. Probably some knockoff system. We're going to go to this comment here. Ich under. The article ends with a 280-pound cliffhanger. Up to this sentence, I was actually in the why not camp. Is anyone buying this? Why do you think good as the first console? What do you think good as the first console? Okay. So this next comment, we're going to try to be slick here. Did you experience any controller lag? It has been a visible problem in earlier footage. Have they fixed that yet? From the user named I am not Leo.
Leo DS, huh?
No, that's not Leo. It says specifically that he's not Leo.
It's I am not Leo. Oh, okay, I got you.
So I thought that was funny. I don't know if that is Leo. I'm pretty sure it was him just being funny. But
either that or we got some he's got some German fans that like the show.
Possibly. I think he is over in Germany, so.
Oh, okay.
Now, I know we're always negative, always critical.
No.
But I actually thought of something that could be good if the Amico does it. Took me a while. Took me, what are we, like 2 years in? 2 years in, I've thought of something that perhaps would be interesting if they implement it. So, Tommy, get your notebook pad out. Get the pen. Pay close attention.
Well, the interns are working hard.
Okay. So, because the Amico is going to have leaderboards for all their games, right? Now, follow me on this, Gary. Since they're going to have leaderboards for all their games, and we know they're going to do like world, city, state, country, and all that shit. They're going to break it down.
Right.
But that's not good enough for me, right? That wouldn't really work for, like if I want to compete with Gary and Beefy and NinjaKitty and say Leo, right? Say we're competing on Astro Smash. I'm not going to be able to really see everybody's score. So I think the Intellivision Amico should have custom leaderboards. Allow you to make a leaderboard of, your friends, since you can't play online with each other, at the very least, let me make a leaderboard that has my name, Gary, Leo, Beefy, NinjaKitty, Bomberny, fucking Gen X, and then we can look and come home like, oh, and send an alert to my phone. Gary just beat your high score at Astro Smash. Well, fuck you, Gary. I'm gonna go home and play some Astro Smash. Teach you a lesson. oh fuck, Gen X just beat me at Moon Patrol. Shit, I gotta go play Moon Patrol. You know, that would get me interested because I do like competing, but I don't like competing against people. I don't know who the fuck is in my state, you know, who's in the country, you know, these random usernames. So if I could like make a custom leaderboard of 10 to 20 people, show the top 10, 20 scores or whatever, I think that'd be good, especially since you have like a lot of YouTubers, you know, so the Amico fans would be able to compete against each other. Like, here's the current leaderboard for the Amico fans, and you know, fucking Cyrus is on top at fucking biplanes, and you know, Turbo Joe's on the bottom or whatever, and that would give people, you know, to be able to make videos and you'd be able to do stuff and have fun.
Yeah, I definitely think it would help. But is it gonna save the disaster that is? I mean, really, it would have been nice to just have online features, even without like. I know they wanted to stray away from negativity and the way people are online. That could have just simply been done with not including like voice chat. You just cut that entirely, and I think you cut probably 90% of the problem. Because I mean, what are you left with other than people maybe rage quitting or disconnecting on you? Playing something like Spades would have been fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
You know, kind of like an old, like playing on like Yahoo card games back in the day. Things like that would have been great. But
I remember playing Spades on fucking, I think it was AOL.
yeah,
We would play Spades, and me and my friend would be on the phone, be like, "What do you got? Oh, okay, you got that. All right."
cheating.
56K warning says mobile games have been doing that since 2010. Yeah, I know mobile games do it, but I know that the PlayStation doesn't do it. The Xbox, I don't know if the Xbox does it. I don't think the Switch does it. So if I could make it custom, because it would allow you.
I think it's per game basis though, right? I think there's certain games that have the filters where you can see what your friends are, you know, high score. So I think it's a per game basis, but overall, no.
Luke says they don't need to because the leaderboards will be shills only. They're the only ones buying it. It's going to be the same 5 or 6 names for every game. Maybe. But like I said, I think it would help. Like in the case of, you know, there's a lot of people. Obviously the market is older people, and a lot of them don't have local friends that are going to be playing the Amico. So you know, having a leaderboard for like local and it's just them in the house playing it is not really going to be anything other than sad. So being able to say, hey, let me put Gary's name and Luke's name and Gogo's name on there, and the 4 of us can fucking compete at something, you know, even if we're not getting these ridiculous scores, but I could still like, hey, fuck you, Gary, I just beat your score. You suck.
I really don't think you're gonna have a hard time finding like someone like OEB playing like Shark high score if you want to challenge his score. But
like I said, I'm just trying to be positive, just trying to, you know, this would be a little something nice, something that I think would help them. But you know, you got to have good games. Obviously, you got to have games I'm going to want to play.
Yeah, we need to get other ducks in a row before we start talking about options and whatnot, you know.
Just remember, if you see Tommy announce custom leaderboards, I said it here first. Chappie says they should get Billy Mitchell on there. I'd play every game just to beat that fucker. You can't beat Billy Mitchell. His score automatically adds 10 points every time you go above him.
That'd be a liability for Amico. You think they're in trouble now? Wait till they have Billy Mitchell endorsing him. They'd be sued.
I mean, Billy Mitchell never cheats, and he's completely honest. Don't sue me, Billy. When you think of it, isn't this very much like a direct sales scam where the shills are the ones ending up buying the shit? In a way, I guess. You got anything else to discuss Amico-wise, Gary? You got anything you want to?
No, I think we covered it. You know my take on it. I tried to give him credit on the release date. or release day of the physical media. I thought it was it was well received, at least by me. It's nothing special, but it was nothing to, they didn't really put their foot in their mouth until a few days later and they cut the sales. But it's more of the same. We're just beating that horse into oblivion. So
yeah, I think I have one more thing. I gotta find it. Let me see if I can, because I'm always one step ahead of Tommy, always one step ahead of the Intellivision team. And I actually have spies at Intellivision. Did you know that, Gary?
you have spies? Wow. You're well connected.
They've actually taken photos, because people always ask, what are they doing there? What do they do at Intellivision, right? Like what work are they doing? So I contacted my spy to get a picture of Tommy actually working on the Amico. So, I'm not sure. Do you guys want to see that? Do you want to see an actual picture of Tommy Tallarico working on the Intellivision Amico? Is that something that would interest anybody? Hey, what's up, GenXGamer? I'm about to head out myself. Gary's going to be taking over in a little bit. So
if anybody would like to join.
MIDI Music says we want to see the picture. Marin says, hell yeah. I'm not lying, Amico Day. I have a picture. I'll show it. I'll show you right now. Spill the Amico beans. All right. You guys got to promise you can't show this image anywhere. I'm probably going to have to blur it out on the replay because I don't want to get fucking sued. I don't want them to know. But I'm going to show you an actual picture of Tommy Tallarico at Intellivision HQ working on the Amico. You ready for it?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Have I built it up enough for you guys to really fuck my shit? Okay, my shit's fucking up. Hold on. The fuck? Why is it? No, that's not what I want.
Interns are currently scrambling at headquarters.
It won't let me open this fucking image in a new tab. Hold on. All right, fuck it. I just open the tab I got. All right, interns. Turn around. I don't want you seeing this. Live footage. Tommy Tallarico working on the Amico. There it is, folks. Seen it here first.
That's a pretty big stick.
That's the stick he uses to poke it. Like the Fonz. He's like, hey, he hits the Amico and tries to make it do something.
That's a boomer stick.
Habit Amico Day says he's scheduled for an interview next week. I don't know. Tony put spine device in John Alvarado's mustache. The mustache worked for me. 1 Inch Bicep says, I think it was photoshopped. Now, that's a real picture. That's a real.
That's legit.
You telling me that's not Tommy?
Hey.
Where has the stick been, though?
Yeah, this is true. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff.
Luke says that's the biggest wood he'll ever had in his hand. It's perfectly to scale. Yeah, it is. But
man, how'd you get your hands on that picture?
I told you, John Alvarado's mustache works for me. don't burn the games. NS wants to know, do you still got the Amico shell? I do. I still have the shell. I'll actually show it if Gary wants to take over talking real quick.
Yeah, so you still he has the shell. Do you still have your name on it, Tony? Well, Tony's gonna not be there. He's going to grab it. But apparently, Tony,
Yeah. I still got my name on it.
You still got your name on it. Is there a way to, like, if you I know there's been talk about it. Is there a way to get that off without ruining the finish on it? Can you use like hairspray just to get it off?
You get it taken off? I'm not sure.
I think you probably could maybe get away with it, but I think that's especially. Did you write it with Sharpie?
Yeah, silver Sharpie.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know about that. I think that name's there to stay. But no, definitely a cool piece of Amico history, right? So a shell that you may or may never see. Yeah, that could be the only one. You know, we don't know as of yet. Could be the only shell in existence. Hopefully the Amico shells are biodegradable and 100% recyclable, because if they don't sell any, where are they going to go? I need to open up window here so I can see chat, because I can't see chat. Just bear with me.
Is this how it's going to be, Gary, when I leave in a couple of minutes?
I need to see chat. That's why I said I need somebody who can see chat. Let's see here. I'm a yes man. All right, here we go. I got chat pulled up. I'm not echoing right now, am I? Mike Garcia says, Gary, how many Amico pre-orders do you have? 0.
All right, there it is. There's the shell. You can see my name's right there. There's Tommy's name. And of course, Amico, no access on there. So as you can see, it is live. That's my hand. So there it is, folks. You can see my reflection, 1-inch biceps. No, you can't. You don't see nothing. Show your face. It's time. No. Maybe when I get back, maybe when I go on the road, because I'm going to go pick up Sidekick Max, maybe I'll show my face on the road. Man, that is something, Tony. That's probably the weirdest part of the whole Amico drama thing. Arm was white, not green. Yeah. That's the arm that goes up Kermit to make a move. Gary, you still with us? It's kind of like how Gannon has part of the Triforce. Gary, where you at, Gary?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't look at the chat. That's the problem. If I start watching chat a little too long, I just kind of cut out from the stream. So this is gonna be a little difficult for me.
Fainted at the sight of the holy shell. Yeah, that's it. Tony is like that dude in porn who wears a mask. He'll never. Wait a minute. How'd you know about my day job? Luke, who told you? I need somebody to jump on. NinjaKitty, you want to jump on with Gary real quick?
Yeah, that would be much appreciated. Like I told Tony before the show, he's gonna leave me like Wayne in Wayne's World. I'm gonna be Garth sitting there just looking.
I put the link in the chat. Somebody jump on. Be Gary's partner for a couple minutes.
I came ill prepared today, Tony.
I know.
I mean, I could talk about definitely like my thoughts on like the new Smash character Sora, but I can't really have any discussion. I can't see chat, so
if
things like that.
CM Retro's here, he can jump on. You guys can talk toys while I'm gone. But there ain't nobody. It's gonna be real lonely, Gary.
Oh, I am. I'm gonna. You mind if I can pull out some Switch stuff?
Oh, here we go. No, Intellivision Zero. You're not coming on.
Hey, the savior.
NinjaKitty's here to save. Intellivision Zero try to jump on. No. What's up, Ninja?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Just watching UFC and listening to you guys.
All right, I'm going to take the Amico banner off so you guys can talk about whatever you want.
And talk about it, me.
Oh, look at that. Gen X is here, too.
Go.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
Not much.
Well, what's up, Gen X? I'm about to leave for like 20 minutes. Who the hell is this? I got someone else trying to jump on. But I'm going right now. Gary, you're in charge. Have fun.
I'll try my best.
All right, guys. I can't see chat because I'm on my phone and I'm driving.
Yeah, I can't see chat either. I usually stream from my phone, so it's a little difficult for me.
I got chat here.
Okay, cool. Because I tried to do like if I try to go towards the page, it just cuts me out, and you guys couldn't hear me while I was talking. It works for just a little bit, but then just cuts out on me. So, hey, Gen X, I was definitely thinking about that bet. I was talking to Tony about like the stipulations and everything on that. You know, I've been weighing the options on it. I'm still unsure.
I've been talking to him because I didn't want to make it that somebody could, skew the results from one side or the other. That was one of my concerns. The other concern is I don't want people, being bothered or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I just
right.
I want to make it fun for everybody, and I don't want anybody to piss in the punch bowl, as they say. I was going to ask you guys, right? What do you think would be the best way to list these, or what website, would be the best, just to prevent that? I was thinking eBay, but having a requirement that the user have so many, so many sales or so many transactions, right? So we don't have somebody just make up an account and try to go in there and bid, either $1 million or nothing, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I don't know if you could do that per se. I think the best, because I was talking to Tony about this, I said, well, how, not that you're not a trustworthy guy, but to say like, well, especially with the way he was explaining it to me, is that you wanted to do it for 30 days, right?
Yeah, those are usually how listings work, right? I mean, I don't want to make it open-ended till the end of the year and just, I don't have the time to spend, guys. I work like, 60 hours a week in general, so I can't be babysitting this thing. You know, so that was just my idea, you know, of just getting it done in 30 days, and whoever comes up with the best, you know, the top bid or whatever. I mean, tell you the truth, it's not looking good for me. I mean, I don't believe any of this, you know, we're running out stuff. You know, I mean, it's not something I can find any evidence for. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, you know, of course, I have to break up the games, because if I sell them as packs, I mean, everybody has packs. It's not going to make it, you know, unique to this sale. The whole point is to raise money for charity, you know, at least give me a fair shot at raising some money. And that's it, you know, and then if I fail, you know, if I give it the good old college try and I fail, then, you know, somebody gets to light them up. Then I end up with the part that nobody understands is that if I lose this bet, I have 0 games, because I lose the ones that I sell and I didn't make it, right?
Right.
I couldn't make a profit. And then the spare box goes up in smoke. So I end up with nothing if I fail. You know?
Now, how are you handling the? You said it has to be 50% more than what was paid, right?
Yeah, because if I don't make any profit, right? If I just sell it for the same amount, then that's not a fair bet to the other people. So I have to make at least 50% profit on what I got it for, right? Which is I bought it for 176.04. So whatever 50% on top of that is, right? So I have to sell them for 50% on top of that price. And then after that, whatever dollar I make, then, you know, people can start matching for the charity.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
because
I think
if I just sell them for $1 more, then that's not fair, right? I mean, if I just say, here, take the box and I'll sell it to you for 187 or whatever it is, that's not really a fair deal, because anybody will take that.
right. So basically, what you're looking at, I think, is it's around 260-ish is where you're at. That's eight boxes. What's the math on that? What's that, like 30? Is it 30 a piece? I can't even do the math right now. 8 is
You're on the spot, Gary.
30, about $35 is what you got to make off every game. I think it's totally fair.
And I don't think I can tell you on the ones that suck, I'm not going to make that money. Maybe on the other ones that people want, you know. But
right.
I mean, who's going to give me $35 for Brain Age?
Right. The brain duel. The brain duel is going to be the rough one to sell.
That'll be the rare one, because no one likes it.
I think you won't have a problem probably selling the Finnegan Fox.
Just gonna interrupt you, gents, because I can't bring the chat on the screen because I'm not a mod. Right. But 56K warning says you don't want people to know your eBay account. We have weirdos on the internet, so he's recommending not to use eBay, because then people will, you know, spam your account or do something.
Well, okay. I mean, you can always make a secondary eBay account. That's relatively easy if that's what you want to do. Then again, it's going to give you, you know, if you get the wrong guy buying you, it's going to. I don't know if it shows your address or not when you're the buyer. Yeah. You know, I'm not sure, but
the other thing I was thinking, you know, and this is just a thought that I had, and I don't know how feasible this is. It's just having like a bid list, you know, put up a list somewhere and say, okay, here are the games, you know, and I would like to get this. What do you guys bid? You know, I'm Excel spreadsheet or some shit. I don't know.
Well, the best thing is, though, if you did use eBay, you're going to get that maximum reach. That's going to be a little rough if you do like a bid list like that. I mean, obviously, this is for charity, so anybody who's going to play games and be a little shit about it, obviously that's awful. Obviously this is to raise money for charity, so it's a great thing in itself. Even if you had it on eBay, we kind of hope that, you know, some of these guys are not, you know, trolling or whatnot, because that's just not cool.
Yeah.
But definitely, I think eBay would be the way to go. We'd have to just work out a way to, you know, hide, you know, certain information. Then hopefully the person who's actually buying from you is not, you know, a total asshole, because clearly you can. And I'm pretty sure you could list it even with that, like saying that. I don't think I wouldn't have an issue with at least, you know, putting that in the listing. that this is kind of a charity thing that's going on. That could help a little bit more too with possibly with the sale too. I think that's pretty fair. Because that at the end of the day, like you said, that's what it's all about, right? It's about money going back and forth and going to the charity.
I think eBay has the option of putting that the money go to a charity completely, right?
Right.
I haven't listed something on eBay for a while, but I believe that's a choice to say, okay, I'm just gonna the entire proceeds are gonna go to this specific charity, I think, except for the shipping, right? And everything goes there.
Possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. I have to go in and look at it.
Another comment from the chat from Chappy McChapster. How can you tell the difference between the ones that suck and the ones that don't suck?
you can't really, but you could just make an assumption on what the quality games are there. And if I were to pick one that would be the high seller, I probably would go with Finnegan Fox as being the more modern game that looks like it has a little bit more meat on the bones. That at least in my assumption would be the big selling game of the lot.
Yeah, I think so. And people like the box art. At least the old man cringe community like me. I mean, I tell you that I'm buying these for the boxes more than anything else.
Right, and I don't know if you've heard my take on it, talking with Tony here, and then our video that we had on release day or the announcement day. I think it looks they look rather well. As someone who's a younger Intellivision guy, I know I get a lot of flack from these guys who tell me I'm Amico, well, not Amico, but Intellivision, the original Intellivision sucks. I love, I grew up with it, so I definitely have a fondness for it. And the boxes kind of semi remind me of old Intellivision stuff. They look good. I think they look, okay. I thought the announcement was rather well done. It was more so about the product than Tommy this time, and I think they got right down to the point and showed us what was finally what was in the boxes. Everybody's been wanting to see what it was, and I think a coin's okay. I think a lenticular card's okay. I'm a big supporter of game like limited run, special reserve, these sites that put games together that otherwise you couldn't get at retail. And they always have these kind of trinkets with games. They Hunt Down came out with a collection that has a figure from Super 7. I think it has a cassette tape, trading cards, one huge big package. So it's nothing that like you can complain about. It's stuff that's been done before. It's nothing revolutionary, but it's nice. At least they're giving you something good. And if the system does release next year, and these games, you're buying a promise, right? These RFID cards.
But see, now you're saying something positive. That's a really bad thing, right?
Well, that's always my stance on it.
One thing that I find hilarious is that both sides act the same way. Not everybody, but there's a section, right, of the diehards on both sides that act the same way. I mean, if you read my comments section, you could hear some people clutching their pearls, just how could you how could you buy this? You're giving him money, like $300 is gonna save this fucking shit show, right? The nut, you have an $11 million nut that you can't even cover with these boxes. Number one. Number two, these are the same guys that have an Xbox, right, sitting at their house. They play everything from Activision, right? And they, the fact that Bill Gates was at fucking Pedo Island with fucking Weinstein doesn't even cross their fucking mind, right? That has they'll fucking buy those games all day long. They'll buy Activision products, right? Where people are getting fucking harassed for fucking 2 years. They got no problem with that, right? But yeah. Tommy's the worst. And I'm not saying he's good, but he's certainly not the worst. And you guys have spent fucking thousands of dollars on those games. And you didn't even look at that because it doesn't fit what's hot right now, right? People don't even talk about that shit. So it's a little, hypocritical, but it's fucking funny, right? Because you're just staring at a little single point in the in the map, and then when you step back and you just look at these people argue, and you go, okay, well, all right, that's bad. So do you apply this logic to everything?
Right. Yep.
No, you don't.
And you know what, you brought up a good point, because I don't know, I think it was a couple weeks back, maybe 3 weeks or a month now. Me, Tony, and Carl covered the whole Blizzard thing, and what was our take on whether we would support them going forward, and that whole situation. And it was in my opinion that I try to separate the art from the artist, because I do think that.
And I don't want to mislead anybody. I'm a game hoarder, a self-proclaimed game hoarder. I will buy games from fucking Satan himself if I think they're good and that they're going to go up in value, right? So right. I'm not, I just don't give a shit. I've never thought about that. I mean, if you go through back in gaming history, some of the most popular games had some of the biggest fucking assholes working on them. But we worship the fucking games, and they're expensive as hell, and people still buy them. That's just facts.
Yeah, and I'm in the same boat too. I've been a avid gamer since I was 4, since I could remember playing my Intellivision and my Nintendo and Sega Genesis. These last probably 10 years, I'd say I've become a gamer / investor. Kind of sort of, but picking up, lots and buying games and putting these away, because I just have way too many games to actually get through everything. The backlog is so gigantic. It's insane. There's just no way. There's not enough time in the day, between, juggling kids and, daily life stuff, and then having to get through these games. So obviously I think when you get to that point and you've played a lot of things, either fall out of the hobby, or you find something else in the hobby to kind of occupy that time. And I do a lot of buying and selling. I do a lot of, research on game prices and how those are fluctuating. So I totally understand it from that, that aspect. That,
as you get older, it gets even worse. I've gotten to the point where when I'm calculating, shit, do I have enough life to fucking fill my backlog?
Right.
Right? Because I have more games than I'll ever fucking play. I use them for decoration.
Right.
That's really what I do. I have like a Zen spot where I do my investing, and I just it's like people have plants. That's what I use my games for. Most of the time. But yeah, it doesn't get any better as you get older. The only difference is if you invest wisely, you might have more money to buy more games. That's about it.
Yeah, and that's what I've noticed, like, myself doing, is kind of going through stuff that at least I'm not a hoarder to the point where I can get rid of some of this stuff. And like I said, yesterday I recently have sold a few bigger, more popular titles out of my Game Boy collection, just to kind of fund my new little hobby, which is it's Arcade 1-Up, and they're getting very pricey. And I told myself at the beginning that I wanted 3 cabs. From the beginning, which was, Turtles, which Konami beat 'em ups, where I think were like the best back in, when I was a kid, and I went to places like Chuck E. Cheese, Caesarland, stuff like that. So I hold a fond memory for those. So I've been kind of selling off things here and there just to come up with the cash to get, Turtles, Simpsons, and X-Men. So I'm definitely okay with getting rid of some of this stuff, but the investor side it's definitely like, it's definitely I weigh in my my pros and cons here, whether I should be getting rid of these old games or holding on to them, when to sell them. But it's definitely been fun.
Yeah, you know what? When you have kids, so for example, I look at The Last Gamer, right? And he's probably the last good gamer, the one that didn't get corrupted by all the e-beggars. They actually ran him out of town with all their bullshit. But him, at some point, he's got kids. There's somebody will write you a check that you can't say no to, right? I mean,
Right.
and if you have kids, you have to take it. You have to take it. I don't, John Hancock in his museum, whatever. And he said once before that he would sell them, but I mean, if he's, he's a father, he's got kids or whatever, and he's everybody donated to that virtual museum, whatever the fuck it is. But if somebody writes him a check, shit, you got to sell, man. I mean, especially at how hot this market is.
Yeah, you can't take it with you when you're gone, and you're all and it's in my opinion that I have so much stuff that I couldn't imagine like being gone and leaving my family with the burden of having to go through the thousands and thousands of games I have.
Gary, you know what happens at that point?
It just gets sold cheap.
Yep. And then someone like you, who's a younger version of you, will pick it up.
Yep.
For pennies on a dollar. Anyways, I'm going back to the chat here. Most of them are making fun of you, so sorry, guys. Don't read all that stuff. Wiley wants to know, did he say plants? Do you water your games? ?
Well, actually, when I relax, and this is actually a serious answer. When I want to relax, what I do is I actually just take time in my relaxation time of the month, really when I'm going to go into deep thought, is when I sit there and clean that room and clean the games.
With water.
Because they hold a lot of memories for me.
Actually, one of that, to
Mike,
actually touch on... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mike Garcia says, Gen X can't take his L, worse than Max, smiley face. Ooh.
But to
saying you can't take your L.
But to touch on his point, touch on his point though.
What was it? Hold on a second. Can you explain to me what he means? Because a lot of these guys say something, and I'm not understanding what the hell he's saying.
The L would be you cannot take your loss. I scrolled down. I can't remember. Worse than Max, and that would be the Movie Madness guy, I guess. So he's saying
what
you just
loss
can't.
Is he talking about?
The Movie Madness, the Dr. Doom guy.
I think they're trying something to do with them calling. I don't know. I don't know how this whole thing got blown out of proportion. Personally, I think you're a pretty upfront guy. I think you make that pretty clear in your videos. I think you've made it pretty clear that this is all for entertainment purposes, and I think there's just a few guys out there just trying to rile you up.
Well, I can tell you this. Look, I only when I talk to people, I don't mind if you criticize me on whatever. Just don't make shit up, right? If you're gonna bust my balls, and there's plenty to bust my balls for, right? I'm not like the people that are never wrong, right? Because they're never wrong about anything. There's plenty of things that I get wrong, and if I know that I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But don't make up something and then criticize me on it, right? So, for example, if I, have I ever said the Amico itself sucks? No, I haven't, because I think I would have fun with that machine, but that's because I'm old, right? Because the other consoles that I have are like, because I'm playing on the Saturn, I'm playing on the Dreamcast, I play on the fucking Atari, right? So those graphics to me, they're not the worst that I've ever seen, right? So I'll give you an example. I play the Xbox 360, and my son tries to explain to me why, his Xbox One S does all this other shit that's more special, whatever. And I have glasses like fucking, like bottles. So I don't see a huge difference. You know what I'm saying? The race tracing doesn't make the game better for me, in any way. And there's some games that I like to play that, like Pitfall. How good is Pitfall gonna look ever, right? So I could have fun with that machine. I never said it sucks. I've criticized the organization because it's a shit show. You could have done a lot better. You had great ideas and very poor execution, right? You just keep fumbling the ball. It's like, and I've said it before, it looks like somebody, like college buddies, got together and said, let's do this, instead of professionals,
I will have to agree with the graphics thing. I think we've had this conversation, like lots of conversations about this, where Tommy says, the graphics is too much and people want it simple. And one of my favorite games I played over the last 10 years was Castle Crashers, which was very basic graphics.
That's fantastic.
It was so much fun. I think my daughter was 5 when she first played it. So it's easy to play. There's jump, attack, magic. It's super simple.
And you know what? I wouldn't even say that's basic, NinjaKitty. It's just it's the art style. Some people just don't like Intellivision looking games. They don't like that very primitive look. They don't like Nintendo 8-bit style or what have you. I mean, obviously you have your opinions and
taste.
Right. But I think something like Castle Crashers is another game where once they got to the 360, I think games started just kind of evening out. Like, these games look good. You can go back. They're not like PlayStation 1 where you go play something that has like a lot of polygons and it's kind of rough around the edges. I think we got to a point where games are solid now. You can go back and play Grand Theft Auto 4 and it looks fantastic still. It still plays really well, holds up really well. One thing I was going to tell you that's generational and doesn't translate is things like Cloudy Mountain and the box art, right? So for a younger generation, it doesn't mean shit. Right? It just doesn't. That looks like an average game that you could play on fucking anything. For us, and I know you guys maybe haven't seen my first video, but the reason I started looking at Intellivision and supporting it is because the first time I ever played an Intellivision, I got laid. So I have very, very special memories of this machine, right?
Lefty or righty?
Huh?
By lefty or righty?
No, she was pretty hot. She was pretty hot. But, I mean, for me, because at that time I was really kind of nerdy. But anyway, you can watch my video and whatever. But that's the reason there's a connection there. You know what I'm saying? So for us, if you get a game like Cloudy Mountain that's retro reimagined and you put it with that kind of box art, it's like crack, man. We'll buy it. If it's under $40, it's sold, right? But that's not going to be the same for everybody else.
Right.
So it's pretty subjective,
Hey, Gary, I think Tony wants back on.
Oh, yeah? Is he back? Or do I have to send him a link?
I think you're the moderator, so you have to add him on. And in the meantime, there was another comment here, which was a decent one from Tommy Ouyamico. And he said, collecting is a different hobby than gaming. I don't collect. To me, that's a sign you don't care about gaming. So I was wondering if you guys game on your collection or do you just buy them and let them sit?
Oh, I play. This is what I found from doing the channel. And I can tell you this right now. I play, but to me, it's always been a very lonely activity for me to sit back and relax. And specifically because when I was a kid, right, I wasn't in the best of situations. And the first time, and now, kids today would be fucking folding in pieces, for, some of the stuff that some of us went through as kids. But the first time I ever felt okay from all the bad situations that I had was when I played video games. That was the very first time. So that's the connection for me. That's the first time I started feeling better about our situation back then. So
kind of like an escape.
Why, exactly, because I didn't, and it got for me, like I would give I made videos about this, I didn't want to do drugs. I wanted to game. One time I spent my coworkers went to a strip club and spent the stipend at the strip club, and I went and bought a PlayStation with my money, right?
Yeah.
So those are the kind of things that I've done. So it's always been a very lonesome kind of experience for me, but in a good way, not in a bad way. It's almost like a distressful experience from the day, and it's not one that I feel with sharing like people, especially live. Like I would be a horrible fucking streamer. I couldn't do that.
Well, it's pretty tough. I've tried it before. It's hard to do both things at the same time, especially if it's something that's a bit challenging.
Yeah. And the other thing, guys, I don't block anybody on my channel. Like you can come and talk smack to me in my channel. I have no freaking problems that you do. But just don't be a snowflake when when I give you a little pushback, right? So if you say something that's untrue, I'm going to say something. I guess I'm just not going to sit there. I mean, you can't sit there and say some bullshit and just expect me to just look at it, you know, and not say anything.
Just take it.
Like if just take it, you know, this is my declaration, you know, and whatever. And I go, well, no, you know, maybe look at this, look at that, look at the other. And then that's like, oh, no, you know, you can't say anything. Well, wait a minute. I mean, if you got to be a little bit stronger than that. You know, I don't think I've ever cussed anybody out, for example. I never blocked anybody. YouTube blocks them, by the way. There's a couple of people that get blocked all the time automatically. Like when Relic Gamer posts something, he gets blocked automatically.
I think the content of what they post, there's keywords or a string of words, which will automatically send them out. MDI something gets blocked all the time, and there's nothing I can do. It doesn't give me the option to approve the comments. And the comments, you know, they're talking smack to me, but I'm not offended by it. You know what I'm saying? They're being critical in one point or another, but it's not any different that other people are saying in the chat. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's less harsh than what other people say. But I keep seeing those two accounts getting blocked. The other one is like FJ1 something. F1JV, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I see those comments constantly blocked, and there isn't anything I can do, you know, because they just don't give me the option.
Well, based off what I've seen, I don't want to speak for yourself, but I don't believe you take everything personally as some of the others do. So when people do say silly things to yourself, I would assume you don't take it to heart and lose sleep at night. Would that be a correct statement, or?
Yeah, no, I don't. But the other thing is I want to keep the audience entertained, right? So people leave statements, and then you have the fans that'll sit there and go, why don't you say anything, right? So, and that's just the way I grew up. If somebody comes to you and talks shit to you, you know, whatever, you can talk shit back, but it's not, you know, you're just going back and forth. If somebody says, you know,
it's not very productive.
You're a hairy fucker. Yeah, it's not productive, but it's not offensive either. If somebody comes up to me and goes, you hairy fucker, you know, whatever, and I'll look at them and they go, oh, you bald fuck, you know, what are you talking about? But that's just the back and forth. That's my personality. Nobody takes it personally, right? But if you go talk shit, you know, and then if I just say, are you sure? Or, you know, you're wrong about this, then they start falling apart. Then, you know, what are you doing? What are you doing commenting, right? Because you look at both sides, right? You look at both sides and you get the same reaction in both sides. If you say something negative about Tommy, for example, right? This and that and the other. How could you? You could see him shaking and trembling. How could you? Tommy's my friend. And you know. Okay. All right. You know, relax. Relax. I'm just criticizing his work. I didn't say he was an asshole. I just think he's bad at his job. Right? I don't know the man. I'm criticizing his work. That's
Definitely.
It. That's right. And on the other side, if I say, okay, well, I like this game, how can you support that bastard? He's such an hater. You know? So it's like you can't win. So and if you go, wait a minute, I'm just buying a game, dude. I like the game. It has nothing to do with the guy, you know. Then,
I definitely agree with that. And if you're that nitpicky, the stuff that you purchase from anywhere, if you trace back where they come from, the factories in China for any product, not video games, being naive on who you're buying your stuff from is the only way you can really survive. Because otherwise, if you actually, like, I've seen some of the factories in China and how it's better now, but how you get your products and stuff and how they mine, you know, like when you go into the deep thing, how they mine the metals and stuff like that, it would drive you nuts. If you're really that paranoid, you would pretty much buy nothing.
No, you would not. You know, I've been to China and, you know, it's not all bad. I like the bars. But yeah, it's a fun place, you know. I mean, there's good and bad, but I've always been to the big cities. I mean, they they gave me a hard time. The mistake that I made is I went to Taiwan first.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to Taiwan first, and then I went to China. So when I went there, right, and you know, it's different in the fact that wherever you go through the gates, there's always military there. So you know, you give for example, you give your ticket to the agent, and there's a military person double checking, you know, that. And they don't take jokes very well, by the way, I found out. And yeah, you know,
Are you sure you weren't in North Korea?
You know, I just flew over North Korea, but I wasn't there, you know, because they grilled me. I was there for about 2 hours.
Oh wow!
Because before I even showed my passport, the guy asked me where I was from, and I said, "Oh, I'm American." And he looked at me like, "Bullshit." So you know, they pulled us into this room. I remember I was there. I was with another Asian guy that he had, you know, combed his hair blonde. He painted his hair blonde for whatever reason, and his face didn't match the picture on his passport. So they you know, they just questioned us for a while, and eventually it let us go. I didn't miss my plane, so that was cool.
There's a couple of comments here. Wiley says, "I am sorry to hear about your childhood," with a sad face. So hopefully things are better for you in your adulthood.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm just sharing the experience to how would I say, kind of, you know, and English is my second language, even though I don't have that much of an accent because I went to an American school. I studied abroad, but I actually think in Spanish, and then I have to translate sometimes in my head.
Nice.
So that's why sometimes, you know, I say things backwards. They don't come out the right way. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to explain why, for example, I don't do playthroughs or I don't do like live streaming, things like that. I just don't feel comfortable with it because I like playing alone. You know, it's something I really, really enjoy.
The chappie says, "Honestly, though, Gen X is a good guy. You can tell his opinions come from his convictions." And then Tommy Ouyamico says, "Yeah, not like Cyrus." So you do have some fans here.
Oh, thanks. You know, and don't get me wrong, I could be completely full of shit in something, right? I could get it wrong. I don't have an ego to where, you know, I can't be wrong. As a matter of fact, my channel has improved because of the people that have critiqued me, right? And I remember the very first one that roasted me was Darius. You know, and
that's more of an honor, though.
Well, I mean, but he, you know, to his credit, he was right. You know, because the first thing I do when I get criticized, I say, "Is this true? Is it untrue? You know, is he dealing with facts?" Because it's easy to get pissed off and just say, "This guy's full of shit" or whatever. But he said, "Your episode is all over the fucking place," and he was right. He was right. It was a bad episode. You know, when I went back and looked at it, I said, "You know what? I didn't stay on point. I talked about a fucking 30 different fucking things," and you know, that was a bad episode. So then after that, I started being more conscious about staying on point because I don't have that much time. When I film my videos, it's usually after work, and you know, it's before dinner, so I have like a 40-minute window to shoot everything, edit it, and upload it.
I'm called an Amico therapist now. Oh, thanks, guys.
All right. You know, one thing I was going to tell you is,
what's that?
Your voice sounds exactly like my coworker Mike, and I'm not even kidding you.
Oh man,
it's the same voice.
It's my real name. It's Mike.
Really?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Well, I'm up here in Silicon Valley.
Oh, yeah, Silicon Valley.
Exactly.
Let's dox him. Look for the bearded guy in Silicon Valley. I'm just reading the comments here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everyone likes you now. Now they're on your side. The Bomber Knee TV. Oh, I just butchered that. Says you are cool in his books. Other people say Darius burns lots of stuff. Yeah, I take that as a badge of honor. If he picked you out to burn you.
You know, I think one of the things that I rail against is about YouTubers that take advantage of their audience. And I think that one of the reasons, whether you like, for example, Darius or Radical Rick, one of the reasons they have an audience is because there's a lot of people that do out there take advantage and, and bullshit people and try to get their money. And you can't really do anything. You can make one video on a particular person, right? But if I sit there and I start making videos on, say, X YouTuber that I know is scamming people, then I'll get a violation for harassment, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of cathartic, I think, for many people to watch somebody go, fuck this guy. You know what I'm saying? Because you really can't do it. And, he doesn't care that his account gets taken down or whatever, So I think a lot of people feel that release when they listen to him. But, I think it's, at least for me, it's therapeutic when he roasts me, because it takes me down a notch, because, everybody's egotistical. And sometimes you need to be kicked down a little notch to keep you on your toes and
humbled.
Keep you humbled. Yeah, that's the right word.
Well, also, you're going to get a lot more eyes being controversial rather than saying everything is good, everything's awesome. Just like the Lego movie, everything is awesome. So I think a lot of those guys do that just because people want to hear the train wrecks more than how everything is good.
Yeah. Drama draws an audience. If I talk about anything positive, nobody gives a shit.
So we have one question from Mike again. He says, this is asking for yourself. Does he feel scammed by Tommy Tallarico's messaging regarding the boxed product? So Mike is wondering if you feel scammed by the messaging.
No. Let me tell you something that I see that many people do that I don't do. I don't see this personable in any way, right? I'm not invested emotionally in this in any way other than I wanted really to see Cloudy Mountain and, that retro reimagined stuff. But once I saw what the structure of the company was, especially in QC, I knew I was fucked. And I knew I wasn't going to see those for a long time. That's when I made the first critical video on the Amico and said, this can't happen. You can't be, the QC has to be nailed at this point, and you guys have no system, right? And I got a lot of shit for that. But it was true because it's the type of work that I do. And that was months ago when I said that. And I knew they were going to have more issues because a proper QC program and a proper quality assurance program takes a while to develop, and it takes money. And I didn't see that they spent the money there. So right then and there, I knew that they were going to have trouble. So I was never really invested because I already knew that was going to happen. I think the one thing that this has done for me personally, right? It really showed me where I want to go with my channel in the future. And that's what tomorrow's video is about, is that we started talking about investing. We started talking about NFTs. We started talking about crowdfunding and all those things that we hadn't talked, as retro gamers in a long time, because there is a lot of money to be made here in the future, and not a lot of people are talking about it. So once this whole thing dies down and, it keeps on moving forward, that's what my emphasis is going to be, is investing within gaming and looking at it from that point of view. So hopefully people can make some money, from the information that we have, right? Like, let's say we look at company X, say Activision right now, give an example. Say Activision right now, their stock is down quite a bit, right? But their games are still good, right? When people love games, they still will buy them. So I plan on investing in that stock long term because I think it's undervalued. That would be something that I would talk about.
That's a very, very long-winded answer, but we got the point.
Sorry.
That's
Sorry.
you. The next question: do you think Tommy is trying to make a great console or just make a quick buck?
I don't know the man, so I couldn't tell you. I couldn't give you a reasonable answer to that. I see a lot of incompetence. I don't like making personal judgments on people when I don't know them. I've seen a lot of. I'll tell you, I've seen a lot of good people try to do good things and fail. I have really good friends, right? Amazing friends that I would never fucking work with because they're just shitty workers, but they're awesome friends, right? So it could be that. I don't know.
What'd you guys do with Gary?
He left. And what?
So what I missed?
As Jen was saying, though, hang on a sec. So I'll ask you this, Tony, since you're here. Do you think Tommy's out to make a great console or a quick buck?
Do I think he's trying to make a good console or a quick buck? I think neither. I think this is just another notch in his belt, just another accomplishment he could brag about and tell people that he made this console and he's super awesome.
But in his mind, and once again, just like Gen X, I don't know the guy, so I don't know how his mind works. In his mind, he might think it's a great console. It may not be what everyone else's thoughts are of the console, and I don't know if he's trying to make a quick buck because this is like 2 or 3 years now. You would think he would just release some crap if he just wanted a quick buck, get that early interest and get that money at the beginning. But
yeah, I mean, let me tell you this: he could have made a lot more money if he just got up to the point before the fundraiser and sold the company. Then he could have made money. But now I don't know. I don't know how you make money with this because your overhead's too big.
Once again, I don't know I don't really need to know the guy. Based off how he's carried himself for 20 years now that we've seen in the public's view, the guy is definitely, what's the nice way of putting it, has an ego. I'm not sure if that's a nice way of putting it, but either way, I think this is more about his pride and like what Tony did say, he wants the notch in his belt, but he wants his console. So I think that has a lot to do with probably a lot of the issues they have. It's probably stems back to that, his pride. And I don't think it's all about the money.
Wiley's in the chat. He got a question for Gen X. He wants to know, how does it feel to own a Mattel Intellivision again? What are your favorite games? How do the controllers feel?
It's not again for me. It's the very first time. And, I said this on the video, that the Intellivision, at least in my neighborhood, okay, in East Los Angeles back in the 1980s, only kids that were well off had Intellivision. The best I could ever do was ColecoVision. Intellivision was very expensive. And, most of the friends that we had that had Intellivisions were well off and had a shitload of games, and they wouldn't even play them. But, yeah, I never had it as a kid. I could only look at it in catalogs, and we would sit there and wish that we had it and wish about games that we would own if we had the Intellivision. But I was never able to get it as a kid.
Yeah, I also had a ColecoVision, which is so much better than the Intellivision. I don't care what Gary says. He's not allowed back on the show until he admits it. But if you take a look at like Venture on the ColecoVision versus on the Intellivision, it's so much better on Coleco.
Yeah, right now my Coleco is in storage. So I have the games that I have don't fit in that room. So I have them in storage in Los Angeles, even in a different city. So when I move, I'm going to have to open up that storage, take everything out of here, and then move everything into the new place.
Tommy Ouyamico says, I'm near you, Gen X. When can we hang out?
Let's see. What kind of karaoke do you like, bro?
Have you heard his music? He likes hard rock.
Well, I think I can do the Killers a little bit. Depends how much I'm drinking. I like the Killers. I can tell you, I was a single guy for a long time, and karaoke was always my go-to. The icebreaker, you know what I mean?
I've never done karaoke myself. We should do it on stream one time. We'll have NinjaKitty.
No, not on
singing.
stream, dude. Nah. You gotta go to the bars, man. You know, and talk to a couple of ladies there, and get sociable. You know.
Tony, just do a video of you singing.
Hey.
Hey, Gary.
Well, thank you for handling the show, NinjaKitty and Gary and Gen X.
I did such a terrible job.
Thanks, Gary.
No, I was listening the whole time. You guys did good.
Okay.
Gen X carried the show, but I mean, two of you guys were all right.
He did. I'm not a host. I'm terrible, especially if I'm unprepared, which I basically was. So.
All right, guys. Well, I have to go get dinner, but it was really nice talking to everybody. Thank you for all the highs. I can't read the chat, but for anybody that stopped by, I want to say thank you and good luck. Have a great Saturday night. I hope those of us or those of you who are of age have a nice, adult beverage. I hope everybody has a great, blessed evening.
Yeah, thanks for holding the fort down with me.
Thanks for
All
being
right,
here,
take care,
Gen
guys. All right, bye-bye.
So what I missed, guys? What were you guys talking about?
Oh, okay. So basically just games, and then the little controversy with Gen X, which I don't think is, big deal. I think he's been pretty upfront and clear that, a lot of this stuff is entertainment purposes, and that, he's a game hoarder first and foremost. And he's right around the right age where, he has his good nostalgic memories of the Intellivision. So I don't fault him. I think a couple of you guys need to be a little bit more easygoing. I think he's a good guy overall, and especially with trying to raise the charity in this whole bet. I think there's nothing wrong with it. It's all in good fun. So
Gary's just admitted he's a Gen X shill.
I'm a shill. Hey, at least I'm honest with my shilling. I'll shill for the Playdate. I'll shill for the Gen X. I'm definitely shill for the original television. So you guys can hate me. No one ever talks about me. Why don't you guys ever give me shit?
Mike Garcia is asking, where's Mad Max? No idea. If he's around, if he's lurking in the comments or something, wants to hop on, we'll let you come on, Mad Max. What we got here? Robo Blue says he said the Star Wars sequels are good. Episode 7 and 9 are decent, all right? Episode 8 is terrible, but 7 and 9 are good. Wiley says they were talking about me. Doesn't everybody?
Bad stuff about you. Salacious.
So I don't know if NinjaKitty wants to stick around for the rest of this, but we're going to be talking the new Switch online price, new features.
I can stay around for that part because I assume it's going to be not positive.
Oh no, it's not going to be positive at all. In fact, if the hopefully the Intellivision interns are writing this down so that they can see, and that other people who are critical of us can see that we are very, very much critical of Nintendo and other companies when they do stupid stuff.
Ennis says, yeah, how about you get mad, Max? Oh, Sidekick Max just came back from the dance. He's tired, all tuckered out. So let's go ahead and talk that new Switch online price, the new features. All the Amico interns can take the rest of the night off. I think we're done for the Amico.
Are we?
We're done. I think so.
Well, little jabs here and there, but yeah, I think we're pretty much done. But so from what I understand on this, there's going to be there's two prices, right? So obviously they switched their service down. They no longer offer the month in what is it, 2-month, 3-month deal?
Actually, no, that is incorrect. As you can see, it's 12 months for $9.99 for the basic service. 1 month is still $3.99, and 3 months is $7.99 for the basic Nintendo Switch Online.
Oh, okay. So I misunderstood that. So they are still offering that membership, right, then. Okay.
The basic one, yeah.
Okay, that's okay.
The Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack plus all the extras, that's 12 months only. There's no 1 month, 3 month price on that one. And that one's $50.
Right. And then now this is where I have the problem, because from what I understand is that especially with like stuff like the Animal Crossing DLC, that this only lasts while you have this service going, which I kind of find that's kind of stupid in my opinion.
Well, it's free DLC as long as you have the service, which it's the same like PlayStation Plus. You get 2 free games a month.
Right.
But as soon as your service ends, you don't get to play those anymore. They're gone.
Right. So it's not like you own them. You're just getting them for the time being.
No.
And I think that's the same thing. They're just throwing that in as an extra little bonus because you
But they
can buy
do-
that DLC.
Right, by itself. Right. So, it would probably pay if you're not a, heavy online user, kind of like myself. I don't really have internet right now. So, if I were to go that route, which I don't have Animal Crossing, but the oldest does, and he does like his Animal Crossing and his DLC that he gets. So if we were to go that route, it would probably be buying the DLC, outright.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think it gets rid of everything from the Animal Crossing DLC if you drop the subscription. I think it just gets rid of like 90%.
Right. I would assume that the items that you take over would probably remain in like your houses and stuff. I would assume that like whatever the special missions or whatever is in that game, I think that's probably what they would take out.
Okay, it says here, Nintendo said players who unsubscribed from the expansion pack and haven't purchased Happy Home Paradise individually will still be able to use some of the DLC's new techniques on their main island, including adding counters, partition walls, as well as adding ambient lighting and soundscapes. However, these players will not be able to visit the archipelago that's home to the Paradise planning team and its activities, including designing vacation houses and the DLC's new non-house buildings. So that's basically what the difference is. So if you get the DLC with the expansion, drop the expansion, you'll still be able to use the new features. I guess you just won't be able to visit the new island. I have Animal Crossing. I think I played it like 10 times. It's fun, but it's way too involved. Like,
There's every day. Yeah.
I would love
And
to.
it's-
Like, I would.
Go ahead.
I was
I was just
would
gonna
love
say-
to play it every day. God damn it, Gary.
Go ahead.
I would love to play it every day, but I'm just so busy doing other shit like working and
Live
looking
streams.
stuff up. Was it
Live streams.
live streams, spying on the Amico?
Yeah, it's definitely a head scratcher that they didn't offer maybe an increased, maybe like $6.99 for a month. Double those prices and at least offer the month and 3-month option for that. Obviously, they're doing it because the N64 and what's the other stuff? The Sega Genesis. What are they offering?
Yeah, the Sega Genesis.
Genesis games.
Yeah, I see why they're doing. They're kind of like cornering it a bit. Giving nobody an option. If you really want that stuff, you're gonna have to pay the extra. For me, it's not too big of a deal because again, I'm a huge collector. I most likely have all these games in my collection right now. Someone like you, Tony, you're not a collector and you do have a Switch, so it kind of forces someone in your position to either cough up $50 for 12 months or just kind of go without. So it's kind of a bonehead move. I really wish they would have at least offered guys like you the option to go with a month or 3 months, because at the end of the day, back when I was online a lot with like the 360, I thought like a lot of guys I knew would pay for the full year for me, it wasn't worth it because I would hop on in like increments. I'd want to play Gears of War for maybe a couple weeks, and then I'd get tired of it, jump back on, maybe play some Call of Duty, or hop onto things like Borderlands. But a year's worth of subscriptions too much. I mean, if you're a younger guy, or you're maybe in your teens, you're 15 or something, and the parents buy you a subscription, it's worth it. But with so much going on that I don't get time to go online all the time anymore, so it's kind of a no-go. Or even if I had the internet, it'd be a no-go for me. So
yeah, we're still going CM Retro. We go all night. This train don't stop. I think the Genesis games that they've shown off were the wrong games to start with, because they're basically available on every collection out there.
Right.
So, I mean, they should have at least started off with some Sega games that people might have part of collections.
Well, can we actually go in? Can you go and pull up the actual list? I only remember a few. I think Dynamite Heady was one that I was really kind of excited that was on there from the initial. I think that's a good solid game, but yeah, more your original releases like Shinobi should be there. Obviously, the Sonic games, Golden Axe. I think Altered Beast. I think those tried and true Sega classics, Outrun, Road Rash. I've seen a few oddballs, but I can't remember the exact list.
They have Gunstar Heroes.
Yeah, that's a game that they probably should have held off on. That's a heavy hitter. Because I totally could see people getting into, paying the subscription just for the Genesis games alone.
I couldn't, because like I said, all these games are already on the Sega Genesis collection.
Right, and that's the biggest issue. Like it's convenience, though, right, Tony? It's yeah, they're on other collections, and I'm not exactly sure what's on the Switch. But for convenience, if you don't want to have to lug that card around, if you got it physical, because there was a physical edition of that, right? I mean, yeah, I guess
giant card that weighs like.
But I mean,
ounces.
If you don't want to lose nothing, though, like there's times I don't lug my games around because I just don't want to lose them. I know that it sounds stupid. Yeah, that too. And that's the biggest thing. I mean, the people who are looking into this probably know that game already exists. And like you said, it's kind of stupid right now. I do think, though, that this will, like, they're gonna have to add games kind of quite quickly. You know what I mean? They're gonna have to surpass that collection for it to be worth it, obviously. But again, you're not just going into just the Sega stuff. You got N64 stuff here. You got Animal Crossing if you're into that. Again, it's a brainhead, a stupid move, because for the price point, it just doesn't make sense. They should have offered a $6.99 price tag or $7.99 price tag for a month, and then $15.99 for 3 months, and been done with it. Why they decide to hold it hostage at a $50 price point is kind of baffling. So,
all right, here's the official list. People will pay for it. Here's the launch lineup of Sega games. Sidekick Max is going to read them off because he has joined us.
We got Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Streets of Rage 2. Is that supposed to be Echo? Yeah, it's Echo the Dolphin, Castlevania Bloodlines, Contra, Hard Corpse, Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, Golden Axe, Gunstar Heroes. I'm going to just say Musha because I don't want to go through the whole thing. Phantasy Star.
That's 4, a big one.
Ristar, Shining Force, Shinobi 3, Return of the Ninja Master, Strider.
And I believe all those games, on the 50 games, let's see, you get Gunstar Heroes is on the collection.
Is Musha on there?
Yes.
I'm looking. Musha is not on there. That's probably the only one.
Are you sure?
That's that's a big expensive game. So that's kind of a plus right there.
We got Fantasy. I know Phantasy Star 4 is on there.
I was wrong. It's Rise Star, not Dynamite Heady. I was wrong on that one.
Yeah, but Rise Star is on the collection. Shining Force is on the collection. Sonic is on it. What else? Shinobi 3 is on the collection.
That's a fantastic game.
Streets of Rage 2 and Sonic 2 are both on the collection.
So we're at like 90%. So we're at like about like 80-90% of these games are on that collection.
Yeah.
Which I can understand that maybe they're just hoping people will look stupid and they don't remember that collection coming out.
I'm not sure if those other collections have online multiplayer. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
This has, but the problem, I've never tried it on the Nintendo and Super Nintendo. I think it's bad from what I've heard. The multiplayer doesn't work too well, but it is there.
Okay, so being able to play something like Streets of Rage or Sonic 2, if that's available, that's kind of like a unique feature. Whether it's bad or not is another story, but at least they're giving you a little something different there.
Robo Blue says, rumor has it that Sega and Konami price gouge Nintendo for the licenses because the service competes with the collections they're currently selling. That could be something.
Yeah,
that could be why you get only one Sonic, one Shining Force.
I mean, because the day of Nintendo, just like, it's so stupid to me that like we've been doing this for how long now of re-releasing these games over and over and over on every system. It's to the point where, I mean, I understand there's a group of people who don't have these games on other systems and that don't have these games physically like I do. So I understand the need for them, but really, like, can we stop re-releasing or offering away? Like, I know I sound like ridiculous, but like, or if you're gonna do it like this, at least release games. Go get games that you don't have on those other collections, like you said. Go get games that are expensive games.
There's a reason why those games are not on those collections, because nobody wants to play them.
Yeah, so
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is.
So this is why they have the. It's unfortunate that people are willing to rebuy the same games over and over again. But if they're going to pay, why wouldn't they charge?
Yeah, and I mean, I've done it.
The N64 games are good. If you don't have an N64, if you never had one, you get Super Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Mario Kart 64, Star Fox 64, guest appearance in Moon Patrol, Sin and Punishment, Dr. Mario 64, Mario Tennis 64, Win Back, and Yoshi's Story.
No Mario Party.
No Mario Party.
Mario Golf and Paper Mario are upcoming. So is Banjo-Kazooie, Pokemon Snap, Majora's Mask, Kirby 64, Crystal Shards, and F-Zero X.
And Paper Mario's like probably the highlight there. I think that's about $100 game nowadays. So
you know why they don't have that there, right? Gary?
Well,
you know why it's not there?
It's upcoming, right? Didn't he just say that?
I did.
You know why it's not going to be in the first few months? It's because Paper Mario, the one on the Switch, I forget what it's called. The one that came out last year.
The Origami one, the Origami King or whatever?
Yeah, it's going on sale this Christmas season, so they're gonna want people buying that. And same with Mario Party.
Right. There's the new one coming out.
That's coming out.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they're
that
gonna
makes
want
sense.
people to buy that, and then once those sales drop down, and then they'll put the other ones back on. But that's why.
Now these prices are for the individual memberships, so only one person could use the service, and they do have a family package that's like $80.
That's what I have. Family package.
That's a lot. Damn,
You
you guys are paying a mint for online stuff nowadays.
For stuff I'm barely using, yeah.
Yeah, I can't see. And see, that's the thing. I knew how much I put into it back in the day. And thank God that, I would let it lapse and Xbox would send me an offer like, hey, spend $1, get like 3 months for like just $1. And that's the way I would go. I never poured too much money into it because I knew that they would send those offers to me. So it just hurts me because for $80, what I could get at, 2 limited run games for $80. So it kills me to spend that kind of money.
Gary, I play Xbox mostly because it's good. But I had the Ultimate Game Pass, so with the Game Pass for computer and PC, or computer and console. And I was able to upgrade my Xbox Live to the Game Pass for $1, like only $1. So it's cost me $1 for Ultimate Game Pass for and I had pre-bought for 3 years.
You're echoing really bad.
Oh, okay. Let me fix it. I don't know what happened here.
So basically, I'm paying $1 for my Ultimate Game Pass, and my Xbox Live I pay very little because I get a discount with Microsoft. So comparing to perceived value, what I get with the Ultimate Game Pass, and when you see these prices here, it's hard to take.
Hard to justify, huh?
Hard to justify, considering like right now I'm playing Psychonauts 2, which is like a brand new game, and Back 4 Blood, which is a brand new game. And I'm getting those type of games, and I have to pay a premium for N64 games that don't really hold up well.
Oh, they hold up pretty decent.
If you read the chat, which you can't, Tommy Ouyamico
actually,
says...
I actually figured that out.
Well, you guys says N64 is garbage.
Yeah, I've never played N64, so I don't know. Sidekick Max, N64?
No.
It doesn't hold up well.
Well, here's the thing, and I'll agree. It's not. It really isn't my favorite. A lot of guys have overhyped it over the last few years, and why the prices skyrocketed the way they did, I'll never understand. Like I told Tony a couple days ago, when I first played Mario, when that first came out, and it was at Funkoland back in the day, if anybody can remember Funkoland. The first time I ever put my hands on that controller and played that game, I didn't understand it. It was just stupid. It was like, why are games 3D? This looks awful. I remember thinking to myself, Mario looks terrible. He looks worse than he did on like Super Nintendo, like Super Mario World. He looked so clean and cool. And then going into the 3D, it just looked very blocky and just odd. Like it was an odd choice to me. I never really hit home on the N64 until probably around the time that the Jungle Green came out and Donkey Kong 64 came out, which is a fantastic game, and I think that game holds up very well. It's a collectathon, obviously, but I think it's a fantastic game. And then obviously 007, right? I mean, if you didn't play 007, then you're probably not going to love the N64. It's still it holds up very well. It's a very fun game to this day.
I think what I disliked mostly about it was the controller is terrible.
Yeah,
it's absolutely awful.
Yeah, putting your hands on that, it just does. When you first grab that, you want to touch the D-pad, and it's not how you're supposed to hold it.
Even the PlayStation, going back to the PlayStation, is kind of hard.
Without the analog sticks.
Well, that and just the graphics alone is just that.
It's very primitive.
The games
for
are kind
3D.
of like, they're just ugly to look at.
And that's why I think if you actually go back to PlayStation and you play something like a Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VII is like timeless. I think the graphics on a game like that,
it's terrible, man. It's terrible. I think the 3D looks awful, but I think the static, like isometric, like landscapes look beautiful. The art still really pops. I will say this. The Final Fantasy, and this is Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI, are more visually pleasing today than Final Fantasy VII.
Well, yeah, I think pixel art is timeless. I'll stand by that. I think that's why. Look at the majority of games that are being modernized. They're old retro games, just brought with more attention to detail, better animation and stuff like that. Just works better. It looks clean. It does. And I'll totally agree with you. I think 2D games are far superior than 3D games. And I think that's where a big disconnect is with like newer generations, that they have to have these 3D games that look ultra realistic with all this stuff. And they look at something like a 2D pixel game and they just don't understand it. And to me, it's just a cleaner look, it looks clean. This is the way games were. And when you get something like that brought into the, modern day, it's just, you can't beat it because it's a game that can be taken a lot farther than a 3D game. You can cram more stuff. You make a 2D pixel game on a PlayStation 5, it's going to have more attention to detail than ultra realistic game that sure it looks pretty, but how many different gameplay elements are you going to fit in there? How well is it going to animate and all this other stuff? So I totally agree. The N64 has definitely been overhyped by that group of guys that grew up with it. They're definitely feeding off nostalgia, but it hasn't aged well. Certain games have. They're okay. Obviously, you're going to really go off a nostalgia kick. Did you play games like 007? Did you spend a lot of time in the Donkey Kong?
I will say this about 007. I didn't play that because at that time I was a PC gamer, which is the games are far better looking than N64 at that time.
You PC whore.
But the makers of 007, when they made Time Splitters 2 for the next gen consoles, that game was one of the best multiplayer.
That's fantastic.
I had so much fun with my friends.
I got to chime in here. Robo Blue is correct. Final Fantasy looked like shit even at the time. I think people just loved it. It had a good story. Going from Final Fantasy 6 to 7, 7 looked like shit. I always thought they looked goofy. They didn't have hands. They had weird blocks, and it was just goofy. But it had a great story. That's what everybody loves about it. Now, Sidekick Max, do you think pixel art looks better or ultra realistic graphics? You're the youngest person on the panel right now.
Yeah, I realize that. Each to their own?
No, don't give me that bullshit. You pick one.
I like hyper-realistic.
Oh,
you're gone.
I told you, it's the younger generation. That's what he grows up with. That's what he knows, though. He didn't grow up with what we had to look at, backs of the boxes to make sure that, the front artwork was all we were going off of. We didn't have YouTube and stuff like that. So we have a lot of fond memories of making bad decisions and appreciating what was good. So
you took that personal there.
Sidekick Max wants to take off. So before he goes, I know Wiley and others were asking. So Sidekick Max, give us a play-by-play about the homecoming dance.
Oh, God. I was like the first one to get there. They weren't done setting up. They were supposed to be done at 5. They didn't show up till 5:30.
What kind of music did they have?
Really bad rap.
Really bad rap?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were there refreshments?
Yeah, there were drinks and stuff. They had monsters there.
They were selling monsters?
They were selling Monster and Starbucks drinks, the Jarritos, water, and I think Arizona tea.
Anyone cause a fight? Any fights?
No. Well, 2 dudes, someone picked up a dude and someone picked up another, and they were, fighting. They were moshing. People actually started a mosh pit.
Was there a dance-off at any point?
No.
No one got served?
No one got served. Yeah.
A lot of pretty girls? I mean, you're allowed to say that because you are that age.
I didn't really see many. There's a lot more dudes than there were chicks.
Yeah.
Any pretty dudes?
I don't know, but there was this one dude who was walking kind of fabulous.
Were there a lot of Fortnite dances?
No.
No one was what the hell's that thing?
Dabbing.
And no one was dabbing?
No one was dabbing.
Or the other thing, the one that Ninja, no one was flossing like Ninja?
No one was flossing. There was one kid though. I don't know. He was dressed really nice, stereotypical rich boy. And I was sitting down and he looked at me and he gave me the stink eye. The rich snob looks at you. He did that to me.
You didn't serve him?
I was ready to fight him, but my friends had to hold me back. My friends held me back.
That's like the beginning of an 80s high school movie.
I know.
The rich guy gives you the stink eye, then you beat him up, and then he gets you expelled, and then you and your friends have to figure out how to get you back into school while getting revenge on the rich guy. And then his dad wants to burn the school down. It's classic 80s hijinks.
Classic.
That's how you become the most popular kid in school.
The rich guy's girlfriend leaves him for you.
You date the rich guy's girlfriend. Because he was going out with the slutty chick behind her back. It's in every 80s movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Nah, my friends held me back.
Any Mexican music? What was the theme? Tell everybody what the theme was.
The theme was denim and diamonds.
Oh my goodness.
Western, basically. Western or preppy, formal wear.
Oh wow.
It was something. There was either the kids who dressed full on Western costumes or the kids in nice, pristine suits.
And what did you have? Because I know, but the chat doesn't know.
I had a cowboy hat, some boots, a flannel. I went semi-formal.
2021, and that's what they come up with. Yeah. Any other highlights? What was the big song that got everybody on the dance floor? So where was it? Was it inside the gymnasium?
It was outside. We had it outside in the parking lot.
Just in the open, or?
We had like a little tent.
So you were inside a tent.
Basically.
You were basically one of those hospital tents that you see on the news?
Yeah.
Was there a DJ?
There was a DJ. There was a professional DJ, and I did not get his name.
Did he scratch?
No, he didn't.
No?
No, he didn't.
You're not a DJ. No. Don't scratch. You're not a DJ.
Yeah.
You're just a fucking button pusher.
Was it like
there was some dude with rhinestones.
Was it like heavyweights?
Fucking hat too.
Anything else? Anything exciting?
I taught somebody how to tango.
Did you get a lot of numbers?
No.
You didn't pick up a lot of chicks?
No. My friends wouldn't let me.
Yeah.
The friend excuse. Come on now.
Not seriously. They were all getting mad at me.
Okay, so
they're probably jealous.
Were there a lot of dorks sitting in the corner?
No, actually there wasn't.
Man, what kind of school did you go to? Did they play any songs from video games live? That's what everybody wants to know.
No, they didn't.
None of the time.
I have a question for. I have a question for Max.
I could have recommended something, but
I have a question for Max. Do you go to a Catholic all boys school?
No.
Because then that might explain why there's no chicks.
No.
I'm just wondering if it was like the movie Heavyweights, where the girls were on one side and the boys were on one side until somebody got the party going.
That's a good movie too, by the way. That's a good movie. Was there like a fat dude that knew how to dance really well, and like everybody was like,
yeah, there was actually. Some dude came in a Spider-Man costume.
What?
My friend.
So Tommy showed up.
My friend came and he had the Spider-Man mask.
It's probably Tommy.
See, that kid knew what was up. He knew what was up.
So he had the mask over his glasses. The problem is he's come to school like 12 times in Spider-Man.
Nick says that was you that had the tango, my man.
Yeah, I taught my friend how to tango.
Okay, so anything else?
No.
Any girls get into a fight?
No.
I didn't know girls. What kind of school did you go to? There's always like girls fighting, like pulling each other's hair, and then like.
No, it was really like it was surprising.
Man.
I know freshman year they had a lot of fights. Freshman year, I was that kid in the corner. I was making balloon animals for the couples.
So any other? What was the decorations like?
Hay bales and a pumpkin.
Anyone,
Just one.
Anyone get drunk?
We didn't have alcohol.
Someone didn't.
That's a good answer.
No, we didn't have punch. Could have come up with a Miko pickup.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It's good to know that being a kid in 2021 is still awkward.
Still lame. It's lame.
Still lame. Yeah.
So lame. Anyone from like a rival school show up and like
they weren't letting people.
Rival.
No.
Yeah,
this ain't the 80s, Tony.
Like kids from other schools in, but our school was like, no, you can't bring anyone from another school.
What was that, Gary?
So this ain't the 80s anymore. Rivals.
they have rivals because they have a football team. So.
Yeah.
Max
Tony's,
just said they didn't let anybody from another school in.
Yeah. Tony's picturing a bunch of greasers coming in a game.
We didn't have that problem in like early 2000s. We didn't have that problem. You were allowed to, I think, bring anybody at our school. So
what's the gang from West Side Story? Was it Jets?
Jets and I should know this.
Yeah, but did the Jets show up?
No, the Jets did not show up.
How about the T-Birds from Greece?
No.
Damn. It's going to be a game changer when Max gets some wheels. Yeah. You're going to get to a Ferrari.
No.
Get a Fiero with a body kit.
Take a ride in the Ferrari.
I don't like the newer cars.
Robo Blue wants to know, did anyone show up high on bath salts?
Not on bath salts, but probably marijuana. I know a lot of
Tide Pods.
Tide Pods.
The Furies. That's the Furies.
Yeah.
I bet you they were eating a lot of gummy bears, huh?
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So no gang fights.
No, like
the Sharks. Yeah, there you go. See, Ouyamico knows.
We got it.
So there was no fights, no gangs, no rap battle. Was there no dance battle?
I see
There's
the
no dance
theories.
battle.
Was there any furries there?
No.
I don't know,
Just the
modern
one
day
dude-
kids.
At some point, one of my friends kidnapped my other friend.
I don't think
Nice.
they kidnapped him, but
No, they like dragged him off. Like they picked him up and dragged him off in front of the kid. My other
Did
friend
anybody
dressed
get a
as Spider-Man.
swirly?
no swirlies.
We weren't allowed inside the school building unless you had to use the bathroom. But even then, no one really went in.
Did some like jockey kid like knock the books off of some like nerdy kid's hand?
We didn't have books.
Is that Max named after movie Madness Max? No. Mad Max stole Sidekick Max's name.
Were your friends? My friends were not talking about collecting Amico coins.
Was there an advertisement? Did Intellivision pay to have like an ad played?
No.
Like,
we
by the
didn't
way,
have-
guys,
we didn't
sponsored
have,
by
no
Intellivision.
ad.
Welcome to Homecoming, sponsored by the Amico.
No.
That's what he should do. He should get like
Go to a home like a what's the other one? What's the last one they do?
prom.
Prom.
Well,
Start
not prom.
sponsoring proms.
God, no. If I would leave immediately. I'd be gone.
Did
The
anyone ask
Amico,
if we had
the
any
Amico prom.
No one actually did. I did have some chick come up to me and be like, my date stood me up. I did not know this person.
Jeez, Max, you didn't get the. You didn't pick
That
up
was
what
your
she's throwing
in.
down.
That was your opening, is what they're saying.
Tony,
I tried.
educate
She's
your
like, nah,
educate
I'm
your
just
child.
leaving. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Oh,
Man, we'd be dangerous if I could go back to when I was like 15. Shit.
Gary, you think you would have like 20 kids by now? Then
Yes.
Gary's gonna impress them all with his video game collection, his turtle knowledge.
What are these questions?
Was your dance at the Creola
Oh,
Center?
Jesus.
No.
And did anyone dress as a Care Bear?
Also no.
All right. Did you eat anything there? Did they give you any food?
They had like chips and stuff. That was about it. I had 2 bags of tacos. That's about it.
So was it worth it? Was it worth going?
It was fun.
If you had to rate it out of 10, what would you give it?
7?
7 out of 10. That would be a perfect. That's on the Amico
That's pretty
scale, that would
solid.
pass.
Only because it was $20 for a ticket.
Oof. That's 2 Amico games.
that's two Amico games.
56K warning says sounds like you had a great time.
Did you
Chips,
watch-
I don't know if
There
it's
was
a show.
shortage.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chips there.
So really, that's all I have for the dance talk.
Yeah.
Did you guys win homecoming? Did your team win the homecoming game?
What homecoming game?
You can't have a homecoming dance. The homecoming dance is because that's the first home game for your school on football.
We've already had many football games.
Is this like a thing to just call it the homecoming dance for no reason?
Oops, sorry.
No.
Gary,
I forgot.
Gary's
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot.
Making water over there. He's like boiling. He's making ramen noodles. He's
And he
like,
just dropped
"What
his
you guys talking about?"
I just dropped the what? The soap?
Our team had
the
been
phone.
losing.
I thought you said I dropped the soap.
Nobody had Goku hair, but my friend Tristan had a faux hawk.
Gary's taking a shower while he's listening to us. Dropping the soap apparently. And,
Don't drop the soap.
all right. I think that's all we got for the dance talk. Any goth girls? That's what Tom Ouyamico wants to know about.
There were a few.
All right. We'll let you go, Max. We appreciate you giving us the update, letting everybody know that you're still alive.
Yeah.
I'm
going back to the basement.
As you can see, Sidekick Max exists. It's a real person.
You could be
And
throwing your
he's
voice.
taking off. All right. Thank you for being here.
No problem.
That was funny. So wait, both you guys are on mute now? Jesus Christ. Read what the chat says.
Well, you can hear me. I'm making food, and that's why you hear water going and everything else. So I'm famished.
All right. Sidekick Max is taking off. Don't want to hang with the old men.
Well, we're giving him good advice. He missed his in when that lady said her dates, or when that girl said her date stood her up. That's an invitation.
Yeah, that was a rookie move. Hey, I might have been a nerd back in high school, but I actually was a jock too. I played football. Just to let you guys know, my jersey number was 69. So
Yeah.
Nice.
I actually have a picture of it. I'm not bullshitting.
Hopefully, of just the jersey.
Yeah, that's all he's wearing in the picture is just the jersey.
Not actually
Gary's
performing
only
it.
fan. All right. So what else did we want to talk about? Well, this was suggested by one of our viewers. We could talk about the positivity on YouTube. I'd like to think that this show, this community, is positive. I mean, I always like to keep it, you can make fun out of us, Gary, NinjaKitty, whoever's on the panel, fair game, but just don't make fun out of each other. Treat each other nice in the comments. I think there's a lot of places on YouTube that are total shit shows. Go to some comment sections and a Smash JT video, for example, and it's just terrible. But there are a lot of places that are positive on YouTube. There's a lot of videos, old historical history type videos. They have a good comment section. And positive, a lot of friendly people.
Well, when you go to places where there isn't gamers who are jaded, a lot of the places are if it's not politics or gaming, usually it's positive, I find, for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, no politics.
Maybe
no
wrestling also is a bad example.
Yeah. Wiley said he's back. Wiley, you missed all the prom, the homecoming talk. Sidekick Max let us know what homecoming was. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of places on YouTube. There's a lot of places that are negative. If people are treating you like shit in the comments, just ignore them. Move along. It's not for you. It's not a place you should be. Whether it's the Amico community, whether it's wrestling fans or crazy gamers or people that really love knitting. I know there's a knitting problem. There are places that have good communities. You got to find, usually when the creator is a friendly person and is not making attack videos, usually that community is a good place to hang out. I know Gary's got a decent community in his little channel. They all talk about making ramen noodles on stream instead of eating. Yeah, 56K warning says it. You got to learn to walk away. You don't have to engage in everything you see on the internet.
Right, and that's part of just growing up. I think there's a lot of immature, like, even guys that are YouTubers that don't understand, like, dude, like, nobody's twisting your arm. They're not knocking down your door to make content. So, if you're one of those guys that want to leave, you can leave at any time. Money talks, bullshit walks. So when you say you're going to do something, and not trying to take any personal shots, but like I said, nobody's twisting your arm to either be here or engage, like you said, Tony. So
yeah,
and I think that's just
that. But I mean, when people ask you questions are not an attack. Not everything needs to be so aggressive. I know people always say that I'm abrasive. I have an abrasive personality. I come off. Apparently, I do.
I find you to be very soft and delicate.
Thank you, NinjaKitty. Gary was saying I'm abrasive.
Really, Gary?
I said people can think I think you're come off as abrasive. I don't think you're abrasive. I think you're just like me. If people really knew me, I'm a pain in the ass. So, but I try to be as
Tony's
honest.
Tony's like a teddy bear.
He's a realist, and people don't like truth.
No, I'm a smart ass. I do, if you don't really know me, I do make cracks at people, but it's all in fun. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. Sometimes you gotta like I said, you got to walk away. If somebody's asking you questions, there is a block function on YouTube. Learn to use it. Don't go into places like if I know that certain communities don't like me, I'm not going to leave comments on the videos because I know people are going to come at me for being there. And I see that a lot in especially in the Amico community. I'll see people venture off into unfriendly waters, as it were, and then
I do all the time.
They run back, yeah, but you don't run back and be like, those guys were so mean to me. It's like, well, you knew they didn't like you, and you knew just going in there is going to cause an issue. It's like when I pop into a Mad Max stream, I know that the majority of people probably don't like me being there. So I don't, I'm not taking issue with them popping off on me because that was expected. I knew that was going to happen. Whereas some people will come into a stream, like say a Darius stream, and then they're like, why is Darius's audience being mean to me? Well, Darius just made a video saying that he hates you and you fucking are a piece of shit e-beggar. Why would you go in there thinking that you were going to get fucking ass pants?
Right.
Wiley says, sometimes I am overwhelmed with daily life and I struggle, so YouTube is a fun distraction. Yeah, it is. And a lot of times I don't even get into the comment section. I just watch videos and I completely ignore the comments. Because really, I mean, the content creator is probably not going to see it if they're a big enough channel. And most of the people in there, by the time I see the video, they've already had their conversation, so there's no point. 56K Warning says, some people compare Tony to Kermit, who doesn't like the happy-go-lucky green frog. Yeah, exactly. Everybody loves me. I'm not abrasive, Gary. GenXGamer said the same thing. GenX says, in the one comment, he was like, man, you come off a little rough. Because I think I go straight for it. I don't mess around. I'm not, not, what's the word I'm looking for, Gary? What's the phrase? Not beating around the bush.
Yeah, you don't tiptoe around the tulip.
Yeah. I'm not walking on eggshells. I'll tell you how it is. And, a lot of times people don't want to hear how it is. So, whatever. Mike Garcia says, Mad Max is cool, Retro Bro, and Turbo Joe. The rest are very sensitive. Tommy says, you ain't abrasive compared to Darius or myself.
Yeah, I think Turbo Joe's pretty sensitive. If I had to make
I would say Retro Bro is sensitive.
Retro Bro went ham on Rhea. How could you go ham on Rhea? She's so nice.
He went ham. Well, he didn't go ham. He complained of Hammock Guy.
Which reminds me, NinjaKitty, did you go and get yourself one of those copies? Did you buy all those 150 copies up real quick?
Fun story. You want to hear the fun story?
What's that?
I was all excited. I even reminded Rhea, I'm like, hey, don't forget, get the copy of the game. And she's like, yep. And it's 11:55, and I had the webpage open right at the thing where it says, where you can buy it. Created my account. And then I stared off into space and started daydreaming. And then I came to, and it was like 12:05. I was like, "Oh fuck!"
Yeah, it sold out in literally 2 minutes flat.
And the problem is, I was right there. I just started daydreaming. I was like, for no reason at all. I'm like, God damn it! And I had it in my cart, but the PayPal didn't process. So I was like, ah.
I even had to enter in my because I couldn't on the mobile. It was weird. I didn't realize it was. Because I had like a boomer moment. The fucking thing was popping up on the bottom with the account info, and I'm looking at it for the top drop-down menu, and there isn't one. But I had to fill out all the information like in like a minute flat. Nice. But I did it. I got my copy, so I'm pretty happy about that. They went quick, though.
I ended up feeling like I got left out, like I didn't get anything. So I went and bought Okami HD, just because I thought... That game I like that game, so I figured might as well get it again.
I've never played Okami at all, any of them.
There's only one, I think. Well, maybe there was one for the.
Well, there's the one. Yeah, there's the one for the Okami Den for the DS, which I've wanted for such a long time, and I've always just kind of put it off. The game's like climbing in price now. I think it's at like a $50 game, and I'm kind of kicking myself. Another game that I should have picked up back in the day, but yeah, I haven't played any. The only time I've ever played like Okami esque, I guess, would be like Marvel versus Capcom when it was, the character was included, but that's not
Not
quite
at all.
Okami. So.
It was really nice when it first came out, but now the HD remix or whatever remaster, not remix,
Right.
And because I have it on the Xbox, it upscales it to 4K with the auto HDR. Playing on because I have like a big TV, I have like a 75-inch TV. It's awesome. Like, so pretty. That game is awesome.
Yeah, great art style.
Very unique.
Art Bell says GenXGamer left. He is the Eric Estrada of the Amico scene.
He is. He said he was ESL, so he's Spanish first. So
Yeah. Damn, Gary.
Tommy
So,
Ouyamico says
am I
all DS
echoing
games are
again?
free. Yes, you are.
Damn, why do I keep echoing? Let me leave again.
All DS games are free. Oh, every game can be free if you want.
If you try hard enough. Yeah. Tommy Ouyamico, if I shit post stream tonight, will anyone jump on? Depending on when I get off this stream, when we're done here, I'd probably just be in chat.
Gary's back.
Yay.
No, you're still echoing, Gary. I think it's the volume on.
Oh, should I put my headphones in?
Yeah.
Well, let me put my headphones in.
I'm pretty sure that's the first screen you see when you sign in to StreamYard. It says,
Put
to
your
avoid echo, put your headphones on.
Yeah,
All
but like
these games are
lately,
easily free,
lately
yes.
it hasn't been doing it. So, are we good now?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, okay. Sorry.
So getting back to the chat here, I wasn't part of that stream because I didn't really care. What did Retro Bro do with Rayu, whatever, Raya? I think that's how you pronounce it. Did he just crap on her or something? Because I don't know what the story is.
Well, Rhea was she was moderating the stream as Mad Max, Retro Complex, Smash JT, and one other person. I don't remember who it was.
Was this the one we popped in on the other day?
Yeah. And apparently, because Rhea was saying things that we say and offering criticism and pushback on some of their talking points. Retro Bro said in the chat that she didn't know what she was talking about, so she shouldn't be moderating. And I guess he said other things. I didn't stay the whole time, so.
But I think she's pretty level-headed. See, that's the difference. Like, I think she does know. She may have not have been in the scene, but as we've said before, it really doesn't make a difference. I think she's, you can still have an opinion about what's going on, being only like following this for a year. It does help to have been there from the beginning, like we have, to kind of see everything that's gone on for the last, 3 years or so. It definitely gives you a little bit more insight to how Tommy is and what Intellivision's been doing. But it's not fair. I mean, it's just not what you want to hear. I
think that goes to the topic of positivity on YouTube. That's not a very positive and welcoming community. As long as if you have any questions or if you have criticisms of the Amico, the Amico fans will jump on you in a heartbeat. Even someone as nice as Rhea, who have been on Retro Bro streams, she's been on Amico's After Dark. I guess the second she questioned it, the second she was offering some pushback.
Not pushing the narrative, yeah.
Yeah, they fed her to the sharks.
And they wonder why they're being called a cult, right? I mean, this is kind of like cult-like tactics where, hey, what's in this Kool-Aid? Well, no, you don't need to know what's in the Kool-Aid. Just drink it. You're in Jonestown.
Yeah, it is. It's very funny that they go and do so many cult-like things, and then they're like, why are people calling us a cult? We just blindly follow whatever Tommy tells us to do, and
then say, where's our Kool-Aid there? Where's our Kool-Aid?
Yeah. We just keep trying to recruit other people into this organization where we give all the money.
They do try to recruit, Tony. It's funny.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny.
I've seen Retro Bro pop into a couple comment sections. I'm like, I should get you on the show, bro. It's like, damn, this guy has
join us.
One of us.
Yeah, but it'll be funny because it'll be someone that like just pops in an Amico video, but like no subs. They're like, it's like, why are you trying to recruit this like 20 sub YouTuber to show up on your like? What would be the benefit of that?
They have one more on their side.
Yeah, Dedex says, go ask
Joyous.
Mullis a question.
They're
Mullis
stronger in numbers.
deal with your bullshit. You don't care about your criticism. You don't care what you have to say. It's all white noise. You know, if you don't like it, that's good. But go over there, away from him. He doesn't want to hear it. This is authoritative voice on the.
And this is why they always try to point out, like, hey, you're trying to tell us that we can't enjoy it or we don't like it. I think that's, they always fall back on that instead of just saying, that's why there's a few guys that I can at least applaud. I think Nick's really, really fair. I'll say it kind of over and over again. I've had conversations with him, and there are guys that are willing to listen. They know their stance the same way I am on like the play date, where I've said, look, I'm gonna enjoy this thing when it comes out regardless. I don't think there's much that can happen to it, and I'm gonna support them right now. So he's honest about that, and I always like that. I think, if you're honest about it and you can tell me why you like it, and you can at least be critical of it, certain things. I wish you'd push back a little bit more before people pushed you to push back. But I think he's fair, and I think there's a few fair people, but there's obviously some that just don't want to hear it, and it's not right, because the current state of it's just bad. It's just bad.
Yeah, and I've never told anybody they can't enjoy it. I've never told anybody they can't have fun with it, or they didn't have fun, or they're lying about the amount of fun they had. I've questioned whether or not I would have fun with it, whether or not it's $250 worth of fun, or if other people would have fun with it. But I think a lot of times people get confused as to why they make videos. If you want to come out and make a video talking about your experience, that's fine. But when you start trying to push your experience onto others and saying, you guys should buy this too, or I can't wait till everybody buys it. Now you're selling the console. Now you've opened yourself up to people criticizing what you've said. I'm not going to criticize you if you're like, hey, I really enjoy Metroid Dread. It's a great game. Okay, but if you're like, hey, everybody should go out and buy Metroid Dread because it's worth all the money. Now I'm going to be like, well, is it? Let me have a discussion about Metroid. And I think that's where they get confused, because no one's questioning whether or not they have fun. No one's telling them not to have fun or not to spend their money. You hear that a lot too. You don't tell me how to spend my money. Well, no, but you're trying to tell everyone else how to spend their money to buy this thing, and that's why we're discussing it.
Right. I mean, I do unintentionally sometimes. Like, I might say those things, but I don't think any. I've downright come out and said that, hey, look, you're lying to people when you're saying you're having fun with this, because clearly it's obviously different for each person, right? I'm not gonna know what your tastes are, and versus my taste, it could be totally different. And I've said multiple times that I think I could have fun playing Astro Smash and probably Finnegan Fox for a little bit. Is it revolutionary? No. Is it going to be like the next best thing? No. Am I going to drop? The biggest question is, am I going to drop $250 on a system that I'm going to have maybe a couple of days worth of fun with, and down the road it's not going to be an option. It's not even going to be kicking on a server, nothing, nothing's going to be available. That's my biggest question. So obviously I just want people to take away that everybody can have fun. When you start talking about that's the biggest gripe that I have is when you talk about how it's like the only option out there, the same way how we just went through that the Eurogamer.de or whatever site, and the journalists that covered that, talking, comparing it to like things like board games, and it's like, wait a minute, if you played these two games, what were the games that you played that were like board games? Right. Give me an example, explain why you're having fun with this system, or give me good reasons as to what you're writing, and they're not. It's all kind of the same talking points.
Well, Dedex says everyone enjoys having an infomercial shoved on them. Cyrus says that Kermit pick is Scary Dude. Yeah, it's Halloween. It's my Halloween Kermit. It's for the season.
You put your teeth in there.
Yeah.
Your fake teeth.
Talk about Sinister Moon. His video was. We'll get to that later.
Don't play the whole video, please.
Like I said, the whole point of this part of the stream was just to
Positivity.
We wandered off again, like we always do. But there are positive parts of the internet, positive parts of YouTube. You got to kind of find them. You got to kind of, part of it is what you put out there. So if you go into comments and you're being an asshole, you're going to get asshole back at you. If you go out there and you be nice, you'll get people who are nice to you. Sometimes you will get asshole even when you put out nice, but then you just ignore that person, block them, hide them from your channel, whatever it is that you got to do.
And then they open up all the accounts and then keep doing it.
That's when you learn. What do they say? Sticks and stones can break my bones, but words will never hurt me.
Yep.
Just walk away. Just walk away. It's just that easy.
It is.
Cyrus says, you guys have said some things about the cult. Would you like to ask a member some direct questions, or at least tell one of us to his face how you feel? I can come on. Yeah, give me a second. We'll have you on if you want, Cyrus. But to end the positivity, no, Cyrus. To end the positivity talk.
You're going to bring Cyrus on?
What's that?
You're going to end the positivity by bringing Cyrus on?
Yeah. So we're going to end this portion of the show. Keep it positive. Be happy. Be nice to each other. Love one another. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Stay away from white vans that say free candy on it. Don't go with strangers.
I like free candy.
If at any point a man in a trench coat offers to show you something behind the 7-Eleven, you just say no.
But what if it's a new Switch OLED?
No, even for a Switch.
By the way, can anybody find how long does it usually take them to restock stuff like that? Because I am trying to look for one, but the problem is the only way for me to get a Switch OLED right now is to actually trade in my older Switch. That'll be about, I think GameStop's offering $200.
Well, it's not the only way. Tony just told me you go to the store and the white van invites you out behind the store.
I can't find any of those guys.
Big white van. It's a.
I've been looking.
All right, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat for Cyrus to jump on. Now, if Cyrus jumps on and he's out of pocket, he's gonna get booted. Cyrus comes on and he's calm and cool and collected. We'll have a discussion. So see how this goes, guys.
Sure.
Hey, I'm pretty excited. I don't think I've ever got to really talk with Cyrus when he's been on. I've usually been on the sidelines.
Are you going to yell at him, Gary?
Do I yell at anybody?
Well, when I did say the N64 was crap, you did seem defensive.
It is. Well, it is. I mean, I'm on the fence with that one because
the library of games on the system so limited.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah.
Compared to the PlayStation. The PlayStation.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't like it. I don't like that generation of games. There are just a select few titles here and there. That's why I don't have my 64 collection comprises of maybe 15 64 games, and I have at currently 5 PlayStation games. So.
I will say this though, the N64. I was working back in the day in a movie store, and we had N64 set up, and then we would have tournaments, and the kids absolutely loved Smash Brothers and some of the other games. They had really good, like Mario Kart. It was a really good system for
multiplayer.
Yeah. And we had 50 kids and stuff, and the kids would just go nuts playing the game. So for those age groups, it was really good. So I can see why it resonates with them. So
I mean, 4 players out of the box was pretty good for the time. I mean, back when you had to do that on Sega Genesis or Super Nintendo, you had to go and buy those multi-tap, and then how many games were designed for 4-player back then? Not many.
Well, Gary,
so.
I'm Canadian, so we always played NHL 94 or 95. I can't remember which one.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. It was a good game.
And we played the crap out of that game. That was awesome.
Sega
people playing hockey games. So much.
Sega Genesis hockey, NHL back on Sega Genesis, is by far the best, and it will always hold a special place in my heart.
Also, NBA Jam was a good one. And
And
Bomberman.
we are live with Cyrus Martin.
Hey, Cy.
Hello. Can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. How you guys doing?
I'm all
Doing
right.
pretty good.
Long night.
I do like the Kermit teeth. That's really cool.
Yeah, I found it on Google. It's a bigger picture. He's like busting through something.
That would actually
Tommy
be
Lee
scary.
Michael.
That would actually be scary if that like
There's 5 of us.
was in a movie or something.
Yeah, so we got Tommy Ouyamico's here with us too.
I'm on. Wow.
I don't think I've ever heard his voice.
Hello, Tommy.
This is me. I'm here. I don't want to take away from Cyrus. I just wanted to come in. It's nice to
No,
be here. Welcome, everybody.
I'm not here to take away from anybody else either. I just heard y'all saying some stuff about the cult, and I wanted to, I know that a lot of times when we talk about each other,
We
we
were talking about the band, dude. We were talking about that band, the cult.
Oh,
You
the
ever heard
cult,
that
the band. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
we weren't talking about you.
Ah, man, my bad.
We were fucking.
Whoa. Did
Whoa.
you hear the entire conversation, Cyrus, or did you kind of jump in?
I just kind of jumped in. Basically, I just wanted to maybe give you an opportunity to address some of your concerns because I hear a few things, and I'm really not sure. There just seems to be like some like statements made about the cult. I want to know, like, what do you like? Is there?
So the whole thing was basically we were talking about Rhea and Retro Bro and how he said that she wasn't qualified to be moderating, and I kind of thought like stuff like that. Personally, I don't view you guys that way. And the thing what I said personally was some guys wonder why people come at them with that kind of talk, why they call you a cult when you have guys like, I don't condone like the fact that like, hey, if I didn't hear it, that's what I'm being told. So if that is what happened, Retro Bro saying that was kind of off because Rhea has been a really, really nice person. I don't think I have anything bad to say about her. She's been in the streams and been really kind. So I don't understand why he would come at her that way. And all I'm saying is that if you don't want people to look at you that way, obviously it seems like there's a narrative that if there's any criticism, it should be talked about both sides, good stuff and bad stuff. Like I said the last couple of days, I thought the reveal of the boxes and the games, I thought everything was pretty well done. So I gave credit where credit was due.
Before we move on, let's talk about what you said. So you brought up something that John said about Rhea in a chat, I guess. So my question is this something that you feel like we all think and are on board with, like we're all collectively saying this, or is this something that you think John said that you think maybe John?
Well, it's definitely something that I heard. Like I don't know because I wasn't there and didn't witness it. But if that's the case, and that's true, what he did, that he kind of was trying to say, hey, look, she doesn't have any place to be moderating. I don't think it's right.
I think a lot of us have a lot of different opinions about a lot of different things, and some of us have said specific things. Amico. I'm sorry. Do you have something you want to say, Tommy?
Except when it comes to Amico.
What does that mean?
I just think that you go kind of a party line when it comes to things that happen with Amico. Like you have positive reactions.
You think that
across the board?
Oh, okay. So you think if I have a positive reaction about something to do with Amico, then I'm just following some kind of party line?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Why?
Why would you think that?
Oh, because you're excited about Tommy being your friend.
No. See, now you're equating two different things. We were talking about the Amico a second ago.
Right. Well, Tommy is the Amico. I mean,
this is some good.
It's one and the same.
Right. This is some good insight into how you think. I appreciate you telling me that. So you view Tommy and Amico to be the same thing.
100%.
Well, that's a problem 100%. You have, buddy. I'm sorry to tell you. That's a problem with the way you view reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Could I just chime in for a second here before you guys
Absolutely.
get into the fisticuffs and whatnot online? Try not to laugh there, but I do somewhat agree with Tommy Ouyamico. There's too many Tommies here. This is very confusing. The reason why
Bring
I
Tommy
think,
Zero in.
yeah,
No,
the reason
no Tommy Zero.
a good example I have is
Let's watch Project Geeker.
no. I was just gonna say you could take when there's a positive reaction to anything of the console. It doesn't have to be about Tommy. You can go to any of the cult. We'll use quotes. Cult pro Amico fans YouTube channels. They're all saying almost the same phrases. Like it's almost like there's bullet points where everyone's covering the same things and they all agree exactly the same on every single facet of this whole
and it's coming
product.
from Tommy. It's not.
No. It's not
coming
coming
from Tommy.
That's not coming from Tommy. Don't say that.
Tommy chooses what to show you on Amico. Tommy plays certain games for you, tells you what to talk about, tells you what not to talk about. Okay, hold up, Cyrus.
Why am I here?
Did you see the Star Fox text or not? Did you see the Star Fox text or not?
Yeah, and I addressed it.
Did he tell you not to talk about it before?
No.
Tommy,
What are you talking about?
Did you see it before we saw it? Did you see it at Retro Bros house?
No, I didn't notice it or see it. No.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you too real quick, Cyrus. Guys, we're not here to yell and scream at each other. All right, have a nice civil conversation. We're not here to yell and scream and get on each other's nerves. If you got a question, ask a question in a nice civil tone, a civil manner. When unmute yous, please be here.
All right. Did you or did you guys not? Nobody saw that at Retro Bros house?
No.
Because
okay.
Mike
Mullis, we saw it right away.
I didn't see it.
Like as soon as we saw that text, that we were like, boom, whoa, that's from Star Fox.
I didn't see it. I don't know what else to tell you.
It's just weird that nobody saw it, but it was there.
Well, there's a lot of stuff going on. You remember I was drunk and yelling at children, right? And
I don't know.
So
yeah, there wasn't a lot of time for seeing some random text. But
you guys weren't paying like close attention to the Amico games.
Right, Tommy, you need to bring it down.
Okay, all right. Sorry, it's the punk thing. It's who I am. I'll try.
I don't know why you're trying to argue with me. I'm just talking
because I feel like it seems like you guys saw that shit and just like covered it up. You didn't want to say that you knew that was there. Why did you read the text from the game?
Okay, you feel like I saw it. That doesn't make sense. I didn't.
Well, okay, you played it. You played an Amico game. You love Amico. You guys are obsessed with Amico. You played an Amico game, but you didn't read the text.
I didn't see that text. I didn't see that.
That's weird.
Well,
all right, that's it.
I don't know why you keep harping on that.
Because if I played a game, I would read the text.
Do you know how many people were there and how many games we looked at? Come on, dude.
Right.
I don't know.
Let me jump in. I got to mute Tommy again. Tommy, you're getting too aggressive. Mike Mullis did admit that he saw the text. I don't know if everybody saw it. I can't say everybody saw it. Cyrus says he didn't see it. I have postulated that some people might have seen it and not realize it was Star Fox text because not everybody knows. Not everybody played Star Fox 64. So if Cyrus says he didn't see it, I mean, I can't will it into existence.
I don't know why I would lie about that. Why would I lie about that? What is the purpose? Like, for what benefit is there in me lying, saying I didn't see some text about Star Fox? If I had seen
I'm not saying you did. I'm saying there would be a reason to.
Tommy, let me make a point. If I had seen it, don't you think I would have told Tommy it was there? Don't you think I would have?
You don't think Tommy knows it's there?
I have no idea that he knew it was there or not there.
Tommy should know what this text in his game story is about.
I didn't know about it, and I never talked to him about it.
Okay, so again, that's fine. I just feel like you guys should be paying closer attention to things if you're going to talk about them positively. That's all.
Whoa, really? Okay, so
yeah, we're paying close attention to it.
You're paying close attention.
We're reading it.
You're paying close attention to what I'm talking about too, right?
No, not necessarily. You talk a lot.
Apparently,
you go on for a long time.
I understand. You have a point to make, and I understand.
Okay, let me ask you this, Cyrus. To Tommy's point, if you had seen the text, would you have said anything to anyone outside of the Tommy and the Intellivision team?
If I had seen that there was Star Fox text at the beginning of Moon Patrol would I have said? What do you mean by that? Like, would I just have like told everybody all at the same time, put it out on Twitter or something?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Would you have said, you know what, hey, this game's not done. I saw the game; it wasn't done. It had placeholder text. Or would you have just stayed silent on that?
I see what you're saying. Well, it depends on the conversation that I would have had. Like if I would have said, "Hey, Tommy, I noticed there's some Star Fox text here. You should probably do something about that." And he's like, "Oh crap. Yeah, let me make sure they get that out before I show this to anybody else." And I appreciate if you wouldn't mention that. I'm like, okay, I won't mention it. But
you don't think it's weird that Tommy wouldn't know the story of his game?
I'm not even suggesting that. You're the one saying that.
Aren't you? Why would you need to tell Tommy?
Hey, Tommy, Ouyamico.
Wow, you're trying to twist this all around, dude. Like I didn't see it.
All right, chill for a second, Ouyamico. What he's saying is, obviously, if he was playing the games at Crayola and Tommy was there, or Texas, that would be the first person you would tell. He's right there with him. Why wouldn't he tell Tommy? Hey, Tommy, did you realize this was Star Fox?
Sure.
Whatever. What I'm saying is, what I would say, Cyrus, is if Tommy said, "Hey, we're gonna get that fixed," right?
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, I didn't know that. We're gonna get that fixed," and then 3 months from now, it's not fixed. Are you still not going to be like, "Hey,
I don't.
3
I
months
mean,
ago I saw Moon Patrol and it wasn't fixed"?
What? Why are we even? What are we talking about? Like this?
We're
is
talking
like
about if you guys are culty or not. We're talking about like if you guys.
What you're
Tommy
trying to
because you
do.
are friendly with it.
What you're trying to do, other than talk over me, what you're trying to do is paint me into some kind of corner by saying, "Hi, you wouldn't do that one fucking thing that we all said." And so you're a cult. And I'm like, dude, I don't even know. You're talking about a completely weird, hypothetical, nonsensical question. Like if I saw the text, I would have said something. Do I know to what extent I would have talked about it and who? I don't know.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in really quick though? Like the text really isn't that big of a deal to any of the guys who've seen it. It's more so that it strikes me as odd that it was used in the first place. I don't think that, whether they seen it or not is really being, did they need to alert everybody towards it? No. I mean, obviously there's definitely two sides, and there's definitely guys that are like looking to critique it like we are. We're trying to find, the things that are wrong. And then there's, guys like Cyrus that are enjoying. They just want to be positive and enjoy everything about it. And I don't see that there's anything wrong there. I don't like, and I'm kind of like talking to my old lady here for a second, but I hear you guys going like real hard on this whole thing. I just want to make it, clear that like
Gary, I appreciate what you're saying, Gary. It's just really disingenuous for this guy to come on here.
I'm not trying to be
come
That's
on,
fair,
dude.
man. That's
come
fair.
on.
Come
on.
Guys, we need to. I'm gonna kick one of you, probably Ouyamico, because you're being the loudest. But come on, we need to relax.
But that's fair, man. But I felt like I thought you guys knew, and if you didn't know, I accept that. There are other things that are culty. I don't like the way he treats like reporters and news people and tries to discredit them. And then there's a lot of you guys standing behind that. That's real culty, but there's things we can pick apart, but. It's nothing personal, man. It's just we see this stuff right away. So maybe we're just looking for it, but it's strange that you guys don't bring up a lot of things that are real obvious to us.
I think if I could bring this into a more sane
you gotta kick me out then.
No, I'm not kicking you out, Tom. What I'm saying is if you guys see, if you personally, because you can't speak for everybody, Cyrus, obviously, but if you've seen issues with the Amico or the controller or anything, if you're making videos about it, we would assume that you would bring these issues to light. So the question would be, if there's issues with it, but Tommy's like, "Hey, don't talk about that issue. We're gonna get it fixed."
Well, Tony, you've watched my videos before, right? I mean, you've seen what I've put out there, right?
I'm just going off of what he's saying. I'm just trying to give you his, but through a more distilled, same
level-headed. Yeah.
You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I've had plenty of criticisms about the Amico. I have had a lot of them, and about Tommy too, and I've talked about it.
Tony
you
doesn't say you're in a cult, though. Tony doesn't really say you're a culty. That's just, you know, Darius, me, people on the far edge of it that are just, you know.
I don't have,
and that's one of the things, Cyrus. I don't know how often you like
these guys are in the
watch the entire shows of like when I'm on and when I'm talking to Tony. For like at least like the last month, I'm a big support. Like I told you, I think a while back when you had a stream when this first kind of started and you had a thing to discuss. I got on there and said my apologies, and I said some things at the beginning that I probably shouldn't have said. And there's some guys that are definitely on the other side that like guys like Relic that get people riled up, and that I mean, he's obviously got his views on it too. I totally understand that, but I try to give you, especially because I liked your content before this even began. Like I told you, you did the TurboGrafx stuff, and I absolutely loved that stuff and your take on it. And then I even asked you about whether they were going to hack it and all that stuff. So, but I think when it comes down to it, what's really driving some of these guys nuts, and it does drive me a little bit of nuts, is the fact that you were going to take your break, and then it's kind of just been back and forth, which is why I think, at least, I don't know about the other guys, but why you're probably getting a little bit more flack. You know what I mean? For kind of coming back and forth instead of just taking that break like you said you were going to do. But for the most part, I've been a big fan, and I like your stuff, and I don't think you should have ever kind of like got rid of your main channel. I think that should have stayed.
Gary, I appreciate it. You're being very kind to me, and I do appreciate that. The fact is, my channel had a history, and it was time to move on from that. And for better or worse, whatever that makes me, people can judge me. That's fine. It is what it is. But I definitely, I wasn't running away from this conversation, and that's why I'm here right now, to have a real conversation. Like if there's things people believe about me or about us, instead of like repeating what I think somebody thinks about what they think, just talk to me. I'm right here, and I'm not, and you talk about mistakes, Gary. I have made the biggest mistakes you can make on YouTube. I have screwed up a lot. We all are humans, and sometimes we say things the wrong way, and sometimes we attack people, and we shouldn't.
Sometimes we say always we say things the wrong way if you're me.
Well, anyway, I can't really. I'm not.
but listen, Cyrus, these guys don't hate on you on this channel. They don't call you guys a cult. They don't hate on you personally. Like you don't catch shit from these guys. It's just some of the fans and shit. Don't lump them in with the people that are commenting their fans. I mean, sure, Darius and me and everybody, but these guys they're not
Tommy?
with you, man. Yeah.
I did make a full video about the Crayola experience and how it was a cult.
But it's a joke. You know what? It was a joke. Man.
And I had put, I don't know if Cyrus was in it. But
that's all right. You know what, guys?
That's the other thing, man. Just know it's just a joke, man.
It was the Earthbound. Remember the blue cult in the game Earthbound? And
I remember that one.
But I will say, I don't honestly think it's a cult. Maybe cult is not the correct term. Gang, maybe.
I think
we're the gang.
Team
Posse.
I think if we could talk.
No, I do have a question for Cyrus.
Okay, go
blink twice if you need to be saved.
Well, I definitely think the Amico's got its clicks, right? That's basically what it is. And there's clicks, and that's just more or less human nature. And
I think if we're like fair and objective, Tony likes to be very objective. He's a reporter. I'm not. I'm not an objective guy. I think if we're fair with each other, I think we would say that this whole thing is very messy, and there's a lot of individual histories. People, this guy doesn't like this guy. This guy's a problem with this guy. This guy said this about this.
I'll give you that.
It's complicated, right? I would much prefer to have conversations where we talk to each other, and if we have a concern where Tommy was Ouyamico, that's anyway where he's saying
right Ouyamico.
It is funny, but see, that's the thing. You would never know that I thought that was funny unless we talk to each other, right?
You're cool. Like, you think stuff's funny. I like when you do the voices and you do impressions and shit. It's hella funny, man. Like, I think most of us would probably not view each other the same way if we would just talk once in a while. Well, yeah, but I'm still gonna use it for comedy and shit. Like my channel's still gonna look the same because it's all still just comedic fodder. Like even Tony, even anyone involved with this, it's funny on every angle. People that like it, people that hate it, all of it's funny. It's all hilarious.
It's funny to you.
Sometimes the more and sometimes it's to me, yeah. And sometimes the more serious people are about it, it's even funnier. So I mean,
I will tell you this.
I never hated you.
I understand. I will tell you this though. There are people that are going through some stuff because of things that have happened, whether it's related to this or not.
Yeah, I know. Smash JT lost like $10,000. That's rough.
Well, that's really not what I'm talking about. But I'm just saying, there are some people that when you clown on them in public.
I know. Like when Weird Al did Amish Paradise, people were making fun of Amish people, but that's what's Weird Al gonna fucking do, Right. People probably egged their houses and fucked with them. People probably fucked with them pretty bad. But what's he gonna do? He's not in the KKK. I mean,
I think you're a little off base.
I don't know what that's about.
No,
just a little off. Just a little.
I'm probably off base. I don't know. What did I say?
I don't know.
I already forgot.
It's all a joke. Everything comes from Ouyamico is a joke, so don't worry. It's not a real statement. It's a character.
Well, okay.
But okay, everyone, don't fuck with the Amico fans in real life or be mean to them. And if you're having a hard time, don't take it too seriously. It's all for fun. The worst thing you can do is take a bunch of money. Yeah, you can always take it out on me, Ouyamico.
Take it out on Gary. He loves it.
Yeah, Gary is a
right.
He likes it.
In the comments there, Tommy Ouyamico. Hey, Tommy. Smash GT did not lose 10 grand. He paid 10 grand. He gained
100,000.
He paid 10 grand for 8 Amico games because he got those.
Oh, right.
And his
affordable games, $40 and up. $80.
If I can jump in and try to gain control of the show that I
of your own show.
Run, yeah.
Is this your show still, Tony?
Should I just leave and start my own stream where I can play guitar?
If you want. What I was gonna say. There are some people that are going through things like Cyrus says on both sides, but sometimes it's not evident. People don't see it. People think, that someone's being an asshole because they're an asshole and not because maybe they've had a hard day. So, I mean, if someone like Cyrus comes out here and he's willing to talk to us, cut the man some slack, kind of give him a break.
That's right. You should.
I'm not here to attack anybody either. Like, I'm not here to tell you any of you are bad people. I just want to present an opportunity for you to address some of your concerns and accusations. I mean, that's why I'm here, because it's one thing if we can, like, if we sit in an echo chamber and we just kind of, give each other like support for our own ideas. But, I'm one of these supposed cult members. I'm here. So ask me stuff.
Well, I mean, the echo is going to stop when the system comes out. We'll know what happens. This is all just like anticipation. This is like, oh, who's going to win the Super Bowl? This is just people getting fucking hyped.
It's interesting how different people view it so different,ly
Yeah.
It is
I think Tommy does drugs, by the way.
A little bit.
I
got a question for Cyrus.
Yes.
First, were you here earlier in the stream?
I've only was listening for like 5 minutes before I jumped on.
Okay,
I think he jumped on just slightly after we were talking about the whole Rhea situation.
Okay, because I wanted to know, has Tommy given any consideration to custom leaderboards?
What do you custom leaderboards? What do you mean by that?
Like to be able to make a leaderboard, like say 20 people, and I'd be like, put you on it, Gary.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think I've talked to. It's been a while since I talked to him about anything like that, but I do think that was something that was discussed. I can't tell you because I'm not Tommy, like what the plan is for all that, but I'm pretty sure that was discussed.
Because that would at least give people a way to compete online, because it's not an online system. But
oh yeah, you know what? I'm almost positive that was like a thing that's definitely going to happen. But again, I don't work for Intellivision, but as far as I remember.
You don't work for Intellivision as far as you remember?
No, as far I can neither confirm nor deny. No.
I signed something.
So Cyrus, I have like a serious question for you. Do you really think that something like Earthworm Jim was being worked on, or what they showed us was about all they have? Do you think that like reveal trailer was about as far as that got?
That's a good question. That's a really good question, and I'm not really sure. Like, I know it's been worked on. To what extent, I'm not sure. But I know that there's more that could have been shown that hasn't been shown. I know that for a fact.
So there's no playable demo or nothing when you guys were.
No, I have not played any kind of a demo for Earthworm Jim.
Oh, that beeping is going to kill NinjaKitty. I'm going to mute my mic.
What was okay?
I don't know. I think
Gary is making more food. I can hear beeping in the background.
Oh, so he's your version of Nick. Nick's always eating on the.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
I always have background noises going on. My old lady's making some food right now, so.
For what was it, like 2 months? Gary had a fire alarm in the background, just beeping.
Yeah, I had to change the 9
That
volt.
was the worst. Never fuck.
That's the worst. These guys say it's the worst.
Jeez.
I can barely hear it. I tune it out.
Guys are just going off.
All right, Tommy. We're gonna have to kick you if you're gonna start playing guitar.
He's jamming.
That's pretty good, though. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Are you in a band?
No.
Like,
I was before Corona and shit, and then like that's kind of why I came online, because there's just like, you can't really do bands as much, not a lot of concerts and stuff where I'm at.
We used to do. I had a video business where we would go do like concerts and stuff in Deep Ellum and Dallas.
Rad.
Yeah, I met a bunch of local band members and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I love
cool, man.
Yeah, I love that. I love the local, like everybody starts somewhere, right? Everybody has to start somewhere.
Dude, here's
Did
the
you
thing.
meet a lot of local groupies, Cyrus?
Do what?
What?
Did you meet a lot of the local groupies?
I've met a lot of people.
The small bands, listen, man. The small bands inspire the big bands because when the big bands are like 13 to like 20 years old, they're watching the small bands and they get all this inspiration, and then they grow up and they become the big bands, and they'll say, "Oh, my favorite band was this band," and it's like 500 people were there.
Absolutely.
It's the same thing with YouTube. Same thing with YouTube. Small channels.
Some of the best music. Some of the best music you'll ever hear is in a small club from a band you've never heard of. Absolutely.
Same thing with YouTube. Some of the best videos you're going to see on YouTube is this tiny ass little channel, and that's going to inspire the big one when they grow up. So everyone keep making your shit, positive or negative, whatever you're doing for Amico, keep going. It's all fun.
That's deep, man.
That's yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. Everyone's opinion matters too. Whether you're Darius and you're offensive to people, or what you say isn't true, or whether you lie, your opinion still matters. Everyone should be able to speak. You shouldn't block people or whatever. Unless they're attacking you personally, you can block them. But
Hey Cyrus, so I don't know if you've ever given your opinion. How do you feel about the play date?
It's very interesting. Very unique concept. I don't know. What I'm concerned about with the play date is how long that crank is going to last, because that thing looks like it's going to come off. And when it comes off, I want to know what the plan is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but other than that, I mean, it looks cool. The games look really cool. I like the, conceptually, I like it. I think it costs probably a little too much. It's my same criticism of the Amico. I think it costs too much. But I think it's cool that there are people making unique stuff, new stuff, trying different ideas. I like that. So
what's the crank one called? That's the play date.
Yeah.
The crank, the little yellow crank. Now, is that the one that like people they write their own games for it, or just that's
you can either write your own games or
right now they have a bunch of developers on board that are going to do.
Yeah, that's cool.
No, but Gary, they're releasing a web client, like a web page, basically, where you can make your own games.
But it's only tile based, so you can't make a platformer on tile based games.
Well,
you're stuck towards
limited.
See, I did this with there's a program called Nest Maker. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I can't remember what his name was, but he was developing a game that was it's the same thing as a tile based game. Now I tried to do my idea for my game, and you can get away with doing light platformer stuff, but there are a lot of things in the coding that just doesn't, they don't translate well, because you're doing a top down kind of vision of a game, and being that my idea for a game is more in tune with like a Mega Man game and a side scroller like platformer, it just didn't equate well. And if you can get in and do some coding, you can change it to accommodate your game a little bit more. But that tile based setup that they're going to have, and I can't remember what they're calling it right now, but it's only going to let you do so much. So you're going to be able to make something that looks kind of reminiscent of like a Zelda, or maybe kind of like an old Pokemon game or something like that.
That's cool.
And it's going to be more. No, that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying it's going to be very limited. I think
Gary,
it kind of like you can't make like WarioWare. You're saying you can't just make like whatever.
Right, you're not going to make. Yeah, you're not going to be able to make
Gary, you want me to do my big reveal? I have a reveal
of what you've been working on.
Early stages, because the SDK is open for anyone. Like if you want to make a full-blown Playdate game, it's wide open. They don't charge anything. Exclusive right here.
See, that's cool.
I'm making an RPG, and all you guys are going to be in it.
Whoa!
And I'm not joking.
Oh boy, I wonder how that's going to go. Yeah.
If you like Earthbound, that's all.
If there's a character that's a giant slug, you can use me for that. That'll work.
Well, mid boss battle. I mean, maybe not a boss battle.
You're talking about the Colt from Earthbound.
If there was somebody who has a name similar to Cyrus, he would eat a Snickers bar, and it'll give him rage, which will increase his attack power, and you'll have to defend because he will just unleash hell upon you. Just saying.
Dang.
It's pretty accurate, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you what, NinjaKitty, since you know how to program, I actually came up with a concept for a Amico like Mega Man type of game, where the haters would be the 8 bosses, and basically you would be playing as the Amico 3000, who has come back in time to prevent the haters from stopping the console being launched. And each one of the Amico fans, like Cyrus here, like when you beat that level and you get Cyrus, he would give you the ability to infect computers because he's the video game virus. And like if you rescue Turbo Joe, you'll be able to run faster on certain points.
There's a problem with that though, Tony.
What's that?
Since you know your Mega Mans, right?
Yeah.
Mega Man 4, there's the guy who is Toadman, who's like a frog. He's the shittiest boss of all time. Like, he's so easy to kill. So if I put you into the game, you would be ridiculously easy to kill. I'm just saying.
Well, because I'm a fence sitter, so it's not that hard.
Well,
to kill
it does make sense because all he does is hop back and forth. So
Well, NinjaKitty, do you really you know how to like code like program for real?
I may know how to do that stuff.
Wow.
Oh man, I need to
pull off his mask.
I need to get it. I need to start paying a NinjaKitty to help me develop my games.
That would make the playdate worth
Are you for
it.
hire?
That would make, something like
for
that
hire?
worth it if you code.
All right, I got to get to this question from the chat. It's
Yes,
for Cyrus.
I had to ask the chat for questions for Cyrus, and this is a good one for once.
Says, I have a question for Cyrus. When you feel down, what game cheers you up? This question for everyone. That's from Wiley.
I don't know. There's a lot of games that cheer me up. Like, if you don't enjoy playing video games, why play video games?
Right.
So I don't know. Like any, any of the Marios, Sonics, the Bonk games, any shooter on my TurboGrafx. I mean, there's so many. Anything from Pitfall and the Intellivision to, God of War, whatever. I mean, I love a lot of different kind of games, man. And I'll say one game that I like to play just to like kind of get me going again, I guess would be Tempest 2000. Either on the Jaguar or on the Sega Saturn. I love that game.
A good one. Yeah, I say the same thing. You're speaking truth. It's just everything, right? Every game, right?
NES,
man.
Right, man. That dude, yeah.
What do you say, Tommy Ouyamico? Is it Guitar Hero?
No, Guitar Hero is harder for me because I know I play
Rock
guitar,
Band,
so
Rocksmith.
It fucks me up. No, because I can't read music, so those little notes just like look fucking crazy to me.
It is
I just
Tommy.
use my fingers where the real note is. Yeah. No, I'm not very good at guitar. But Legend of Zelda, because it's like everything. It's like Pac-Man, but it's like God of War. It's like it's right there in the middle of everything.
Like the NES Legend of Zelda?
Yeah, NES
Or
Legend of
Super
Zelda.
Nintendo?
It's like right there in the middle of like super old arcade games and Atari games and modern games. It's just right there in the middle somehow. In my mind, it's just a perfect middle point. I don't know.
Yeah. What about you, NinjaKitty? What game cheers you up?
Cheers me up. Well, I'm always in a good mood, so cop-out answer there. I am. But one game that I always go back to, which is kind of odd, most people never played it, for PlayStation 2 is called Frequency. It's a music game from Harmonix, the people who did Rock Band and Guitar Hero. And just because it has a good soundtrack, just listening to music, and I think Tommy Ouyamico would like that while he's tripping balls on whatever he does.
What is it?
Frequency.
DMT.
It's a good
what
game.
about you, Gary?
DMT. What?
Gary's on
Is
mute.
Gary with us? Did we lose him?
Gary's gonna pick an N64 game. We'll give him the buggy game or whatever it's called, Bumble Racing or something.
Bump and Jump.
Buck Bumble?
Beetle Adventure Racing.
Beetle Adventure, that's what it is.
That's a good game.
Best game on Nintendo 64, Hidden Gem. Beetle Adventure Racing.
N64 has a bunch of great games on it, man. That's a good system.
For their time. Shadows
Well-
of Empire.
Well, I mean, Mario Kart's on there,
Yeah.
Star Fox,
Star Fox.
Zelda.
Fucking Gex 64.
There's some really good ones on there. F-Zero's, that's really good on there. I like that a lot.
Ooh, that's a good game.
Personally, I go back to Stardew Valley quite often.
Oh,
So
yeah.
simple, so nice.
You would go to Stardew Valley Jesus. Kermit.
I know.
It's our dude Valley. The
Hey,
dude
hey.
rant.
No judgment on this channel.
I'm going to
Yeah,
retract
dude.
my statement because Cyrus said F-Zero. I'm going to say F-Zero on the GameCube. That's an awesome game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Have you tried that on that Dolphin emulator?
I have it. I may have tried it on my Wii U.
Oh well, if you played on the Dolphin,
emulator.
I was gonna say if you play it on a good, well, I don't know how powerful it would be. Well, I don't know what the Wii U would do for it, but on a good computer, you can put that thing up to 4K. I mean, it looks amazing. The graphics really hold up for that game.
So colorful. I even had a chance to try it in an arcade once. That was awesome.
Oh yeah, nice.
So Tony, you can read this comment here that Chappie said about Cyrus.
Yeah, I am. I was just waiting to
Sorry,
get a
go
good
for it.
opportunity to
Go
read
for
it, to run in there. This is just a comment. Cyrus, I appreciate you coming on and trying to chat here. There are a lot of times we all forget that we're all people, and at the end of the day.
I appreciate that. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm not a person. I'm AI. We've discussed it.
I'm not. I agree. I'm not a person either. I'm just a character. But I appreciate real people like Cyrus being real.
I think this is what I'm getting. I was kind of trying to make a point about. Like, I think most of us would probably be able to have good conversations if we tried, you know? And I appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Probably. We do have good conversations online in the comments. It's fun.
Well, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, though? Like, it's one thing to, like...
We have more in common than we think. That's what Cyrus is trying to say.
Definitely. Who cares about Amico? It's like a tiny little group of people. That's why I say, you know.
We all like
associated with it is hilarious.
We all like different stuff, okay? I like
But
that.
We all like old school games.
Yeah.
I think. Or else why would you care, you know?
Except Tony.
And I mean,
yeah.
Tony doesn't like old school games. All right.
Tony, Stardew Valley over here.
Breaking news. Anyway.
I've tried to go back to old school games, and it's just...
These guys give me credit. You see, if you listen a little bit more, Cyrus, to on the regular, these guys give me shit all the time for being a big OG Intellivision fan.
For being a
yeah?
Don't go that far back.
You know, you got to stay on the team, you know.
Gary, part of our team's rules list we have is no OG Intellivision.
Gary, you're out, man. The fuck out.
It's on my 10 commandments. Number 2 is no OG Intellivision. 3, no N64.
No disc game.
Joe says y'all whack.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. It's all cringe. Level 1 Online said that in one of his psychotic videos where he's under a false name and he's cussing out people, calling him queer and stuff. He's like, everyone associated with the Amico is cringe. Whether you're pro Amico, anti Amico, you're all cringe. I was like, no. My level 1 says something smart for once.
I think we just got to take a step back though, because I think it comes down to a generation thing. It comes down to an age thing. And I don't know. I have a feeling that I'm probably not the youngest one in the room now, but you definitely see that the age.
What is that supposed to mean?
I think he's talking about Ouyamico.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm 58. I'm old at heart though.
But I think that comes down to it. I think there's the generational gap here is probably what there is the big point that I think nobody's really understanding, that there's guys that are, in their 40s and 50s who remember actually probably getting something like Intellivision for Christmas. There's guys like me who were handed down. I think I'm in a very small group, like 35. I don't think guys my age really grew up with Intellivision. They mainly grew up with, Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and then, hit the 64 when you got in your teens. But I like to think I'm more of a grounded gamer, that I've played a lot of stuff, and I have a more accepting to things that are not NES type style games.
You have more robust palette for games.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even
There's
shitty
nothing
games
wrong
from the
with that.
N64.
Oh, I got a question. I remembered something that I had heard, and I wanted to ask you about this. I heard y'all say something like you think that we recruit people. What do you
Yes.
what do you mean?
I didn't say that.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
Retro
usually there's
Bros try to recruit them, right?
Retro Bro is actively trying to recruit.
How?
So when a new person comes to any of these videos, because most of these videos have the same folks watching both pro and anti-Amico videos, and there's a new person on the scene, your friend the Retro Bro tries to sweet talk them into joining their streams. And
what do you mean? I mean, specifically, what is
Come here,
that?
sweetie.
Like, what do you mean? Like, I don't understand what you're talking about because I think
I won't beat around the bush here.
The Ten
A new
Commandments.
person comes on the scene, and he tries to get them to join his stream and to join the fight, the battle against these haters, which would be the non-Amico fans, and he tries to get them to join. Well, some would say the dark side, but we'll call it the Amico side.
I don't know what you mean though. You're just saying like I've never heard John say
Talking about fun Amico conversation.
You must join with us. You know, like I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, he
like,
literally sends out a pamphlet where you have to fill out.
Here's what I think it is. If I can jump in here,
It's your stream.
Yeah, I know. When a new person comes on the scene and they're negative, John doesn't jump in the comments like, "Hey, come over to the stream and we can discuss these things." But if a new person comes on the scene and they're positive, John's like, "Hey, come join us and get on Amico."
How dare he want to talk to nice, positive people and not insane people like me? How dare he?
Well, I think when you say negative, like there's a lot of things that could entail. Like if somebody comes on and calls you a bunch of names or says Amico's a piece of crap, what kind of conversation are you going to have with that person? You know,
Right.
like
You could ask them what kind of crap. Is it dog crap?
right? But you see what I'm saying? Like not responding to someone that comes in with that kind of attitude is not.
That's reasonable.
You know what I mean? Like
Just rewind it a bit, Tony.
Cyrus is right.
Just rewind it a bit, Tony. It's some of the folks
don't-
are neutral that come in. I won't use specifics.
Ah,
They're
there you
neutral, and then they're trying to sway
well,
their
the
opinion.
problem, NinjaKitty, is when you don't use specifics. I don't know how to address what you're saying.
I don't know what he's talking about either.
Yeah.
See,
I'm not naming names. I don't want people to get doxxed.
Well, see, that's the problem.
docs.
That's the problem with both of our communities, though, right? Is there's a lot of statements that get made without specifics, and then it creates this like myth about what people think and believe. You know what I mean? And you say you think John is out there recruiting people. I mean, that sounds like, wow, like whoa, what's he?
He's knocking
out there
on doors, bro.
Yeah, I'm like, what does that even mean? Like,
That
if
does
somebody
sound very
Put on his
cult-like.
Sunday best.
like
All I'm
if some-
saying is, I've heard you guys stand outside the airport.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking chanting.
Have you heard the good
Amico
news
shells
about
and
Amico?
hitting them,
Yeah.
like symbols.
Do you have a moment to
He's got an
spare
acoustic
for
guitar.
our Savior and Lord Tommy Tellerico? You know, no,
Oh man,
that's-
we just got a good audio bit right there, Tommy.
there you go. I knew there was a reason I came on.
Right.
Like, but
Right.
all I'm saying, NinjaKitty, is like, I understand your perspective. I get that. All I'm saying is, it doesn't leave a lot of room for discussion. That's all I'm saying. If you want to have, a clarity, if you want to give people an opportunity to address things, you got to give some kind of specifics, because when you just say things that are kind of blanket statements, I mean, how are you supposed to? I mean, there's nothing I can say. You have this opinion now, this opinion that is formed by some amorphous fact that you can't seem to articulate to me, and that's
Yeah.
a problem.
But
Well,
in
Chupacabra
fairness,
is
Why are you
right.
doing that to him?
in fairness,
Chupacabra is right. They were handing out pamphlets at the Crayola thing to get people to come see the Amico.
Uh-oh.
Okay, at the event where it was
Does
happening.
GenXGamer think those pamphlets are going to be worth money?
Oh my god, I have no
They might
idea.
be.
going to be going up in value. I got
If
the
they're
original
free.
pamphlet from
That's
the
it.
Crayola event.
he was
That's-
on earlier. If you didn't hear Tommy Ouyamico,
Yeah,
He
he's
was-
an
Oh, I
interesting
heard
guy. That's an interesting
He's
guy.
cool. I like him.
Realistically, if Amico came out and it was widely successful, those pamphlets actually would probably be worth something.
Fuck
Would
yeah.
they?
I didn't get one, by the way. I'm very upset.
Yeah, they
Let
would.
me
I
tell
mean,
you guys,
anything,
Leap TV.
even if
nothing
it
is worth
fails,
anything.
if it bombs completely, the pamphlet would be.
I don't
it's
know.
A part of
No, it
history.
wouldn't.
Like, remember that?
I don't
concert
know,
that
dude.
failed?
Like, dude,
It
nobody
was-
wants Leap TV stuff. Nobody wants Leap TV stuff. Because it
Um,
doesn't work. If I bought a Leap TV, I bought 2 Leap TVs and a bunch of different games, and none of them work because you need like
Right.
a firmware update that they don't have, and
But-
nobody fucking wants it. Whether it's Spider-Man or it's fucking whatever, nobody wants it. Nobody's gonna want it.
I'm still
Well,
not going to
here's what
say
I'm
that
saying.
the thing's going to tank, but go ahead, Tony.
What I'm saying is those pamphlets are free. So if you sell that pamphlet for a quarter, you still
Oh
made
fuck you!
more
Yeah,
money.
oh yeah, we made some money. Yeah,
That's a good point. That's economics right there.
he's not
I mean-
wrong.
You can retire off.
We're
that
not
pamphlet.
Max, okay? You don't talk to us like we're Max, all right?
You're max. What I'm saying
No,
is,
I
for me
am Max,
personally,
but
you know, if I bundled it with my shell and the box games,
well, yeah, you got the shell.
That's
So,
a
yeah,
complete package right there.
That's what we call case candy in the guitar world. That's
That's what I'm
fucking
saying.
case candy. Oh yeah, and you got baby pictures of the shell before you signed it. You all kind of shit, man. Oh yeah, the shell's real. The shell's worth money.
You might
Because of
say
the
that
controversy.
you might say that Tony is a shell shill.
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah. Somebody said that before you though. I don't
Oh,
know
really?
who it was.
That's usually how it
Ninja
works,
maybe.
yeah. I'm always
No.
late to the party.
It wasn't me. Well, you weren't invited yet, but
There you
It's
go.
your fault.
56K warning says the controller nub is worth more than the shell and pamphlets. I'm gonna say no, because there's more controller disc out there than shells. There's only one shell. Unless Tommy and the team are signing a bunch. To
Yeah, that's a
spite you.
101.
Cyrus,
the
can you confirm
shell.
that or deny it?
Can I confirm or deny that there's only one Amico shell in existence?
Yeah,
No one
you
that's
hear
signed,
Tommy
though.
saying that he's going to sign a bunch just to spite me?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Like
When you
after I
guys
warned
talk
you,
about
wasn't like,
shells,
go
man.
get a fucking bunch of shells and we're going to sign it, guys. And
I seriously doubt that would be the case. But I don't know.
But here's the thing, Tony. Even then, your signatures would be unique because if who's on who are the signatures that are on there? Is everybody still working for Intellivision?
I think so.
Is Jay Allard's on it?
No,
Ooh.
Who?
you
Jay
can't
Allard?
sign it by phone. You can't sign that shit over the internet, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
You can do a digital signature. And
Yeah,
send it
yeah,
through
digital
like a-
signature on it.
an auto
And carve
pen?
it in there.
Yeah, its name is Shelly. See, Mr. Beefy knows. John
Dale.
Alvarado, Tommy, Bill Fisher, I think Slade.
You talk
Did
about shells, I get fucking flashbacks to Coleco Chameleon because Coleco Chameleon, that's all he had was the shell. So it's like the shell.
Oh, that was such a disappointment. That whole
I know. Mike Kennedy was cool. I used to listen to him on his Ray old podcast way long ago, and I thought he was cool. But then,
he just
Oh, well, he
got
tried.
in over his head and didn't know how to.
yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, well, but
Well, I
I
just
don't think he
tuned in.
knew it
Are we
was a
talking
Super
about Tommy
Nintendo.
again?
No, yeah.
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
we're
sorry.
not. We're not.
But it's the that's why people don't like zombie brands. Zombie brands are icky. It's icky that it's like, oh, we're in television. Like, oh, okay, I'm the Beach Boys. Like, I bought it. Like,
What?
now it's me. Right? Like, you just the brand, right? Coleco. Oh, I'm Coleco now. I bought it. Oh, okay.
What are we? I'm
guess.
lost. What are we talking about?
Coleco Chameleon.
Tommy's trying to say that the brand in television isn't the same as the Mattel and television brand. Just like the
Right.
Atari brand isn't the real Atari, and Coleco wasn't actually
Coleco.
the real.
I mean, that's
brand.
that's like kind of a non-issue to me. You got
When
a
has that
little.
worked? When has that been a good? Like, when has it been successful? Because
I mean, it's
there are
not a
times
good.
that I'm not aware.
I don't.
In
I
any
don't think
industry,
it's a
in any
great. I don't think it's a great thing, but I don't think
When
it's
has
really
that
a
worked in
bad
any
thing.
industry?
Well,
I don't
Oh,
think
tell
it's a
me
bad
someone.
thing.
Maybe a car or
Tommy.
something.
Cars have worked because.
Okay, tell
I
me
think
about a
only
time that
2
a
car
company just
companies
bought
have never
that.
gone out of business.
No. But when do people
But here's
made a
the thing-
brand
but
that
he-
was an old brand and it actually worked?
But here's the thing: there are ties from the new stuff. You still got to take that into account. That Astro
Oh
Smash
yeah, there's ties
is,
to Xbox, there's ties to Nintendo. He's got the
I mean, but
Avengers, bro.
but it is
You got
it is
everybody. He's got
tied.
the
It
Intellivision
might be
people.
retro reimagined, but it's still a tie to the old.
All right.
The
I
old
don't-
Intellivision.
I
It's
don't-
attempting to be.
I don't know that this is a valid thing to worry about. You know, like I know what
No, I
you're
agree.
saying, but
I don't think
that's
it
entirely
is.
possible. That's entirely possible.
I think there
I
are
don't-
bigger other main factors that are bigger at play here. I think of all the things to be worried about, that, like Cyrus said, it's kind of like it's a nothing burger. So
Really?
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
That's one of the problems in the Amico community, whether it's pro or negative or critical or whatever you want to call it, culty or clicky or whatever. People get into the weeds way too much.
yeah, yeah, no
Like,
kidding, absolutely.
That's where the
You're
fun's
way
at.
out
That's where
in
the
left
good
field.
Pokemon are, bro. That's where
my
the rare Pokemon are.
bigger
Tony.
question is where are the 50 games? That's a bigger
Where are the
question.
fucking games, man?
And I can understand that things are being, other people are shifted around and whatnot, but there should be more bigger titles, like whatever happened to the Globetrotter IP, whatever happened. Now these aren't things that are going to be like, mind blowing, but I still would like to see, like, are there games being developed that we haven't seen yet? Those are the bigger questions
Bump
that
and
I have. Dude, Bump and Jump. Hey, don't get me started.
That's one
I'm
of
an
my
original
favorite
Intellivision.
old games. Yeah,
That's a
I
fantastic
love
game.
that game. That's the coolest game on Intellivision.
Well,
I would,
if I can, I'd like to comment on that, because this feeds into part of the criticism that I've had about what's gone on with the Amico. They have really tried to do too much. There's been this wide net that has just gotten wider and wider and wider. It's been pulled in at this point, but for a long time it was like anytime Tommy would go on a show and somebody would bring up a game, he would be like, yeah, that's a possibility, and maybe that's gonna happen later, and yeah, and it got to a point where I'm like, man, he needs to stop talking to people, because you've got to focus, right? The console has to come out. Well, it's a legitimate thing to say, and I think Tommy's even said he agrees. Like, he doesn't know like when to stop sometimes. So I think that's been a problem. You talk about 50 games. Let's get the system out. There's 6 packing games, and no, I don't know what the 6th one is. I see the question.
I was gonna get to that.
Yeah, there's 6 packing games, and then there's these 8 other games.
Are you saying that he's over-promised and under-delivered?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think that this tends to happen with every console that gets released, but it's under a microscope because it's somebody new. It's a independent project.
There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do because of Corona. We're looking at this shit every day.
Well,
yeah, that's a good question, Cyrus. Do you think that the coronavirus, COVID lockdowns have allowed people more free time to criticize and put the Amico under a microscope? Like, if there was no lockdowns, would we be too busy to even pay attention to any of this?
That's a really good point. I really, to be honest with you, that is not something I've thought a lot about why people do. Maybe that you're right. You're probably right. People.
That's what it is. He's right. It's just the crazy boredom.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Well, I think I'd definitely be still on the train that I am, because, like I said, I was there from the very beginning, and this was before, Corona. I was clearly watching. I heard the information from Pat and Ian, and when that started, I did my research, and I continued on videos to the extent. But here's the thing. On that extent, I kind of follow everything to that extent. I just don't talk about it. You don't hear me talk about like Playdate all the time. I'll mention it every once in a while. But I'm looking at things that people who are developing games for it that you might never have heard of. Things in Reddit, things on YouTube, like the Silver Ball Tactics. That's a game that not many people have probably heard about, even if they're looking in on the Playdate. That's something you have to go and research. And I do, like I said, I do prices and I buy and sell, and gaming is one of my big hobbies. So I'd probably still be in it, but I'd agree. I don't think the amount of people would be talking about the Amico so much, and I don't think it would be under such a fine scope.
Like Pat and Ian would, but there probably wouldn't be as many comments, and there probably wouldn't be as
But-
many people.
Right,
on,
but right, and they have from the beginning, and
Reddit
that's just what they do. You
That's
know,
what they
they're
do. Yeah, they talk
they're
about
gaming
everything,
enthusiasts,
but
right?
But I'm just everyone. The dog pile. I think. Has
I
something
think
to do
I
with
think let me ask you guys a question. I'm curious about your thoughts about this. Like, we're having a good conversation here. Do you think that, and I don't know much about Pat and Ian. I had watched their stuff for a while before, but never really got real concerned about them as individuals. But what I've seen the past year and a half or so, I have a question, and I want to know what your take on this is. Do you think that they have like more of a personal problem with Tommy than they have?
No.
You don't think
No,
so?
because they used to be friends with them.
No, okay, so here's the thing, and I've watched Pat for probably like, what's he been on YouTube for 15? I've probably been watching him for 10 years. I've been watching his early stuff before they had like released daily, videos and stuff like that. No, I personally don't think they're okay. So here's the thing. At first, I don't think there was a grudge. I think now it is a little bit of a personal vendetta, just because Tommy corrected them. He called them out a few times and said a few things. And then it changed, whatever you want to call it, whether it was COVID or whatever, things had changed that they were corrected on. And now it has become, and it's more so Pat than Ian. And you can definitely tell when you watch these videos that every time that Pat brings it up, Ian rolls his eyes.
Ian's pretty pissed lately. Did you see the most recent one? Ian was on fucking fire last
he really doesn't want to talk about it, though. Okay,
not the last one. He's going hard, bro.
Well, I mean, he does, because it's part of his job in the podcast is to talk about it. But he kind of rolls his eyes and just is like, "Oh, we got to talk about this again."
About everything.
But I think truly those guys are just big in the hobby. I truly think they have the best interest of gamers at hand. I think that
they used to be friends with him. They used to be cool with him, and
they did some of the video game years stuff. But from what Pat said, that they weren't like he knew Tommy, but they weren't like close friends.
But they didn't have a reason to like.
He had a relation, like a tiny relationship with him, but it wasn't anything that went past probably.
But they didn't have to like drive him in the car to Video Games Live and have like a bad experience. Like certain people, like that didn't happen to Pat Ian. They tried to like him. Then he got all weird and was like making fun of Ian for shaking and making fun of just the way they were as people, and they got super fucking more mad at him.
Well, I definitely see that it's kind of been mishandled on both sides, and definitely when you watch Pat and Ian, they're obviously I'll use the word again.
No one expects Pat and Ian to be on the level of Tommy, though. Tommy's a CEO, and they're just people on fucking podcasts. Like, I mean,
well, and that's part of it. A lot of people have to understand that they're still relatively small podcasts, a small channel. Yeah. Tommy does have to realize that, like, that it wasn't like
he can be on Ellen. Pat and Ian are never going to be on fucking Ellen. Like, come on, like they're never getting a meeting to be on Ellen. Like, it's a different fucking level.
That definitely propelled this though to another level. Their fight and their little spat between each other didn't have to happen. Tommy
can I cut in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cut in for a sec, and I'll agree with Cyrus. At the beginning, it wasn't personal. Now it's personal, and Tommy really shouldn't sweat it. But the bigger issue is with people like Ars Technica, because the reach that Sam, I can't say his last name, Makovich, whatever, is. Pat and Ian, what do they get per video? Like 15,000 views, maybe? Something like that? Sam articles in Ars Technica, that's like hundreds of thousands of people.
Ratface.
Well, the Ratface was Digital Foundry.
Hey, Ratface.
Hey, real quick, you brought that up. Who said that? Who called him that?
I don't know.
I've been trying to find. No, I know. We got accused.
Where did that come from? Yeah, who said that? Where did that come from?
Well, of course, no one's going to admit it.
Hold on.
I took that very seriously because we were accused of that, and I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
Was it Gen X?
Digital Foundry said it themselves. No. They just came out and said someone called us rat.
Yeah.
In an email, but they didn't give a name. They just said
Yeah, the dude with the accent.
That was a bad one too, because Digital Foundry, highly respected amongst the gaming community. They don't really have any.
And
drama.
that wasn't Tom. Tommy didn't call them rat face. It was just some random.
No, he didn't. But Tommy had the fight with.
Well, that's the thing, though.
Guy,
that's the thing, though. Like, we as a collective, this goes back what I was talking about. We got blamed for that, and I was like, going through all my friends, I'm like, does anybody know anything about this? And nobody knows anything. So I'm just fine.
Well, here's the thing, Cyrus, if I could say. In school, there would be a lot of times when someone would do something and the teacher would step out of the room, and whoever took the eraser from my desk put it back, and no one's gonna get in trouble, and no one would stand up and put the eraser back. It doesn't mean no one took the eraser. Just means no one
I get what you're saying, Tony. So I guess it's possible that somebody did, and they just don't want to tell any of us.
Oh, people on our side said all kinds of shit. Watch a Darius Truxton video. It's people on both sides say all kinds of fucked up shit. It's no big deal.
You shouldn't blanket everyone with a statement.
Rat face. That's not even that mean.
If one person called Digital Foundry rat face, well,
yeah. So what?
But Cyrus should not be blamed for that. Just because it may be part of his.
Well, no, and it works both ways too, right?
And that's
it works both ways.
Gary. Jeez, Gary, you jumped the gun.
Look at the stuff they said about. Look at the stuff they said about OEVP. They're so mean.
I was just gonna say that when someone we'll just call someone Laggy Melons. Paints that everybody is doxing, and it's not true because not everyone is doxing. Maybe there's one or two bad people. So should not be guilty by association.
And Cyrus, we've said many times, and me and Tony feel strongly about this. We don't condone any of the stuff that's going on. You know, we have our opinions, and we're highly critical. We're above
even
highly
Darius
critical.
Truxton says don't do that shit.
Yeah, but it's not right. Whoever's doing it, even though whoever the kid that got in on it, and I think he was just trying to be cool and hey, this is a cool thing to do. It's not cool. I don't
make threat.
I'm here to at least criticize it, and maybe at one point someone will listen to the things that we said and said hey, look, maybe they were right about this. Maybe Tommy could have communicated better, or maybe could have just kind of went away and let things go.
Hopefully they can have a good laugh about it.
Because I feel like maybe someone is listening, because like I said, the whole reveal, I think the physical media stuff, I think it went over well. I think for what it is, and a guy that grew up with Intellivision, I liked that product that they're delivering, though it's not everybody's cup of tea.
Hey, hold up. Do you think anyone's grandma is going to be like, where do you put the coins in, Jimmy? Where do you put it in the Amico? Where's the slot to start the game, Jimmy?
No, I don't believe that.
No? Oh, okay.
All right. Let me jump in here real quick. No Guard D says people found something to divert their negativity towards. It is therapy for the haters to hate the Amico. Let me just say that this is the kind of comment that people need to avoid making. You don't know other people's lives. People are always saying that if you're critical or if you hate the Amico, you live some miserable life. You're some user that's in the basement. It's not necessarily true. I mean, you could have the best life and still be like, I think this thing is shit. And you could have the worst life and be like, hey, I really like this thing. Being critical or hating something does not denote whether or not you're a good person or have a good life or not. As far as Pat and Ian go, just listening to everybody talking, I had a strange thought in my head. What if Pat and Ian, they did that first couple of videos and they were kind of positive. They were, kind of on the fence, but, wishing Tommy well. And then Tommy went on a bunch of YouTube channels. What if Pat felt slighted? And that's where everything really started. What's he was thinking to himself, why didn't Tommy come give me the info? We're supposed to be boys. He didn't tell me nothing. He's telling some guy named Cyrus Martin or some guy named Mad Max.
Are you joking or serious?
I mean, it's all in the realm of it. It's a possibility, though. You got to think about it. You don't know what these people are thinking, and there could have been a multitude of reasons why things went south. Because a lot of what they say is, why didn't he just go out and try? That Tommy gave him the opportunity to come and try it out, and Pat and Ian politely said no.
The last video, what did Pat say on his last video, Tommy Amico? He said, I have Tommy's business card here on the desk. It's been here for over 2 years.
He did say
Tommy
that.
can call me.
Oh yeah, Pat should have gone down there for fucking sure. Pat should have played this thing, like signed whatever he had to sign and just gonna fucking play this thing. I mean,
it's a good take.
There's either there's something I don't know or Pat's just a dumbass.
Yeah, I think some of it might have been they felt slighted. You know, they are the big guys, and you know he has a big ego, Pat. So seeing smaller channels get the coverage, getting the news before him, getting the goods, that could have hit him in the ego a little.
Maybe. I'm not clever enough to think of that, but maybe.
Well, none of us really know the full back and forth and the full relationship with all of that. I don't know. So we kind of just have to speculate, I guess, about how it all began. And then what we see in public is what we have to go on,
Yeah, I think that Pat and Ian have like an anti-corporate slant, and there's like that for better or for worse, whether you agree or disagree with that, and that they have something against Tommy and his corporation because he's trying to, he's pulling the wool over people's eyes, and it just hurts them in a weird way.
Well, I don't think it's entirely that. I think they've done a lot of coverage of the Coleco and the Atari VCF leading up to this, and I think that plays a big part into this.
Yeah.
It plays a big part into this.
Oh yeah, they were gonna do it anyway, but I'm saying I think part of the reason it drives them so crazy is because I think like Ian's blog is like it's like this leftist anarchist like Yokoi kids. It's like, oh, you should just steal all these games and like play them and blog with your friends because corporations are bad. And, like whatever, that's fine, but that it just he sort of has a slant like that, and then they're like, oh, look at him, he's a right winger, and look what he's doing, and they want to. To me, I think there's an edge of that going on. I don't know.
I want to get to this comment by Zeno because I think it's the comment of the night. He says, this is the best YouTube source for all real Amico news. How did that happen? Just plugging away and doing what you got to do,
I'll say this, Tony. I respect the hell out of the fact that you would let me come on and talk. And you've consistently, you've even defended us, like when the whole thing with Rich happened. And I've told you personally, I appreciate that. You and I have had, let's just say, a rocky history. Right. But in the end, I respect that you are a human being who wants to have a conversation and will let people come on that obviously have a completely different take on things. So thank you for
fence
that.
rider. You're a fucking fence rider. I'm just joking.
No worries about that, Cyrus. Like I said, I'm always willing to talk to people, always willing to have a conversation because, even though I say things and I might have an opinion, you could say something or someone else could say something that get my mind thinking, get the ball rolling, and maybe I'll come to a different conclusion about something.
Well, I just want to say I'm definitely not here to tell anybody what to think. It's not even tell me what to think. Like, I didn't think of the whole Pat and Ian thing until you brought it up. Hearing you guys talk, and then my mind wandered into the realm of
Rat
maybe
and Peon.
got in the way.
Yeah, that was a good take because he did talk about the business card today. So
Anthony EFX says, I want to hear Cyrus's take when he read the fine print that said the physical box games were not games or even a game license until or if it comes out.
I don't know how to read. No.
Me either.
The fact is, dude, have you ever read the EULA for anything? Like Apple? You don't own anything.
Well, wasn't it the thing with the PlayStation 3, right? When it was jailbroken, right? You didn't own the PlayStation 3 or something like that.
Right. This is how, ever since digital media was a thing, they've told you don't own it, So, I don't know if I'm supposed to react differently because it's Amico now. But
we already know like they're not out. Clearly there's no game, right? There's no console, there's no online, there's no game. I foresee in the future if the console comes out, right, you're gonna have a store. There has to be a store because if the console just can't come out and there's no store, then there's no.
Are you sure about that, Gary?
I can, well, if I know my word is worth whatever it is, but I can tell you that's not a problem. I've seen that. So
we actually saw a screenshot, Gary, if you remember. Remember at the office tour, there's a screen on the guy's computer. You can see the story.
I know.
But I'm just says, "Wow, Tommy O and Cy on the same stream. What the hell have I missed? We've all decided to become one big
chilled out.
I was actually talking to Ramblin' Man in a comment earlier. I think it was today, and we had a good conversation there as well. It's kind of funny. Something's kind of in the air today. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I watched this video earlier. Great video.
I'm a fan of Cyrus. I'm a big fan of Cyrus, but I do like it when you drink and cuss. So I think you should bring it back. But I really do like your impressions though. I like when you do any kind of impressions or any kind of funny voices. I think it's cool.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't have any problems with you guys. It's just when I feel like we're not being fair with each other, that's when I get my forehead all crinkly.
I'm not going to be fair. I'm just going to do weird comedy and stuff. But just don't take it personally. I'm trying to not attack the fans anymore. I'm just trying to go to talk about the company and just trying to be more creative and do music. And I'm trying to do less hatery stuff. So, well,
I'll tell you what. Having a conversation with you like this, I will take what you do completely differently from now on.
Yeah, because I'm nuts. I'm not being real. There's something wrong. There's several things wrong with me.
Well, it's a lot. You have a better connect with somebody who's actually talking to you, and you can have some dialogue with, other than someone being stuck behind a keyboard and they get their few jabs in, and that's about it. So, but I wanted to ask Cyrus, on a real note, when do you think they'll release this, and do you think that they will get like Founders Editions out by the end of the year? That's even if they assemble them.
Before you answer that, Cyrus, I want to get to a few comments here. CM Retro says, "What the fuck? You guys gonna party all night?" I told you, we do like 5 hours.
This is how we roll, man.
Rhea says she took a 3-hour nap and she just got back, and we're still going.
What's up, Rhea?
This is how we roll. Anything under 5 hours is just not a Gabbing with Geeks stream.
I almost dropped the ball earlier,
though. 2 or 3 more hours.
I can go all night.
Okay, so the question is, do I think? What is the question again? I'm sorry.
So when do you think it'll come out, and do you think that they will get Founders Editions like miraculously out by the end of the year? Do you think they might assemble these things here and try to get the few hundred out to the backers or founders, what have you?
Well, I have been very pessimistic about this particular topic for quite a while. And I don't have like an answer for you as far as like inside information.
Well, right. Just your best, like your thoughts on the subject.
I think it is possible that Founders Editions might get shipped before the end of the year. I don't think that it'll happen. I think that it's going to be, it's going to happen as soon as possible. I know that, but I don't know how soon that will be.
Define possible.
Well, it's going to happen. I just don't know exactly when.
Do you think there's a good chance that Tommy will probably go back to that 10/10 date next year
for the full
release? Yeah, total like launch.
Man, I don't know if that. I don't know.
4, 3, 2, 2.
My only thoughts on it is that if they did, if that full launch comes late next year, to me it really feels like at that point. I mean, how many more pre-orders do they have, and do you think they're going to lose a lot by that time? Because that's a long ways away. Another whole year.
Switch have a price cut by then. Won't Nintendo Switch be down to $250 by then?
Well, I mean, I think the Switch will be like the red box will be gone. OLEDs will probably be alone, and you'll have Switch lights in OLEDs. I don't think that OLED's going to go down price, but
I would say if my personal opinion is if it goes that long before the release, I would be very surprised. I think it would probably happen. it would have to happen before that, I think.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think around like April, like beginning of second quarter, if they can nail that, then
4-3-2-2.
they could be okay. But I think anything longer than that, and if they make people wait another year, they're going to be in big trouble.
Gary,
gonna
just a
be
quick
in
thing
big
here,
trouble.
Gary. Question, Gary.
Yes.
Have we seen the motion controls working fully yet?
Uh-oh.
Have we seen completed games yet? I don't want to be the negative.
It's rhetorical, but you know, I'm always trying to find like at least like the good out of it, and I'm trying to at least give some credit. I know, like maybe I don't
I'm just
come
saying,
across.
Somebody posted in the comments here that I think it was, I can't remember if it's Beefy, that they still haven't passed their certifications.
Beefy.
I would suggest that the timelines we should be looking at are late summer, fall, as a more realistic timeline.
Right, and that's why I think it's going to come fall back on that 10-10 date, right? I think that's the perfect date for him, especially with, you know, the things that they still have to get done. I just think that like if they hit that date, I think they're in real serious trouble. I mean, this is going to be going on for way too long, and by the time, you know, me and Tony have talked about this, what more information will they have to kind of roll out to get people excited by that point, you know, other than, well, the console's coming out, and by that time we're going to be like, well, this is like what, the third time we're going on it, so it's going to be difficult. Yeah, third, fourth time. So I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, I still think that until we get UI reveals and some more in-depth gameplay from Intellivision themselves, I don't think any Founders Editions are going out. I just don't see them giving away that opportunity to present this stuff before someone with a Founders Edition does it.
Have you guys, like, if Cyrus or anybody, have you seen like videos like is it Slopes or Larry Bundy that does them, where it's just like, okay, here's some cooler that was supposed to come out and they just got fucked and they kept asking for more money, and then like the founders never got them because they had to sell them in stores to make up extra money.
You're talking about Slopes.
Like yes. Have you ever seen shit like that? You think that's what's gonna happen?
I don't know what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Can someone explain?
I'll explain it. Because there's a channel called Slopes Game Room. It's a good channel, and he follows a lot of Kickstarters and Indiegogo.
You might be on it one day.
Well, there's a whole other story about that. But it's not just video games. It's all different products, and several products people stretch themselves too far, and the original people who paid for the founders or the initial Kickstarter products.
And it's for simple shit. It's for like fucking coolers and just like nonsense. But they're like
but it's
$200 coolers.
If you don't do
they
things
can't pull
right,
it together, man. They don't do things right. It's scary.
It's easy to lose money quickly.
Yeah,
especially when you do overseas.
Like I want you to watch that, because I mean, if you want to watch something, you don't have to do what I say, Cyrus. But if you want to look at something cool, look at some of the slope stuff.
Cyrus, if you want to watch about 300 hours of,
I got some animes to show you, Cyrus, and there's about 600 hours. Of...
You know, I know what channel you're talking about, since you're talking about it.
Yeah, he's a British dude.
Yeah, the problem that I think I would probably have going through his entire library of everything he's done. You know how like
someone with the cooler.
Well, I was just gonna say
it's like called the coolest cooler or something like that.
Well, I was gonna say, you know how like the police will sort of get like this mindset about
Sting?
What I'm saying is like the police will have this mindset about the general public, because they'll be like, yeah, people are, they're all a bunch of scum, and it's because
you're having a general mindset about the police.
What I'm saying is, I'm trying to. Never mind. I'm just trying to make a point.
Tommy is just derailed it.
No, that's what it is. I'm sorry.
Let me try to rein this in real quick. Art Bell says we should get Smash JT on.
I don't think that'll ever happen.
And Darius Truxton is going to come on too.
You don't think you can get Smash? I think you get on.
I don't think Smash will get on. I've said it before. Anybody who's not banned on the channel,
Smash!
Come on.
Me and him are friends now.
He can only go online when his wife says he can, so it's like, he has to be out taking a walk.
Come on.
So do you guys really not like Smash? Is there like a personal problem there? Or
it's a joke. It's a joke.
No,
I have a
I
personal issue with Smash, but that's me personally.
You do
and-
have a
and-
problem with Smash GT?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Wow,
okay.
juicy.
And
Oh.
it's not that I have a personal thing against him. I just think some of his thoughts were kind of just like
Can I say
weird. Some of the videos, but
Can I
I
say
just
something,
think he's
Tony?
really funny.
Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
I want to say something, but it's going to come across like I'm being an asshole. If you do discuss Smash, I think you should probably disclose that you have a personal problem with him when you talk
I do.
about it. Okay, well then,
Whenever
okay,
I do-
never mind then. I just was like thinking that, we had talked
That's
a
why
long
I
time
said-
ago.
That was the first thing I said was I have a personal issue with Smash.
Okay,
He paid me $10,000 for the personal. So
yeah, he said that he said that in the past for sure.
all right.
I've even told the story as to why I have a personal issue with Smash. But Luke says I
don't
want to
know
see
the
Tom
story.
actually come on here. He's been on other streams many times. I'd like to see
Oh,
him
that's
come on here.
those days are over, dude.
Yeah, I
we
don't think
ruined
Tommy's
that.
coming on here.
You mean
You're
Tommy
right to that,
Tallarico?
sorry.
Yeah, that's who he
Yeah,
is.
that's
What about Tommy
done.
Zero?
Oh, that
Yeah, let's watch Project Geeker.
Tommy
no-
Zero. That's an
Shit, I'm
interesting
trying.
guy.
I want Tommy Zero and me just to do a show together, just me and Tommy Zero. But
I have a
don't
question
think
for
I'll ever
Cyrus.
Fucking do it.
I have a question for Cyrus. Do you have interest in the Intellivision Zero?
Ooh,
Wow, this is a deep
Are
question.
Your thoughts of the Intellivision Zero? Because I don't have
Real.
thoughts. I'm confused beyond belief.
have you seen Project Geeker?
I don't know what that is. Project what?
It's supposed to
some
explain
stupid
what the Zero
cartoon
is.
that Tommy Zero made us watch.
Oh,
Supposed to
yeah.
explain
Oh,
what
yeah, I saw that.
It explains what his console is or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. He seems like a good guy. I think he's very excited about what he's doing, and that's good.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I don't think
Yes.
I don't think he's like nefarious, I don't think he's
No,
like, I think
he's like me.
he's just having a good time doing what he's doing. What do you want me to say?
Well,
I
he
don't know.
said recently, if you watch the recent Tommy Zero video, he said that he had his hands on an Amico dev unit and has
Oh yeah, he
reverse
thinks he has the
engineered-
controller.
Yeah, he's
Well,
reverse engineered the
Oh, he thinks
Amico.
he's got one.
I think that how do I say this?
He's not
Creative imagination.
I think
Screwed though.
he never mind.
Go ahead,
I don't really.
I'll talk.
There's
Listen,
no
if
way
you
to
look
say
at
it.
Tommy Zero's page, listen. If you look at Tommy Zero's page, there's like he's really good at computers. Like he does real fucking programming and shit going way back. There's videos of him as Laser Active Guy. It goes back like years and years and years where he's fucking doing like hexadecimal level fucking programming and shit. So like
Hexadecimal.
he's not me. He's like smart. Like he's doing, real shit. So I don't know.
I think Tommy Zero has he's either this generation's Andy Kaufman and has everybody fooled.
I think that's
Nope.
that's a good take on that. I think Andy Kaufman is a very good take on that.
He's gonna be so crushed that we're like.
Oh,
saying
can I
that.
ask you
So,
a
no,
question?
he's real.
Can I ask you guys another question?
No,
I'll
you
talk-
ran out of questions.
I don't want to. Damn it! I blew it.
Go
I
ahead.
don't want to say too much here because I'm sometimes people tell me things in confidence and we have private conversations. So I don't want to, it's difficult to even bring up this subject, but I'm just curious, like, and you don't have to give me a lot of detail. I'm not looking for that, but
It's 8 inches.
is there any kind of hope for making amends with Carl? Like, have y'all?
I mean,
Please,
he hasn't personally messaged me, and I've talked to Tony about it.
Carl, come home.
Clearly, it's not the same without him. And we made that. I don't know if you're familiar. Me and Tony are now doing a show on Mondays, and we kind of missed him last week, and then last Saturday too as well. So I don't have anything personal against Carl, and like I said last week, I wish him the best, and maybe he'll come around and we'll have him back on here because I don't
hope
have any
so.
personal beef with him. So
Carl, please come back.
Yeah, to go off of what Gary said. Carl's welcome back anytime he wants. He's the one avoiding us.
I'm not trying to get into the whole thing. I just wanted sort of a general feeling on that.
Carl, come home.
No singing, Tommy. No singing.
Yeah, but
Anthony-
he's definitely missed.
Yeah, Anthony EFX has a question or a point, or I don't know how to frame it. He says, Tommy has a hard decision even if he can ship Founders. It's a huge gamble because if those consoles come out first and get bad reviews, it's going to possibly tank the console. And that's what I've said. I said I don't think he's going to risk
Atari
I
VCS.
don't think it's a smart play to risk it.
Well, let me say something about that. A couple of things about that. So the Amico has been available to the public to play several times now, right? It was at the museum. It was in.
If you're on the mailing list.
Okay, no, there's people that can walk in and play it at these locations. So, and they have.
Security.
Okay, Tommy, stop interrupting.
Okay, I stopped.
I was there, so I know. But anyway, the public has been able to come in and play it. People have been able to play it at several different times. I haven't seen anybody walk away from that experience with some kind of like, what the hell is this shit? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that happen. You know? I know that's the dream that a lot of people have. They want that to happen really bad, but I haven't seen that happen. And so
Just wait.
I think if someone's you're no,
Don't
absolutely.
do that, guys. Don't do that. Don't go to the events and fuck with Tommy. Don't do it.
I'm sure eventually something will happen, but
Don't do it. We don't need it.
like genuine responses have been good. I think the people that pre-ordered for the Founders Edition are probably not the people that are going to do that are going to be like, make a big scene and be like, even if it isn't 100% what they expect, I still don't think they're going to be like that.
Well,
on YouTube.
Oh, here's the thing, Cyrus. I don't think it's necessarily going to be a Founders that has the issue, but could you imagine if a Founders gets offered $5,000 to give that to Pat, or $5,000 to give it to Ars Technica?
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that might happen. That'd be kind of ridiculous, though, since they've had.
But you know how much money they would make off of the reviews or off of the videos? It's a business expense.
I don't think Pat would do it, but
you mean pay like $5,000 just so they can trash it?
Well, not necessarily trash it, but to tear it down. A review.
Tear it down.
So it's a tear down,
Lag
take it
test.
apart.
Tony, do you really think that anyone's going to care that much about it?
It's
I don't
pretty
know.
simple. It's a simple little console. It's not. This is not a PS.
One might get donated to Ars Technica.
Well, see, or donated.
It's perhaps so simple that you can review it without even playing it. It's that simple that you can just look at it, watch someone else play, and be like, I see what he's doing. Like, I don't need to play tic-tac-toe. I can watch people play it. Okay, I see.
Well, what I'm saying is, like you said, people were at the Crayola event and they played it, but there was no one there actually. Like, how long does the battery last? Let's test the battery. Does this thing, if I drop it 12 times, will it actually break or it's still going to work? Sure, maybe someone dropped the controller once and it still worked. But, if you're going to fully review it, fully test the claims that the product has
Use
made.
any of this text in Star Fox.
No, you got a good point. That's not going to happen at an event like that. You're right.
I mean, I don't know if you read the Eurogamer article.
I saw it's in German, so I couldn't read it. I read
translate it.
I did, but the translation, I don't know. It's kind of like whatever.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you because maybe you know. Are the controllers waterproof or water resistant?
I'd never heard that claim made. I saw that in that review, so I have no idea. I don't even know.
Why would you need that?
I doubt it'd be waterproof. Like, what's the point?
I've never heard Tommy.
What the fuck would you need that for?
I've never heard Tommy say anything about it, so I don't even know how to answer that.
Yeah, we all read it and we're like, what? Like,
I didn't read it.
It still doesn't even make sense how that would be. That would cost a lot, right?
Well, I think that might be a translation, they're in German. They're trying to say one thing and it doesn't translate.
Do an impression of a German
lost
guy.
in translation.
I don't really know though.
Someone said that because Smash donated or not donated, invested 10,000. Tommy made it waterproof so we could play in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Well, that's
He
an
doesn't go in
interesting.
the hot tub anymore. He's in the woods now.
That's a fun thing to say if you don't like Smash, I guess. But that's not.
Smash!
What is the? What is it?
Maybe because they mentioned like dogs licking it, and I was thinking the only thing I could think of is
What the hell?
that's what it says in the article. Like if you have a dog that licks,
I don't want to go
I'm
there.
going to say it's a Google Translate because it's using Google Translate, right?
Yeah.
Because I use Google Translate for because I speak French also, and sometimes I need to look. And it's sometimes slang comes off really weird, so it could be a totally different term. Just Google translating incorrect. So what you need to do is get a German person to actually.
Ask Leo DS.
Leo.
He can tell you about it. Yeah.
The only thing I could think of is maybe they were talking about kids putting it in their mouth or something. Because
I don't know.
Like the Nintendo.
Actually, our little one does chew on the Switch Lite we got him. I've had to yell at him a couple times.
Don't the games have like a thing that makes it taste awful or something?
Well, that's the game, but the Switch doesn't taste awful, and he likes to chew on that.
Gary, feed your child.
Give him the games to scare him.
Chupacabra says Carl is holding out for a bigger paycheck, so that's why
that may have been in the discussions that we had.
Unfortunately, I'm absorbing all the costs with the intro.
Yeah,
and the special thing that's coming Monday.
Ooh, CM Retro says I said the last time I was on stream, he'll get it in the hands of friendlies. That's a possibility. And I think
that
before MGR does an Amico Hidden Gems video.
Yeah, that's
you have to have gems to have hidden gems. The thing
like,
is,
Cyrus.
It has to come out.
The correct answer was they're all gems.
Yeah. Okay.
What I'm saying
the answer is Amico has nothing hidden.
It's not released, so it's all hidden right now.
Yeah, you got that right.
I want to ask, like, is there really, like, amongst at least this panel, is there really this big, huge criticism or like, is it up for debate that, like, what Metal Jesus did with doing hidden gems videos is, like, wrong? Because for, like, a long time, about 6 years,
does all kinds of wrong shit.
Yeah, but a hidden gems video, and granted, like nowadays there are no more hidden gems. Basically, they're just unearthed gems at this point. But I never really seen the problem with doing those videos.
I mean, there's hidden gems. Like, look, bro, if you got games that need to be translated, or you got shit that's like wasn't published, or you got like stuff that people made at their house homebrews, or there exist hidden gems.
No, but I mean there are games that. I don't see it that way though. A lot of people are making it seem like he did this just to profit off.
No, he doesn't show. He doesn't show hidden gems. Hidden gems exist. He doesn't show hidden gems. He tries to show you what you can buy at a retro game store because that's his scene. It's profit. It's.
I mean, I've watched his video. I've watched his videos. There's a few things I've actually bought because of him. That
exactly. That's the whole thing. But there are plenty of hidden gems that you can't buy at a store that need a translation patch. That if somebody's a homebrew, there's plenty of fucking games that they don't.
Well, see, when I say hidden gems, I'm meaning games that are readily available on on platforms.
Right, you're saying from a collector point of view. You're saying that's what I'm saying. You're saying it from a collector point of view, but not from a game player point of view, and that's what Jesus is doing. And Jesus tried to get people,
Here's my take, Tommy. As many hidden gems videos there are out there, someone who's new to YouTube, remember, there's people coming on constantly on YouTube. They're not necessarily going to look up Nintendo hidden gems, Sega hidden gems, but they might stumble on an MJR channel, and then he makes a hidden gems video. Like, oh shit, that'll get them interested in actual hidden gems. So
shit, Magician Lord.
What's that?
Yeah. Oh shit, Magician Lord.
It's a good impression.
A hidden gem. Magician Lord. I never heard of this game.
But see, that it's not a hidden gem because you're in the scene. But there's going to be people that don't know.
This is Rampage on NES, a hidden gem.
I think
it's not that great.
I think that maybe some of people's opinions about bigger YouTubers and stuff is based on other stuff, like the basement situation or
the leak.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he said when he said he wanted people to give him a road trip and they're going to pay $50,000. He had coins too. He had coins like Tommy.
But I will say this, like, overall, I don't think that this guy is a bad person. I think maybe he has done some content he shouldn't, right? Or didn't understand fully the response he was going to get. And I'm speaking from somebody who's done the same fucking thing. You know, maybe he didn't know like what was going to happen, you know, but I don't, I look at the guy and I can't hate the guy. I think he's made some mistakes, right? And I think maybe he's made some bad decisions and done some stuff that maybe, you know, from a ethical point of view, you might question. But, you know, people can learn from that. And I don't have a problem with the guy. I think I watch his stuff. And
he's just a YouTuber.
Yeah.
He's not like the president of some company or something.
The guy's super vanilla. You know, he's like.
He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. He's not out there crapping on people.
When he was talking about Pat's sour because Tommy showed the console to other people, I was thinking, well, where's MJR? Wouldn't MJR have fucking soured on it? But then, you know, MJR doesn't really talk shit on negative on anything, so that's part of the reason people get mad at him too. He's just like too positive, maybe.
G1 G10 118 says at first it seemed pretty innocent, but after a while he seemed to be attempting to manipulate. It always seems innocent when someone's trying to get your money because they have.
You're talking about Metal Jesus?
Yeah.
Are we talking about Tommy again?
Yeah, the Pink Gorilla limited run, all those. If you look into that shit, that's dirty shit.
I've said it before. I have no problem with Patreon,
Revenge of the Bird King,
StreamYard, you know, super chats or whatever, what have you.
I truly. Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, I just truly think if you enjoy that content, I don't see the problem if you're supporting that channel.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, the problem I have is when, you know, it's not your audience's responsibility to pay for your bills, your car, your insurance, give you a vacation.
It kind of is, though. Listen, as a musician, you don't want them to have... Okay, me personally, this is my opinion. I don't want them to take corporate sponsors, though, because then it's like, oh, you know...
Well,
here's
my opinion.
Content. The content goes to pure shit.
Here's my opinion. I know Pat and Ian get a lot of shit for the Manscaped thing, but if you take a sponsorship, that has nothing to do with the subject you're talking about, I think it's better. Like, he's not shilling for Activision.
Okay, what about if it's like a wait? But what if it's like a lifestyle thing? So what if say Pat and Ian don't have a Patreon because they do, I believe, right? So what if they don't have that? So what if a lifestyle brand? So what if a fucking lifestyle brand comes in Mountain Dew is like, so we're gonna control your show now, and like this is the only way you can make money through us. There exists no Patreon. There exists no his books or whatever shilling shit people do, and it's just like, okay, this is the Mountain Dew hour. Pat and Ian, we got to do it this way. We can only talk about this, and we can only talk about this, and we can only talk about this. No, I'm saying, what if YouTube is just nothing but that? What if YouTube is just that? The music industry was like that in the 80s. It was shit, dude. But like, it's a little better now because people have Patreons and shit.
Well, here's the thing: YouTube is not supposed to be a job. If you can make money off of it, great. But it's not supposed to be a job. Okay. So again,
says who though? But says who?
Well, that's the way. That's the way it was always
your
intended.
Interpretation. Yeah,
that's the way it was always intended. YouTube was never a job. It was for pure do-it-yourself creator content stuff, and it's been totally manipulated in the last like 6 to 7 years.
MCNs and shit. Yeah, I don't agree with all that shit. I don't like how it is. It has its own corporate thing, but I don't know. I see a positive in it.
Okay, Rambling Man got a request for Cyrus. He wants Gary to ask Cyrus to talk to Tommy about Worm Whomper.
Oh yeah, so I had a comment earlier after watching Rambling Man's video, and I told him one of my favorite games was Worm Whomper on Intellivision. I would absolutely love to see a retro reimagined Worm Whomper because I think it's a game that could fit in really nicely on the retro reimagine. I have a feel like when I think of like a newer Worm Whomper type game, I think of something like Plants vs. Zombies, which was, you know, I never got too deep into that game, but I liked the aesthetic of it, and it always reminded me of how Worm Whomper was. But yeah, we had a conversation earlier, and he was talking about Space Spartans being one of his favorites, and mine was Worm Whomper. I don't know if what's your favorite game, Cyrus, on the Intellivision, the original Intellivision?
Oh, definitely Night Stalker and Astro Smash, Snafu, Triple Action, Pitfall. I mean, there's a lot. I actually have never played Worm Whomper. That's not a game that I had. So you're on your own with that. No.
And it's definitely a harder one to come by now. I mean,
your own worm.
if you actually look at some of those older Intellivision games now are starting to climb in prices, and I actually looked at it after having
the
the
newer
conversation.
ones are climbing in prices too.
You know, Worm Whompers sits around like now a $60 game.
Really?
I will say this: Snafu was actually fun. I played it on the Intellivision Lives collection. It was pretty fun. I don't know if it was the controller because it's not original Intellivision controller, or it was the emulation on the Intellivision Lives. But trying to make that like turn, like last minute turn was kind of tough.
But
I'm glad you mentioned that, Tony, because I have those Intellivision Lives discs. I have a PS2 one and I have it on Xbox also.
They're just not as good.
Well, there's input lag. There really is. Like maybe I'm not the best at detecting input lag. You can ask certain people about that, but I can tell you with those, I absolutely can. And Snafu is a game you gotta
be pinpoint accurate.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the one that's like snake, like drawn.
Right, and you can't run into your.
Did that game?
Your line or another
Did Disney
line.
steal that for Tron, or did they?
No, it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be
Really?
a Tron game, and
That's fucking cool.
They
changed their mind.
Well, they lost the license because they made like three
Disney's,
other Tron games, and
there's too many. Yeah, there's too many. Yeah,
they just couldn't get it out.
Star Wars. Yeah. That's
I'm
cool,
gonna have to like
cool, man.
I'm gonna have to bundle up my Intellivision stuff, send it over to Tony, and let Tony experience Intellivision the way it was meant to be experienced. After he plays games like He-Man, games like Beauty and the Beast, I'll even send the Worm Whomper, man. I'll send all the good stuff, and it might change. That might change your opinion on it after actually having the system. You sit down with it. Now it's a pain in the ass to hook up because you need. I don't know how to convert it. I've always used just a tube television.
There is one.
Yeah. But I mean, having it in your hands and messing with it is a different beast than playing
Gary,
like a collection or compilation.
Gary, I thought, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Tony or Cyrus can correct me. I thought that the Amico was planning to release the original games on the Amico.
Oh, that's gonna happen. Yeah, absolutely.
So could you not just do that? Wouldn't that be easier? That way.
No, because you're gonna. It's still gonna be a port, though, right? And it's how well are they gonna, translate these ports over to the Amico? I still think having the original hardware and having those games, it takes you back to that time, right? Of when the Intellivision was released, and there's,
Are you gonna send me shag carpeting and wood paneling for my house too?
Yes, if it completes the full experience, that will be part of the. It might just be a little small, little carpet, but a little. Does
Tony have to grow a mullet also?
All right, I want to get to a comment from Show real quick. Show says if YouTubers are making money doing YouTube, let them ball. Creating content actually takes time to create. If they are providing entertainment to people, they deserve something for it. And I agree, they deserve the ad revenue. They don't deserve their audience to give them a vacation.
What do you think about when like people play music in the park and somebody gives them like $100 in the hat?
Panhandle?
I think you're not forcing them.
It's called busking.
Yeah,
you're not forcing them to put money in your hat. I don't have a problem with that. They do that all the time.
Forcing?
Yeah, you're not forcing. You are not.
How is Patreon forcing people?
It's not. That's why I said I don't have a problem with Patreon.
Oh,
Tommy, are you paying attention?
Kinda. I'm trying.
Is he in the bathroom now?
Yeah.
No, my headset went out of battery, so I might take off.
The only thing I have a problem with is when someone comes out and they're like, "Okay, guys, my car broke down this week, and if you guys don't donate, I'm really not."
Isn't that the definition of?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Tony, are you talking about a guy? I think you're talking about.
I don't know. I just
somebody did come out with I don't think he actually asked for money. I think he actually said he had to sell his gaming collection to pay for the car thing. But a lot of people were giving him flack over that.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
The leaky roof, John Hancock, and Metal Jesus leaky basement. Yeah.
Wiley says he likes Centipede and Millipede, but he's not very good at them. Have you tried the new? What is that? Centipede Recharged? Cyrus?
Oh, on the is that on the Atari?
Well, it's on a bunch of things. It's on everything. I think.
Oh no, I haven't played it. No.
I was looking at it. I was considering it, but
Yeah, I definitely say that you don't get the good feel though of the original Intellivision stuff through like compilation discs and those like remastered collections or whatnot. You got to experience it.
Hold the controller in your hand.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know why everybody gripes that on that controller or rags on it. It really isn't the worst thing ever. And maybe that's because ours was like in pretty good condition. My circular pad wasn't too bad, and the side buttons weren't like. Because I do know that like.
Question, Gary, what controller is worse?
I mean,
would you say the N64 controller is worse?
Hold on, real quick. Tommy, what's going on over there?
He's cutting in and out.
Okay, I'll take off, guys.
All right, thanks for being
here. Everyone, check out my songs, check out my albums. Cyrus, keep getting drunk. Yeah.
Hey, thank you for talking with me. I know.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, it started rough, but I think it was a good conversation. Thank you.
All right, bro. Yeah, don't take anything I say seriously, guys. I'm just messing around. I'm crazy. So everyone have a great day. Enjoy the songs, and everyone pro and anti-Mico keep making content.
All right. Thank you,
Tommy.
Will do.
Peace and love.
Later. But to answer on that question, I think I've felt a lot of like controllers lately, and like probably third-party controllers. There's a lot of like crap out there, and I know that's not.
I can tell you what the worst controller is.
I think it's like probably one of those Atari.
Yeah, the Atari 5200. Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely. There you go. If you've ever held one of those, it's awful. The ones that are notorious for breaking.
The problem is the controllers just go bad. Like they work fine for a while, and then they just slowly, and it's not even that slowly. They just kind of over the course of a couple of years stop responding correctly.
Right, and for the most part, you could say what you want about the Intellivision controllers, but mine still work.
Yeah, I like the Intellivision control, but I do understand that a lot of people struggle with it because it is so different, and it's just this like smooth disc, so you don't have that like tactile kind of, with a D-pad. You know exactly where your thumb is just by setting your thumb on it, and it's a smooth disc, so it. I get it. I know.
Oh my goodness!
But it doesn't. But it really doesn't make the games. They're simple games, so it really doesn't. I don't think it really hinders.
It's got 16 points of direction on it, so actually, I think it's pretty good if you're using it. If you're used to it.
I've never owned one or played one, but didn't the Atari Jaguar have some ridiculous controller also?
Yeah, I got a Jaguar. It's sitting right.
Yeah, it's got like you could put overlays in that too. If I'm not mistaken, I never had one. But.
Jaguar controller is actually really good. The only problem is it's huge.
It's bulky. It's kind of like comparable to like either a Saturn Circle Pro or whatever they called that, the 3D controller. It's about as big as that, or it's about as big as a original Xbox controller.
The Duke.
It's bulky.
It's big. It's a big boy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't.
These are all way off. Way off.
What say you, Tony?
The correct answer is the worst controller of all time is the Steel Battalion Xbox controller.
Oh man, I've never played it. I always wanted to own one of those, but at the time it was too expensive to go after it. I can only imagine that thing's probably worth $500 now, like probably close to $1,000 to own that controller for Steel Battalion. Always a game I wanted to play.
I don't even know what that controller is.
It's like you control mechs, I think, in the game.
Holy crap!
It's basically like a big huge. It's got like a gear on it and like all kinds of little switches and shit like that. So like you're
They wanted to
piloting a
make
mech.
it like controlling a real mech. So it's got pedals, switches.
Look at that. That thing's
gears,
sweet
It
looking.
was very expensive. I actually was working at a video game store when that came out, and it was really hard to procure. So I imagine it's worth a lot.
I seen one pop up on a Facebook marketplace. When I first got back in because of the Game Chasers back around 2010, and I think it was going for around 150. And I could kick myself for not going to grab it quick enough. I think I had a chance at it, or it was either that or Craigslist, and it was probably Craigslist because that was more popular back then.
Yeah.
And I just didn't jump on it quick enough, and somebody
the
had
game
bought
itself
it.
isn't the greatest, though. Is that what it's for?
That
It's not
was
that good.
Yeah. It was just one of those kind of shock things when it came out. It was kind of, I wouldn't say revolutionary, but it's the first time that like it's kind of like an arcade experience, right? So you get something that kind of mimics like what you would have played in an arcade, kind of like a virtual on type deal. And not many other companies. I don't think any other companies up until that point, other than maybe like sim racing games and pedals and wheels. That was like a one of a kind type deal. So, and when it released, I think it was about I want to say it was $200 or $300 when that released.
It was, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that thing was ridiculous. Never had a chance to use one, but like Gary, I was always like, man, I want to play that. That looks good. Hearing from Ninja that it was a shitty game.
Maybe the Amico isn't expensive now that
Rambling Man says, well done, Cy, for stepping in the bear pit. Standards is creating merry hell, so into the woods I go. I expect no less than a 6-hour stream tonight.
Well, it's not the first time. I know he's been on quite a bit, so I definitely have always given you your due, Cyrus, when you're not around, and said good things. So
I know that I have not always been, a fair person or a person that was willing to talk, but I want to be, and I'm trying. And I think all of you guys are, based on this conversation tonight. I wish that we could really tone down the, the nonsense, the weird stuff, but it's the internet. What are you going to do? Right.
So what you're saying is we're going to have a haters versus Colt football game for Thanksgiving.
I'm only if we can be shirts.
So that means Carl's on the other team.
Yeah, Carl's coming back.
Yeah,
Carl's a really good guy. Whatever happens, I know he'll do what he feels is the right thing, and whatever form that takes. And I hope he does. I saw that he is still making some content. He's talked to me a little bit about it. Like I said, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail there, but I hope that y'all can work things out, at least to the extent where there's not any sort of, I don't even know that there are bad feelings, but if there are, hopefully there's not, if that makes sense.
Anthony EFX says, when is the first 24-hour stream going to go down? When the Amico releases. Release day, we will stream all day. All the excitement.
So next October?
I'm a friend. Tommy's my friend. Tommy Tellerico is my friend. I've said it many times, and I know people have different opinions about that and different takes on that, and that's fine. I get it. I understand. But he's a human being, and he's really trying to do something that I think is unique, and if you like the Amico, if you don't like the Amico, whatever, but I think it would be nice if, we at least recognize, hey, when people are out there trying to do something, trying to release a new console, whether it's the Amico or the Playdate or whatever it is, give them credit for trying to do something for the video game marketplace, for the gaming industry, because whether you like the Amico or not, whether you think the games are good or not, it's good to have more options out there. Okay. And again, I'm not getting into all of the weeds.
Wait. You said it's good to have more options because I thought the Amico said that there's too many options on the Switch.
The Amico said that? I've never heard the Amico talk.
The Amico's my best friend. I thought we established that Tommy is the Amico.
Tommy is the Amico. That's right. I forgot. Yes.
I meant to say that Tellerico said. I was confused.
This is very insightful. I'm learning. I'm learning a lot tonight. Whatever, dude. I don't even know how to respond.
I would like to respond to Cyrus with that.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate more consoles coming to the market, Playdate and all that. What I don't appreciate, and this is where Tommy, I'm not sure if the others feel the same way, is when Tommy says that like Nintendo is full of rape games, and when he's making the sale on his console, he's poo-pooing the other ones and making it seem like the game industry is, back in the day when I forget that guy's name was complaining about GTA and making a blanket
Jack
statement.
Thompson or whatever.
Yeah, the Thompson guy making a blanket statement that gaming is like Nintendo's full of rape games and so hard and so difficult. That is where I lose the respect for Tommy, because it's just, in my opinion, he should just sell the product on his own, and he's doing a disservice to the gaming industry by crapping on everyone on the other competition. And I think that's probably the source of why most of the people give him a hard time. It just comes down to just some of the decisions and some of the things he said. It rubs people the wrong way. So I can give him credit for certain things, but for other things, I fully believe he deserves all the harsh, whatever it's called, criticisms against himself. So I don't know, just my thought. Not my own opinion. I'm not saying everyone who's opposed to the Amico shares that, but
I think that's fair, and I think Tommy's acknowledged that. If you actually, want to go back and look at what he said about it, there's things he said the wrong way. There's things he said that he shouldn't have said, because it's Tommy, and he sometimes says things that he shouldn't say. I'm not making excuses for the guy. He's his own person, and he can answer for what he says and what he doesn't say. But I do like the fact that you said that you're willing to give him credit for the good things and not just completely label everything based on some stuff he said that if I'm sure he would walk back if he could.
The part of the problem is, and you can thank Tony, I can thank you for this because I didn't know most of this stuff, so I'll put you as responsibility for this. Is it's when people frequently lie and they get caught in the lies, it makes it hard to like the person. And I think if you're just a bit more honest, and he doesn't have to be fully honest saying, we are being delayed for 8 months, and just the things that are more obvious, people who are not a fan of Tommy would not hate him as much, or maybe not hate is not the word, but
I mean, one
be
of the
so
things
critical towards him.
Right, and one of the things I wanted to ask, to that point, do you think there's any, you think we're making too big of a deal out of like what was done recently? Do you think them adding like the, what was it, Tony, the million games or whatever, and trying to hide the sales numbers? Do you think we're making too big of a deal out of that?
Oh man. That is a bunch of nonsense. I don't want to get into it. I don't even care, because there's look, I get it, Tony. I get you care about trying to report things, and you have your methodology for how you think to do that. And I don't want to say a lot about that, because it's just not something I really want to get into, because that's one of those things that I'm not. Look, I'm here for the console and the games, and yes, Tommy's my friend, but I don't. I'm not here to defend every decision that's made or explain every decision that's made about everything that happens. And as far as what happened with all that, I don't even know all the details anyway. But I will say that I think maybe we both, you know, Tony and Tommy and everybody sometimes gets caught up in some things that we want to talk about because we think we want to. I mean, maybe they're not really something that's that important, but we want to have a story and we want it to be interesting and we want to maybe grind an axe a little bit. And none of that is my business. That's how I feel about it.
I will say this. They sold 10,000 in the first day, according to the numbers. I don't think anyone expected them to have a 94% drop.
I think, Tony, that's I don't know how to talk about something that I don't know about. Well, I don't know what else to say about it.
All right. Well, Wiley's asking the real questions. He wants to know: will Tommy Tellerico invite you to his house? And will you be borrowing a pair of swim trunks, or will you bring your own?
I will only skinny dip, and that's why I'm not invited.
He came for the serious questions.
Let's see. So show says one day we'll talk about the Amico and not personal stuff. One day we will all be having a beer, watching the Amico
White Claw
documentary. White Claws. We'll be sharing White Claws, watching the Amico documentary, all pissed off, going, "That's not what I said. That they're making me look stupid. And look how they made Cyrus look. This is fucking ridiculous." And we'll all be pissed off that they have big actors playing us and we didn't get any fucking money. They changed all our names so that we didn't have to fucking pay us.
I really do look forward to the day when the Amico is available and it's been out and people have enjoyed it or not enjoyed it or whatever. And we do kind of look back on stuff and go, wow, really? You know, like that was a lot of hoopla, right? A lot of hoopla over that. And I think I know you guys have your opinions. And again, I'm not trying to in any way push my opinion, but I will say I don't see Tommy the way you do. And it's interesting to see the difference in how we view this whole thing and view him and what he's doing. It's very interesting. It's something that I wish we would be able to, as a community, discuss more, which I think I'm kind of beating that dead horse a little bit here saying that. But unfortunately, I think there's been a whole lot of trench digging and throwing rocks. You know what I mean? And I just appreciate this. This is really nice.
CM Retro says, Tony, my sources say you are full of shit with the numbers. They say you don't know what you're talking about. CM, you're drunk. Go home.
What sources?
I don't have any information about any of that, so I don't have anything to say about it.
Wiley says, do you pee in the pool or do you get out and drip water all over the floor?
What I prefer to do is to get out of the pool, drop trow if I'm wearing anything, and then pee with as big of an arc as I can towards the center of the pool or to where the most people have congregated that are out there as well.
Well, I'll tell you this. When I was little, we had one of those little plastic pools in the backyard. And, you couldn't go in the house wet because then my mom would whip her ass. So if you had to pee real bad, you're supposed to get out and drip dry. But, you're a little kid and you don't want to piss yourself because you're fucking cold now and you're drip drying. So we'd piss behind the garage. We just fucking go in the alley and fucking pee behind the garage.
Oh,
so that is an option.
Can I ask you this? If Tommy does an event near Chicago, would you go to it?
First off, you just doxed me.
Oh, crap. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did you never say that?
I've said it many times. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, he's just messing with you.
dude, you scared the crap. I was like, no way did I do that. Oh my god.
Wait, Tony's in Chicago?
If he does an event near me, I've said it many times, I will definitely go and try it out.
Damn, I'm seriously kind of shook by that. Holy crap, dude.
I would actually maybe take the trip because I'm here in Michigan. I'm actually just south of Detroit, so I'm kind of close to DJC.
Here's the better question, Cyrus. If they did an event near me, would I be allowed to attend?
Yeah, there's the real question.
Well, yeah, that's a good question.
Are they going to have Turbo Joe security there? Tony?
I think you're being kind of, I mean, I understand when you're being funny, but come on, man. Like,
don't worry.
Joe's a good guy. Joe's a good guy.
I have a plan. I'm going to give a homeless man $20 to yell, "Hey, meat bags." So Tommy and everybody chases him, and then I'll go play the Amico while they're trying to catch the homeless guy.
You know what? It's a good plan. I really can't. I don't have any criticism.
He's gonna come in with the nose and eyeglasses, the disguise. The wise guy disguise.
If he comes in with any kind of glasses, we'll immediately know. We'll be like, Tony.
That's right.
Everybody would recognize Tony's voice immediately. Like we would. The only way it would work is you'd have to. It would have to be
Not
like
talk.
no, it would have to be understood that Tony was coming, and I think Tommy would welcome you if you wanted. It would depend on how y'all. You know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to go. I don't know.
I would just use an accent. I'd be like, "Hey, what's up? Is this the event with the Amico games?"
I can still tell it's you. Like,
what's up?
You have a distinct voice, Tony.
I don't sound like this in real life. I know I say that a lot. I think it's the acoustics in my room for the streaming. But you hear me in real life, you're like, no, you don't sound that way.
He actually sounds a lot different when you're playing with Sidekick Max too, on like Minecraft streams and whatnot. You sound a little different too when you're sitting there playing with Max.
I feel like we would still know. Like even
just
you
like tell me that you have pictures, Cyrus. Like we just know what you look like.
I'm just saying. Maybe we would like sense your presence, like a Sith Lord walking in.
All the dogs would start howling.
Yeah,
the clouds would form. Lightning, like a movie, dramatic lightning would follow me around.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes.
No,
you're right. You're inside my head right now, Tony. Absolutely.
If I showed up to an event, yous would be like, "Wow, there's this one guy there, and he was so fucking nice, and everybody liked him, and he was laughing, and everybody was joking with him."
You know what?
Yeah, that was me.
You know what? Now that I'm thinking, I don't think you should come. I don't think it'd be a good idea.
I'm telling you what. If they hold an event near me, Cyrus, not only am I coming, I'm gonna take a picture with Tommy, and I'm gonna put that as my Twitter profile.
That would be funny. It's not going to happen, but it would be funny.
Tony, I picture you being overly enthusiastic, so much so that they put you in an official Intellivision video going Amico at the end, and then you do a face reveal right after it, and then all hell breaks loose.
I think we talked about this as a segment, didn't we, Tony?
Yeah, I did. I made a joke. I said I would come to the event and get in the video and then pretend like I was going to out the actor, like that guy's an actor and I'm going to prove it, and then eventually reveal that it was me. But now that Cyrus knows the plan, I have to.
Yeah, it's too late.
We need a new plan.
Exposed.
Send Gary. It's easier.
Anthony,
I don't know if
I think if Tony went, he would be fair to the council. I would. I'd be fair.
I don't even know if I'm a nobody, but I have face revealed, and
I don't have any problem with you guys. I really don't. And I think, Gary's been very reasonable, and, NinjaKitty's tried to be. And no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I just think, if you want to come, I think you should go.
I think it'd be more interesting if Pat or Ian were to stop by one of those.
Dude,
then that'd be interesting.
I would love nothing more than for them to finally play it. I don't care where they play it. I don't care how they play it. That would be awesome, because then they would actually, in my mind, then their opinions about it and everything would be based on the real thing. And I would really love that. Even if they hated it, even if they came out and said, oh man, this was exactly what we all said this whole time and blah, blah, blah. At least they would have like the credibility of having played it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that would be great. That would be great.
I want to address this real quick. Chappie, there isn't any event scheduled for Chicago. Cyrus was just postulating a what if scenario. I don't want anyone to be confused, like we're saying that there's an event coming to Chicago.
Yeah, I don't know shit, guys. Like, you got to understand, like, I don't work for Intellivision. I do talk to Tommy as a friend, but most of the conversations we have are not about anything even related to this. So, like, yeah, I don't know shit.
I mean, the only they've only done one East Coast event, right?
They have another one coming up for Boston. I don't know when it is or where it is, but there's something for Boston. They've talked about
Cyrus, I have a question for you, Cyrus. Because I noticed on the what the hell was the last event? Utah, right? On the back of the controllers, they had labels that said "Property of Intellivision Entertainment."
Yeah.
Was Tommy like concerned that someone would be confused, like their controller for like a cell phone and walk off with it? Because it's not like a unique, like it's a unique controller. Like you couldn't be like, well, that's mine from home. I brought that one from home. Like they're like, no, you're fucking stealing the Amico controller. I don't see why it would be labeled property of Intellivision.
Well, this is not a subject that I have broached. I don't know why. I just got there telling you a second ago that I don't know things. And
yeah,
then
but I would just thought maybe you saw it and you would have been like, fuck, Tom, why did you put this on there?
That's didn't even occur to me to even be a thing to be concerned about, because I
just found it funny.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
Because like I said, like if you had like a PlayStation controller, someone could make the argument, no, that's mine from home, right? But like if someone's walking off with the Amico controller, they can be like, oh, that's mine.
Tony, I'd assume for real the reason there's a sticker is in case someone misplaced the controller and somebody at the event that works at the building would see, oh, this is from the people, Intellivision people.
Well,
that would be why they have that.
I know the events we had, there was a lot of people, you know, so maybe the concern was like some kid would run off with it, and there would be like, there's all these devices that are out that are constantly coming out and people don't know what's what. And maybe, I think this is kind of what you're saying. Like, it would be like an easy way to say, like, it's the same reason that I write my name on, you know, like when I was a kid, I would write my name on my lunchbox, you know, or something.
But there would be like other people had access to lunchboxes and they could make the argument it's theirs. It's like,
well, but there's a lot of devices, Tony, that there's all kinds of stuff out there, you know. I don't know. I don't really know. So
Mr. Beefy says it's because Fig people are going to come around busting kneecaps for the controllers and consoles owed to them.
What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
He's saying the investors are going to try to come and take.
Okay. He's being okay.
So I had a question
I have a
earlier.
question. Oh, I have a question. Quick question.
Wait.
No, wait. Just a quick question for Cyrus, because I don't know the answer. Did Cyrus invest in the Fig?
No, I have not invested in anything.
I wasn't sure because I don't know. Okay, sorry, Tony.
You have invested in Bitcoin.
That's funny. I think I've been pretty clear about that, like for a long time, that I've never invested in this. I don't get any kind of money.
I haven't watched every video, so I don't
That's all right. It's fine.
Go ahead, Tony.
Someone earlier wanted to know what Cyrus thought of the Nintendo Switch Online, the new price for the Sega Genesis.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I don't own a Switch right now. I gave my Switch to my daughter, and I've never gotten another one. I just kept holding out, waiting for the super duper Switch that never came. So at some point, I'm going to get another Switch, but I don't have one right now. So I kind of don't really pay that close of attention to all the details of Switch stuff right now. I know there's a lot of people that are pissed off, I guess, because they feel like Oh, did we lose? I guess we
Gary.
lost Gary. Yeah,
We lose
Sorry,
it
Gary.
quite frequently.
All I was saying is like I don't know because I don't really pay that close attention, but I know there's a lot of people mad because I guess they think it's too expensive, or I don't know what the deal is with it. Really, I'm not the right person to ask about that.
All
Tony,
right, and then
Tony, question.
someone else had a question. Hold on. Show wants to know, what are your thoughts on the analog pocket?
Well, I've for a long time talked about the analog pocket. I think I don't want one because for me, I have enough handheld things already. You know, I've got the PSP Go and a Game Gear and a Game Boy and a 3DS and a PSP and, you know, on and on and on with the damn mobile devices. And as far as like playing Game Boy games or whatever, you know, I just want to play on the real hardware. You know, I've got a Game Boy Advance. I'm going to play on Game Boy Advance. So for me, it's not something I'm interested in, but I think it's a tremendously awesome product. I love all of Analog's consoles. I used to own the Super NT and the Mega SG, and I thought they were fantastic. But I'm not interested in buying the Analog Pocket just because it's not something that I'm interested in. But you know, not crapping on it. I think it's amazing.
All right, and Wiley wants to know, what was in that lunchbox of yours, Cyrus, as a kid?
Why would you ask that? Obviously, a lot. There was a lot in that lunchbox every day for my whole life.
I'm jealous because I never had a lunchbox. We always had brown paper bags because we were poor.
Well, my lunchbox was an actual giant cardboard box, and it was filled with food.
Poor Cyrus. I used to love the school lunches. We used to get school lunches, and they'd always have leftovers. And I'd always eat like 2 or 3 lunches every day.
Hell yeah, dude.
Here comes
Oh,
Gary.
there's
Gary,
Gary.
back.
Yeah, I popped out real quick. I had to grab something.
Rhea said she had free school lunch. I was saying, I think last week or the week before, school milk is the best. Chocolate milk from school, fucking the best.
Yeah, and when it ran out, it was a riot. Like people would lose their minds and be like, "There's no more chocolate milk. What the hell?"
Yeah. And I don't know if you guys got it, but we used to get these little metal containers that had pudding in it.
They would just slap it down in the little tray, like the little spot on the tray for us. We didn't have metal. You had even fancier than we had.
We didn't have trays because they would give us little prepackaged like containers with styrofoam. What's the fucking plastic shit you pull off?
Oh wow,
cellophane. That's what the fuck I was trying to say. Been on stream too long. I'm getting confused.
It's all right.
Okay. You said you had free lunch too.
I like the square pizza. It was good.
You know what? I think it was, I'm going to say like 5th grade. They stopped serving the pizza at my school because we had one Muslim family in the area, and they complained because it was always pork on the pizza, so they stopped serving it.
They wouldn't even do cheese pizza?
Nope.
That's ridiculous. I mean, no, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Well,
That's
I mean, I think what was like at my kids' school, like 2 years ago, they basically said no peanut butter sandwiches allowed.
Oh yeah, the allergies. Yeah.
And I think, I mean, I don't think someone's gonna die if I eat a peanut butter sandwich. They're
actually no, dude. People do die from even being anywhere near peanuts. Believe it or not, because
survival of the fittest side.
No, Tony, I'm with you. I hate that we have to do that. For the longest time I was like, fuck those people, you know. But the truth is,
I was slathering peanut oil on his body.
But the truth is, you know, when my daughter started going to school, you learn about stuff and you realize what's going on, and it was like, damn, okay, this is very serious. I didn't realize, you know, I'm a dumbass. But not calling you a dumbass. I was calling myself a dumbass. But Yeah, no, it can kill people for real just from being around it. It's crazy.
Just thinking about peanuts, fucking drop dead. It's gone.
I had a buddy who was like allergic to the stuff that's like in fish or whatever, and like he went to. I remember we were done doing a football game, and we all went out after the game, after our win, to a Red Lobster, and just him being in there, his throat started to swell, and I don't know why he went in there if he knew beforehand, but man, he like just from that from that smell and all that in the air, he instantly like swelled up and had to take off. So it's definitely, I can attest to that it'll hit you real quick, so.
Just so it's clear, I was only joking. Allergies are severe and they are a problem.
Damage control. Walking it back.
Cyrus, you don't watch the show often. I do that all the time. Like, wait a minute, guys. I gotta make it clear. I was only playing.
Flip flop. I don't know.
Fuck them damn kids. No Gar D wants to know crunchy or creamy. First off, crunchy isn't peanut butter, right? That's just fucking lazy. You got lazy. You didn't fucking crush the peanuts all the way. Creamy is the only real peanut butter.
No. Creamy. The creamier, the better. Choosy moms choose Jeff.
I'm a crunchy guy. Crunch this.
We lost Gary.
Yeah, well, it looks like Gary.
You son of a bitch.
Wiley says cheeseburgers, fries, and chocolate milk. Hell yeah, we're gonna turn this into a fucking food stream eventually. It's gonna be 4 fat guys.
Well, something's gonna have to happen after the Amico launches. You gotta start planning ahead.
Oh yeah, we do. That's why me and Gary talk about indie games on Monday.
Oh, speaking of which, he brought that up. I got a little sneak peek, maybe a little treat to show you here. Just let me pull it up real quick.
Gary's going to show you his sneak peek.
NinjaKitty actually helped me the other day grab something online, and although I'm not going to show you much, but I'll give you a little
taste.
This is a little taste. This is a little taste.
The first taste is free, then Gary charges $20 an hour afterward.
Wow.
I know this is, you're going to probably have to pull it up on the bigger screen. Just some animation that I've been working on, and unfortunately my camera's not going to pick it up because my...
There it is. I see it. I've seen it for half a second.
Hold on. Let me see, try to adjust this here. Let me see if I can get a better look at it. It's not going to pick it up too well. I had it focused good. No, it's just that it's going to pick all that white up.
Fake news.
There it is. Stop moving.
I'm not touching it. But no, I've been working on an intro for Monday show, and I do a lot of my animation on my 3DS because it's just the way to go, and then I'll just transfer it over. Oh, it like wants to focus, but it doesn't.
It's only
that light.
All right, there it is. Yeah. I saw it.
Yeah, but is it gonna stay? Oh, there we go.
Look at that.
So just a little sneak peek. And there you go. That's about all I'll show right there.
I like it, Gary. I like it.
It's very nice. Yeah.
But we got an intro coming to Monday's show. Is on top of the intro I should have had finished for Saturday's show.
Yeah. CM Retro says crunchies for real men. Creamy peanut butter is what Democrats want to feed the country to make you all little girls. CM is heavily today.
Hot take. Do we really need to politicize peanut butter? Or is it?
No.
I don't think we need to do that. There's enough room for both, right? I mean,
it's those damn almond butter, peanut butter people that we need to fucking get rid of.
The almond butter? Nutella?
Yeah, Nutella. CM Retro says he's not even that drunk. So he admits he's drunk. He's just not that drunk.
It sounds like a warning more than an explanation.
Yeah. I don't know. If we go any longer, he might have some real hot takes. So I think that's. I don't have anything. It's almost 6 hours somehow. Ooh. So this would be the longest stream that we've done. NinjaKitty, you got anything?
I'm still here. I'm still here. No, I was reading the comments. They're pretty funny. I'd like to thank the people for what they wrote, and I do want to point out that CM Retro earlier, like 10 minutes ago, said that he was not fully joking about. He was sort of serious on the sales numbers and how you were wrong, Tony. So CM Retro saying you're not fully correct.
We have to get him on next time to discuss. He also says, Q says eat crunchy before you overthrow the government.
Wow.
Epstein was a creamy PB guy. That's all you need to know.
Wow. Throwing shade at creamy peanut butter. Damn.
Yeah.
I thought you guys hated the Amico. Shit. This is like a whole nother level. I didn't realize I walked into this. The anti-creamy peanut butter cabal.
No, that's CM Retro. I'm all on Team Creamy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you are.
Gary.
I'm crunchy. I'm crunchy.
NinjaKitty didn't say where he stands. We don't know.
I'm Canadian, so I don't bring politics with my.
He doesn't eat peanut butter.
Yeah, everything's just maple syrup up there. He don't know.
And bacon.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. But I did want to. I wanted to talk about one more thing. You guys never really. We really didn't get to talk about it. What's your thoughts on Smash Brothers coming to a close, and how do you feel about Sora joining the mix for the last DLC character?
Go for it, Tony.
Me, I never really played Smash. However, I do have a professional Smash player on my staff, and he did write an article about it. So you can go head over to the geekgetaway.com, and you can read his thoughts on Sora joining Smash Brothers. That's all I got to say about that.
You have a staff?
Yeah, it's a big one.
All right.
I'm kind of like an intern, though. I don't get paid.
3 guys that work for me, Cyrus.
Okay.
Are the 3 guys alt accounts, Tony?
No.
That doesn't count.
One is a professional Smash player. One is a guy from Morocco, and one is a guy from Europe.
Oh, wow.
All right.
We don't play around here. The website's it's up and running again. I got people making articles, doing reviews.
Tony, do you ever need anybody doing stupid videos for your site? Because I can help out with that. They're complete nonsense.
We can talk about that later.
You now have 4 people on your staff.
I told you it was a big staff.
As I watch, the company grows. That's amazing.
That's what she said. All right, I think we're getting off track here. I think it's a good time to end this. Thank you, everybody, for being in the chat. Thank you, everybody who showed up. Ouyamico, if you see it on the replay, thanks for being here. Gary, as always, thanks for being the co-host and taking over while I took care of some business. And then getting yourself locked off of the stream and leaving NinjaKitty and GenX alone. Thanks, GenX, for coming on. And, of course, thank you, Cyrus, for being here. And you know how we do it on this channel. Love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.